Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work.
Chapter 326. Unfortunately, Braun's immediate and quick-witted request was denied. Shouldn't I at least hear the full story before throwing away the talking coin? And the coin made from the powder of juror number 1, which had suddenly found its voice, explained the situation plainly. I'm not quite sure myself. Yes, I feel strangely energized, and my consciousness suddenly returned. I've become self-aware. The rusty silver coin gleamed. It seemed as if the rust was flaking off more and more each time it spoke. Still, it's a pleasure to be able to converse like this again. Juror number 1, a part of Ho-Yuan that had remained at Morning Station, had thus regained his ego and was speaking to me. Calming my heart that felt like it would leap out of my chest, I reasoned through my throbbing head. Was the problem making the leftover powder into a cheerful coin? Or perhaps it was because I had re-entered the Segwang Special City subway. In any case, it's a pleasure to meet you too. Thank you. I heard a laugh from the coin. How much do you remember about yourself? I remember everything up until the day of disaster. Feel free to ask me anything. By any chance, who are you? I am a counselor who strives to comfort and encourage the people gathered in this city. My dream is to see their weary and wounded hearts recover, making this city a more beautiful and livable place. What is your relationship with the Disaster Management Bureau? I am acquainted with the agents there. You could say we have a relationship where we do favors for each other. The voice was gentle and warm. Like the Fox counselor, I met at the Fox counseling room. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to talk, but I look forward to working with you until then. So this is the Ho-Yuan from before all hell broke loose in Segwang Special City. Either way, it was a truly astonishing situation. And for someone currently tucked into my front pocket, it seemed to be a tremendously shocking event. Yes, my friend, I knew this day would come. Oh, it's an unstoppable trend in the entertainment business, the fact that everyone loves a new face. I heard the sound of him theatrically dabbing at his tears with a very high-class handkerchief, though it sounded more like someone delicately wiping a TV screen. I suppose this plush body will be cast out now. To think you'd consider befriending a scrap of a coin like that instead of the only friend who gives Mr. Roe Deer his full support. The situation was naturally being blown out of proportion. If I listened without thinking, I would probably startle and shout, "Of course not," and then instinctively toss the coin out of the subway. This is driving me crazy. Mr. Roe Deer, what are you thinking so hard about? Feeling like I was about to break into a cold sweat, I said. How about we think of it as a guest making an appearance? I'll fire you. Right. Haha, oh my friend, you're tense. There's no need for that. What I've said so far is merely my joke-like advice. The host's placating voice suddenly dropped. Surely my friend wouldn't betray the matters of contract and trust. I'm already well aware that you yourself summoned this Braun to this position as a friend, and you bear in mind, deep in your heart, that this position cannot be replaced. This is genuinely scary. Isn't that right? Of course, it goes without saying. The good friend ghost story is terrifying. I answered with a smile, feeling like I was drenched in a cold sweat. But I need information, and I need to talk to him. It's small and allows for real-time communication. It's hard to compare it to Braun by focusing only on these functional aspects. By that logic, a smartphone would also qualify. Before he could make a remark like, "Is that so? Then let's leave the smartphone behind too, my friend," I hastily added. It won't overlap with your position. Soon, a voice that sounded slightly displeased, but acquiescent was heard. That's a sincere statement, Mr. Roe Deer. Phew. Very well, but I hope you won't place it next to me. A plague of all things. In the end, I took out the silver coin and put it in my pants pocket, as far away from Braun as possible. The counselor dwelling within didn't seem to mind much. You have a way with words, sir. Thank you. The counselor actually seemed a bit amused, but he soon looked at the surroundings and murmured as if lost in thought. This is inside a subway train. It felt like a jolt to my senses. Right, juror number 1 seemed to be from the Segwang Metropolitan City Disaster Management Bureau. They say this is a shelter created by an agent from the Blue Dragon team. Do you happen to know anything about that? A voice that seemed to have considered the question carefully soon replied. My memory after the day of disaster is not entirely intact, but I can venture a guess. If an agent created it, wouldn't they have tried to make the train itself safe? The train itself? If that's the case, there should be a trace left in a place that would affect the entire train. When I think of the train's core facility, only one thing comes to mind. The driver's cab. The very first car of this train. An area that was no different from a system window of sorts. The problem, however, was that this train shelter was divided into two factions, the front cars and the back cars. And the front cars were hostile and exclusive toward outsiders, and I sensed a strange sense of superiority or elitism from them. Now that I think about it, maybe it's because the driver's cab is there. I let Agent Bronze, who was still sighing with a troubled expression, rest and went to meet someone else for the time being. Ms. Gorel. Mr. Rowe, dear. Ms. Go Young-yoon, thankfully, looked better than last time. But she seemed to be studying my complexion, then lowered her voice and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Pardon, well, there have been both good and bad things, personally. Getting my body back was good, the human sacrifice was bad, that sort of thing." But Ms. Go Young-yoon unexpectedly sighed in relief at my response. "That's a relief. Pardon. Your complexion wasn't great, but you look more at ease now." Thank you." I shared a brief smile with Ms. Go Young-yoon, then got to the point with a serious face. For a while, it would be best if the people from the train shelter also avoided the casino. "Pardon." Ms. Go Young-yoon, who had a slightly bewildered look, sensed the mood, her expression hardened, and she quickly asked, "I haven't gone since that time anyway, but how long should we stay away?" "You'll probably hear from them within a few days." I recalled. Once it's all wrapped up, that team is supposed to give a signal. Agent Heejeum raised her head. Before her, a door that looked like the entrance to an illegal gambling den was squarely situated in the subway. Brings back old memories. Gambling den ghost stories were usually extreme. Either a glamorous and luxurious casino, or a shabby gambling den that looked dangerous to anyone who saw it. This one seemed closer to the latter, but Agent Heejeum didn't need to make any hasty assumptions. She had already heard all about it from someone with experience. And behind her, 2 employees of Daydream were following. "What do you make of it, team leader?" The young woman in the pony mask, who spoke politely, looked friendly at a glance, but her eyes were overflowing with desire. "A lust for wealth. My, it's a pleasure to meet you, Seonbi." Agent Heejeum's face, as she looked back at this affable employee she had just met, was covered by a Daydream Inc.-style mask. A white owl mask. She had originally considered wearing a Haho mask, specifically the Yungtal, but she decided it was better not to reveal her identity as an agent. From behind this unfamiliar mask, she scanned the next person. "Are you going in now?" The one wearing the butterfly mask was impeccably dressed, neat to a fault without a single crease, and down to the gleaming fingernails and high-end shoes. But above the tall, slender frame, the eyes visible between the ornate mask were frozen cold and tinged with a faint irritation. It was a good thing she had come as the team leader of this temporary team. Otherwise, she would have had to fight for dominance at the start. Good. She really looked like he had no blood or tears. Most importantly, she recognized her. Agent Heejeum felt a slight sense of nostalgia at the fact that the butterfly employee, whom she had once put in the glass prison, had been promoted to the elite team, and she looked back at them. Concealing one's identity one-sidedly was advantageous in this respect. "We're going in." Agent Heejeum immediately took a pouch from her pocket. It was a pile of body casino coins she had received from Agent Grapes. The mission funds for this expedition. After she took out the shiny coins one by one and distributed them to her party, she entered the body casino. "So that's the mission fund." The pony mask's eyes glinted as she looked at the heavy pouch. "Haha, of course, I know we'll be playing as a team." "No, we're not doing that." "Pardon." Agent Heejeum smiled and divided the coins into 3 equal parts on the spot. "Here. You can spend it however you want." The stakes in the pouch were soon in each of their hands. Agent Heejeum's eyes crinkled behind her mask as she looked at the 2. "However, I won't save you even if you go into debt." "Understood." As if she was stating the obvious. The pony mask, with a gleam practically shooting from her eyes, gleefully took the money, then gave Assistant Manager Butterfly a suggestive look. Assistant Manager, by any chance? Get lost. Yes, ma'am. And so the party split up. Kang Yihak ran toward a slot machine, and Jin Nasal entered a dealer room without hesitation. Agent Hejiam watched them act as they pleased with a strange smile. It was at that very moment that Kim Solium was freaking out on the train after seeing the talking coin. Phew. I wonder if she's entered the casino by now. Agent Hejiam will do just fine. I even made sure to tell her to prepare a means of escape from the casino, just in case. I should focus on the train. As part of that, I was currently in conversation with the person right in front of me. It was Ms. Go Young-yoon's aunt, also known as the station attendant. You wish to settle on the train? Yes. That will be difficult. I knew it would be hard for them to accept more people, as they had already taken in 2. Don't worry, I'm not asking to be accepted as a shelter resident, but I'd like to stay long-term in Car 8. When I added that I would, of course, purchase an accommodation ticket officially, the station attendant nodded. You don't need to tell me that separately. There's one thing I'd like to request. Is it possible to purchase other privileges as well? What kind of privileges? I'd like to sell goods in Car 7 as well. The station attendant, who was pondering for a moment, nodded. I understand for now, but let's talk again after seeing the items. Thank you. Done. I have some items in mind. I also nodded, adding crucial words. By the way, I think I'll be coming in a different appearance when I stay long-term. Are you saying you'll be in disguise? Rather than a disguise, you could call it a different identity, and from then on. In the end, people remember impressions more than details. No one in the front cars would remember my face properly. It's not like they have clairvoyance, so they'd only remember my clothes or mask. In that sense, if I take off my mask, mess up my hair, wear glasses, and slouch, it'll be hard to recognize me. You can call me Grapes. It's been a while. Agent Grapes. I immediately went down to the platform and started changing my clothes. So what bold choice will you make this time, my friend? A wonderful train episode we experienced together comes to mind. My friend played the role of a cult leader quite audaciously and brilliantly. How about it? Will you once again teach the truth to those who seek a mark for their hearts to rely on in this extreme environment? Ugh. Just as I was choosing my words. Mr. Dahl, have you ever considered that your way of speaking might be overly burdensome to the other party? Well, wait a minute. Oh, do go on. Your friend must have a way of life he desires, and constantly being mindful of your reactions probably isn't entirely satisfying for him. Perhaps even you yourself don't find this atmosphere comfortable. Good heavens, it's like I'm on some cheap therapy program. Please stop. Feeling like I was about to break into a cold sweat, I quickly interjected. Thank you for your concern, but actually the method I came up with was similar to what Braun suggested anyway. Oh, I see. This wasn't an empty platitude meant to appease the ghost story host, with a "you really hit the nail on the head" kind of response. In a small, isolated society like this, there's nothing easier to wield influence with than a cult. I'd even used it once before on the train bound for Tamra. But the conditions are different this time, so as an outsider, I plan to approach it a little differently. But I'm not the cult leader. I'm going to be the sycophant. A suffocating silence fell. Pardon? The number 1 worshipper. Mr. Roe dear, whose sycophant do you intend to become? My goodness, to think my friend would play the role of a worshipper. In that case, the cult leader must be quite the character to even. It's you. Oh. And so, I began to secretly spread the rabbit doll worship ideology on the train. Chapter 327. A few days after the launch of Kim Solium's operation, take over the train shelter. Oh shit. A resident of the train was irritably tossing a magazine aside in Car 2. The magazine, with a celebrity striking a pose on its cover, was already tattered. Fucking bored. Today was another tedious day. He had been a graduating university student before it happened. The stress of job hunting had been at its peak, and he had even thought it would be better if the world just ended. But now that it really had ended, he missed that daily life like crazy. At least he could watch shorts back then. This is annoying. He got up and looked around, trying to remind himself that he was living a life in the top 1% of the people in this city. The comfortable car 2. The inferior cars 3 and 4. The even more wretched cars in the back. And outside the train, monsters were rampant. I'm a winners. If he stayed on this train, a way out would eventually appear. He'd even heard information that the person who made this shelter had said, a way out will be found later. And since he was in a front car like this, he would be in the priority group and be safe then, too. You guys just found the train a little earlier than us. It's not like this train is yours. For the record, the person who said that was kicked out even when there were still spots left in the shelter. It was only natural since they were being a total pain in the ass. It was even a little satisfying. If you're going to freeload on a train we claimed first, shouldn't you be polite? We're the ones letting you stay. Quickly forgetting the fact that he himself had gotten in luckily thanks to a Sionbi who was already here. This former university student left car 2 and started walking. He was so bored that he was wandering around looking for anything to watch. That's when he saw it. Between cars 4 and 5. In the gap that separated the front cars from the back cars, people were gathered, whispering and laughing. Usually, the people from the front cars tended to subtly look down on the people from the back cars. The university student didn't realize it, but it was akin to squeezing out dopamine through a sense of superiority in a situation where they were trapped in a train, spending their days in fear and boredom. But now that atmosphere was strangely diminished. Why, that person, a high school student from a back car, was talking with a middle-aged woman from a front car with a bright face. Then they showed each other something, bowed their heads, and the student returned to the back cars. And the middle-aged woman, as if trying to hide something, put on an indifferent face and walked away. What did they exchange? The university student immediately followed the middle-aged woman and struck up a conversation. Ma'am, what were you talking about with the person from the back car? Oh, just asking how they're doing and stuff. The university student clearly witnessed the emotion that passed through the eyes of the other person, who was trying to brush him off. A sense of superiority. The pride of being in the know. Pleasure. Those things slightly overflowed, and revealed themselves before being deliberately suppressed. What the... The university student's mood soured. At the same time, he grew anxious. Is something going around? If something was happening that could change the hierarchy within the train, shouldn't he get in on it quickly? If he failed to join the trend and got pushed out, he might have to do dangerous daily labor like going out to find food. Or get left behind when it's time to escape. Excuse me, ma'am. In the end, he lowered his posture more than he ever had with the middle-aged woman, persistently sticking to her, flattering her and prying. The middle-aged woman who had been saying things like, "Oh, it's nothing," finally gave him a tip with a look of magnanimity. Go to car 7. And so this university student set foot in the back cars. DRRRK. The door opened, revealing the inside of car 7. It was a place for exchanging goods with outsiders, so he hadn't come here unless it was absolutely necessary. There had been riots here before, and a few people had even died. But today it was chaotic for a different reason. Get in line. Hey, let's move it along. In a corner, more than 10 people were swarming in front of the most unremarkable and narrow gap, where things were usually just piled up. Among them, a few faces from the front cars were visible. What is this? People from the back cars were almost implicitly forbidden from coming to the front cars, but people from the front cars came to the back cars quite often if they wanted to, using various excuses. Still, this was the first time he'd seen so many of them. What are they selling? The university student tried to push through the crowd to the front, but feeling self-conscious of the people from the front cars, he got in line. Only after several dozen minutes, in a state of extreme impatience, did he get to see the items for sale. Selling snacks. The shabby sign made from a recycled cardboard box said so, but the displayed items were sparkling and exquisite. Chocolate bars, cookie sets, popcorn. There was even a salad with fresh green vegetables and hot dogs. Ugh. The surface of everything had a picture of a fancy theme park on it. Where did you get this? When the university student asked accusingly, the person who had set up the stall flinched. He was wearing glasses and had messy hair, so his face wasn't clearly visible. The home shopping at that station, a new place opened, I went by chance. From what he heard, it seemed a new place to get food had opened up at afternoon station. Of course, he himself had never gone down to a station to do that kind of work, since he was first accepted into the train shelter. Anyway, it seemed the person had won a prize for being the 100th customer there, and received a ton of all sorts of snacks, including items that weren't put out for sale, so regular customers couldn't get them. Lucky bastard. As the university student scowled and glanced at the person, they lowered their head even more. Can't even make eye contact. It was amazing that a loser like this had survived until now. He probably wouldn't look so good if he got off the train. So you're trying to worm your way into becoming a train resident with this. Then he should have offered it all up for the sake of the train shelter. How dare he do business like this? But his mind didn't seem to work that far, as the sign only had a timid phrase written on it. Accepting accommodation tickets. It seemed his only goal was to stay in car 8 for even a little longer. Short-sighted and timid. A pushover. As someone who grew strong in front of the weak, the university student spoke casually. What's your name? Please call me Grapes. Hiding his name on top of everything. Anyway, the university student said, looking greedily at the snacks. I'll pick some out and take them for now, and I'll find an accommodation ticket for you. Got it. That's a bit. Why, I said I'll give it to you? You don't trust me. Why are you doing business here if you don't trust the people of the train? The other person was fidgety, but eventually nodded. It's one accommodation ticket for 2 bags of snacks. Yeah. Answering dismissively, the university student quickly picked out his snacks. Although they weren't short on food in the front cars, it was difficult to enjoy the pleasure of taste. There was a limit to the items they could procure. Moreover, they were bringing in everything from strange things that could hardly be considered food to coarse, and crude raw vegetables that were hard to eat. To people who had grown accustomed to such a life, new snack items were a stimulus beyond mere food. There were also things like keychains and magnets, but he didn't even glance at them. A chocolate bar and popcorn. After making the exchange, he hastily stuffed them into the inner pocket of his padded jacket, and the university student went and got an accommodation ticket from somewhere. It was easy to just swipe an accommodation ticket for free from the back cars, where they were reluctant to cause conflict with people from the front cars. Then he quickly returned to the stall of the idiot named Grapes and held it out. Here you go. Thank you. Just as Grapes was about to accept the accommodation ticket with both hands, bowing his head. Hey, if you're thankful, give me some service. Pardon? Snatching the accommodation ticket back, the university student quickly grabbed a handful of candies from the stall. This should do it. You can't. But as he was about to flash a triumphant smile at the person who couldn't properly resist. Stop it. Yeah, what's with him? The people in the line behind him started whispering and stopping him. Among them was a person from the front cars. Fuck. What is this atmosphere? Everyone used to do this much. But in the end, he glanced around and put down the handful of candies. Just as he was about to develop a grudge against Grapes out of embarrassment. If you buy snacks from me now, I'm giving out raffle tickets. A raffle? Yes, here's the list. Grapes turned his sign around to show the list of prizes. 7th place, 1 candy. 6th place, perfect button. 5th place, 1 bag of popcorn small. 4th place, perfect magnet. 3rd place, 1 box of cookies. 2nd place, perfect keychain. The 1st place prize, decorated quite fancily, was this. 1st place, perfect plush doll. Are you kidding me? What's with this perfect series crap? It seemed like he was trying to get rid of the non-snack prizes he received since they weren't selling. Would you like to try? Yeah, whatever. Hoping to get a snack, he put his hand into the box Grapes held out and drew a ticket. But, congratulations, it's 2nd place. 2nd place, perfect keychain. A golden keychain landed in his hand. Fucking really? The metal keychain, engraved with the cute head of a pink rabbit doll, looked completely useless. But, oh my god. He could hear whispering from the line behind him again. Moreover, the stall owner named Grapes was also looking at him with surprise and a newfound respect, as if he was intimidated by seeing someone incredible. Congratulations. Huh? What's more, when he turned around, some of the people in line were looking at him with eyes full of longing. This is it better than I thought. Then I should take it. The university student immediately stuffed the keychain into his pocket and returned to car 2. But afterward, he spent his time scheming to eat a whole chocolate bar in secret, away from the eyes of his acquaintances, and almost forgot about the golden keychain. However, that night the university student had a dream. It was a dream of him spending an exciting day at a wonderful golden amusement park. The resort was both classic and luxurious, and it was incredibly fun. Something strange was walking around, making it a bit childish, but isn't that the charm of a theme park? He roamed every corner of the golden amusement park. Perhaps because it was a dream, the sequence of events was vague and many places were not clearly visible, but the joy was certain. But at that moment, tinkle, like a lie, something very realistic and vivid appeared before his eyes. A carrot-shaped snack kit. From that stall, a blend of light pink and gold, some being was beckoning to him. As he approached as if possessed, it extended a fluffy, round foot. A cookie in its paw pad. Only that was so vividly visible. A cute, deformed sugar cookie, with a pink rabbit doll exquisitely depicted with lines of chocolate. The university student stretched out both hands. And just as he was about to grab the fluffy hand of the being holding out the cookie, he woke up. There was no fancy theme park, no exciting music or dopamine. Just the moderately bright, shabby, and stuffy train car again. What was that? For a moment he couldn't distinguish between reality and the dream, gasping for breath as he shot upright. Then something fell from his pocket. Thud. The golden keychain. The pink rabbit inside was smiling, looking at him. It was the doll from the cookie he saw in his dream. The university student swallowed and got up. His heart was pounding. That's what they were selling there. He immediately ran to car 7. DRRRK. He opened the door roughly, but car 7 was quiet as it wasn't market time, and the stall was gone. But Grapes was sitting next to his closed stall, his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. And before the university student could call out to him, his eyes snapped open. You've come. Grapes's impression was somehow different from before. Huh? The servile appearance he had seen before was gone, and he was looking at him with a confident, beaming smile. It even seemed to show a hint of worship. What the? And before the university student could say anything, he held out an accommodation ticket. Please purchase a snack with this. After you choose your snack, would you please draw from the raffle? As if it were not a business transaction, but some kind of pure ritual. Yes. The university student, for some reason, became tense and swallowed hard as he quickly chose 2 sets of cookies, as if he were about to do something momentous. And into the raffle ticket box that approached him again, he put his hand. Perhaps it was his imagination, but a slip of paper seemed to stick to his hand right away. As if by fate, the university student pulled out his hand and opened the slip with trembling fingers. First place. I knew it. A reaction of joy and astonishment burst out from beside him. I knew it. From the moment you visited last time something, I thought that the plush body was guiding you. Plush body? Did you see its body, the Fluffy? Wait a minute. Fluffy? Did you have that dream too? Of course. But his voice soon grew smaller as if embarrassed. Actually, I don't dream it that often. I heard that a high school student in car 5 dreams it almost every day. At that moment, a fact struck the university student's mind like a lightning bolt. So this was it. The people from the front and back cars talking to each other. And what they knew among themselves was this. The amusement park and the dream. Usually, people don't dream it right away, but it seems they sometimes dream it if they carry an item related to the plush body. The university student tried to act like it was no big deal, as if he were concerned. I had the dream as soon as I got this. That's amazing. The university student could feel a sense of superiority welling up in his heart. At the same time, he felt a sense of camaraderie with the person who had seemed so pathetic. Because they were sharing this special experience. And his heart pounded. Today, he might be reborn as a completely different person, a chosen one. In that case, this win truly seems to be the will of the plush body. Grapes, who nodded, very, very carefully took something out of a box set up next to him. Placed on what seemed to be the best fluffy cloth, chosen with utmost care, was something a little larger than the palm of a hand. First place, perfect plush doll. It was the perfect plush doll. Behold! It revealed its form. It was a truly fluffy and soft-looking, high-quality rabbit plush doll. Black button-like eyes, a nose that looked as soft as velvet, and a light pink chubby body. This is the most ideal form of the plush body. The university student, intoxicated by the feeling that something incredible was happening centered around him, stared at it intensely. And Grapes, who was looking at that scene with admiration. He must be having a dopamine explosion. Was thinking this. Kim Solium, who had invested several whole days to find a candidate who was both gullible and had a bad enough personality that he wouldn't feel sorry for tricking them, was cheering inwardly at the bait that had finally been taken. But his face still wore a fawning-like smile as he observed the other person. Did you know? The amusement park that appears in the dream isn't real. It's a kind of advertisement. It's more accurate to call it an ad video that plays in a dream using merchandise. But what was more surprising was how vividly everyone was perceiving it, even though the merchandise was made with its functionality minimized to prevent people from getting contamination. To some extent, he had put Braun, the TV show host, at the forefront, so he wondered if that had an influence. Anyway, he had smoothly checked off all the items on the typical entry characteristics of a successful cult checklist. 1. Exploit a deficiency. 2. Make them feel like they are special. 3. Make them mistakenly believe they realized it on their own. All of this had been accomplished smoothly. However, there was a difference. The inside of this train was already no different from a pseudo-religion, especially the elitism held by those in the front cars. In a word, what he was doing now was just covering up one form of elitism with another. Just a bit more broadly. Look, this guy in front of me needlessly picked a fight with an old man from car 6, drove him out to afternoon station to get food, and caused his death, but now. Friend. He's trying to grab Braun. Good heavens. Yuck. I will carry him. Kim Solium spat out the words like a rapper and quickly lifted Braun with both hands, presenting him as if in a scene from The Lion King. Braun was standing tall, just moments away from unleashing incineration on the prospective cult leader he had finally found. Moving the holy icon is for a servant like me to do. The chosen one's mere presence here is meaningful enough. It certainly is meaningful in that you are an eyesore to me. I'm sorry. Kim Solium felt like he was about to bathe in a cold sweat. However, the university student, who couldn't possibly hear the conversation between these two, just nodded his head, intoxicated with being the chosen one. So what do they want from me? He's speaking informally, so naturally. After pondering for a moment, Kim Solium thought he couldn't just leave things as they were. In truth, it was all to create a distraction to get into the conductor's cabin, but still, he couldn't cause any harm to the train shelter. Since I've entrusted a guy like that with something similar to the role of a cult leader, I'd better handle the aftermath properly. No matter how much he fanned the flames as a follower, he had to steer them in another direction as well. They will speak to you in your dreams. And that day, the university student had a vague dream of being in a theme park, shouting, "Be kind to everyone," while dancing. Kim Solium heard the university student say with melancholic eyes, "The plush body emphasizes good character." Who? This should be enough. That was Kim Solium's judgment. And a week later, just as he had hoped, the religion devoted to a rabbit doll did cause a commotion in front of the train shelter's conductor's cabin. First, a declaration was read aloud. Every person has the right to their own rabbit doll. Reform the train. A slogan completely different from what he had expected was being shouted, and, "Yeah, Tilda, do it." Standing at the very front was Deputy Manager Yoon-hae. Chapter 328. I blinked, taking in the scene before my eyes. Renovate the train. Dozens of people had swarmed into Car 1, holding pickets and shouting. But here's the thing. Rabbit dolls for all. Everything was pink. Every picket was inscribed with bizarre phrases like the perfect rabbit doll, the grace of his fluffiness. His front paws are so soft, and to a wider place for us. They had their arms around each other's shoulders, and I could occasionally spot people wearing rabbit ear headbands made from cut-up cardboard boxes. It was shocking, but given the flow of the past few days, I had expected something shocking to happen in one way or another, so I could bear it. But, guarantee the rabbits Tilda. Assistant manager. What in the world are you doing? I fell into a state of confusion as I watched Deputy Manager Yoon Hage, who was right at the front, subtly blending in, a necktie wrapped around her head as she pumped her fist in the air. Right before launching the religion devoted to a rabbit doll operation, I had already given Ms. Go Young Yoon, Bronze, and Deputy Manager Yoon Hage a rough explanation of what would happen. Suddenly, the number of rabbit doll enthusiasts will multiply. Excuse me. So I had definitely told them that a commotion would break out on the train. But what am I supposed to do if you become the ringleader of that commotion? What's more, Assistant Manager Yoon Hage was stealthily weaving through the crowd, picking up bits and pieces of information to grasp the situation. Tilda, it looked like you were all doing something good, so I thought I'd lend a hand, ha ha ha. So this person is the one who guides you all to a good place. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, who was smoothly extracting generous amounts of information from these brand new members of the religion devoted to a rabbit doll, like pulling out rice cakes, eventually got to see their rabbit doll merch in person. Ooh. Deputy Manager Yoon Hage's gasp of admiration lingered as she looked at the cute, embossed rabbit doll head on the jingling metal keyring. Our goal is to bestow this amazing miracle upon everyone on the train, so that no one is discriminated against, and everyone can receive the grace of the plush body. Ooh, isn't that right, distributor? Don't look at me. But the people had already whirled around to look at me, their eyes sparkling. That's right. I, too, was standing in the middle of this picket-wielding crowd. That damned title of distributor was also something the people had insisted on giving me, calling me the one who started distributing the rabbit dolls. I took the position because it seemed perfect for becoming a sycophant. As I was deliberately glancing around and smiling, as if trying to curry favor with the loud ones, my eyes eventually met with Assistant Manager Yoon Hage. This is so embarrassing. But my mouth was smoothly spouting the most sycophantic words. Of course, am I not just a fool who sells snacks? I completely trust the words of you all who meet the plush body so often. Distributor. Who? I watched as Deputy Manager Yoon Hage's eyes narrowed as if she'd noticed something, her gaze alternating between the rabbit doll merchandise people were holding and me. I quickly turned away, avoiding her gaze. Go away, Assistant Manager. However, the good friend, inside the giant velvet box I was holding, seemed to be quite excited by this spectacle. Friend, as an entertainer who knows how to repay the support of his viewers, this is quite an enjoyable situation. I feel like giving them some merchandise through a lottery. Right, how about selling some special merchandise at your beautiful and humble resort? Talk show merchandise. That's right, you can consider this a formal proposal, a collaboration with Brown's late-night talk show. In my head, I pictured a scene in the amusement park's gift shop, a classy, retro-style section set up with a sign that read, as seen on the popular TV show. Putting a ghost story that specializes in bewitching viewers inside a ghost story that's already bewitching people. No. These people can't go to the real pleasant theme park anyway. Even if we collaborate, it'll be difficult for them to buy that rabbit doll. I chose my words carefully. For that to happen, this Segwang Special City Ghost story has to end first, and you have to become a free man. Let's just get his cooperation, no matter how we do it. Excellent, then let's continue with the show, Mr. Roe dear. Who? But my relief at having passed one hurdle was short-lived. My eyes met again, with Deputy Manager Yoon Hage's peculiar gaze. Is the distributor the president of this organization? Of course not. I almost answered with my true feelings. I quickly shrank back and bowed my head low. I am just a person who has taken on one of many duties, the real president. He is coming now. He's here. President. The new cult leader with the fake title parts the crowd from the back, walking forward with a certain dignity. The people spontaneously make way for him. Among them is a follower who politely takes off his rabbit headband. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you all dream of rabbits? We dreamt a cotton-filled dream. Where in the world did a greeting like that come from? I didn't teach them that. Oh, this is just like a classic cult. The president of the Rabbit Doll Association had the same appearance as before. Except he was wearing a single golden badge with a pink rabbit on his padded jacket. It was a badge I had made by cutting out the tape merchandise I'd brought. He looked around at the people with melancholic eyes, then turned to me and raised his hand. Now bring him forth. Yes. Troubling as it was, I had to do what I had to do. I put on a fawning smile, then quickly lifted the velvet case with both hands and opened it respectfully. The dozens of people holding pickets look inside the velvet case, with eyes full of longing, envy, and happiness. At the fluffy brawn, a pleasure to meet you all. But their view is blocked by the president. The president looks at the doll, bringing his face right up to it, and nods with a serious expression. Good heavens, shoving your head within a foot of me in a private situation, what an unpleasant sense of distance. Are you in your right mind? You are as radiant and perfect in form as ever today. Not in your right mind, but it seems your eyesight is intact. I wish to carry you myself, but... dreaming of a bill for damages, I understand perfectly. Cold sweat dripped down my back. Forcing a smile, I subtly moved Braun backward. As if I couldn't possibly ask the president to do such a thing, I spoke politely, as always. I will risk my life and do my utmost to transport him, since you, president, will be leading us from now on. Right. Swish, the president, after stylishly arranging his padded jacket, stepped forward. But in the process, the jacket slapped Braun across the face. I held back a scream. Mr. Rowe, dear, aren't you curious about how this Braun deals with those who rush onto the stage during a live broadcast and block the camera? Incineration. Correct. To commemorate your correct answer, a reenactment will now be shown. It's fine. I already enjoyed it in my head. Excellent imagination, friend. I almost choked on my own saliva. I once again carefully lifted Braun's case with both hands. Let's march to the very front of the first car. Yes. Feeling a twitch in my eye, I slowly followed the picket holders as they, with grim expressions, once again swarmed toward the driver's cabin. The people who hadn't yet joined the cotton-filled body church are staring blankly at this scene, as if they've just witnessed some bizarre short-form video being filmed. How did things get to this point? What I intended was a mysterious, small, secret religion. A cult that would secretly spread through the train via dreams that comforted the weary, eventually becoming the majority and causing a disturbance that would decentralize the power of the conductor's cabin. But the current situation is a protest of the "you're doing good work fighting" variety. Why? How about retracing the path you've taken, friend? Perhaps you chose a different direction at a fork in the road. That's true. So, I looked back on the flow of the past few days. First, the point where things started to go off in an unexpected direction was... It was when I started inserting messages into the amusement park dream. The Be Kind to Everyone dance routine. I made it because of the cult leader candidate's personality. But the people who had joined in the ambiguous and joyful dance, where the mascot danced while holding a rabbit doll, began to add their own interpretations. The target is everyone. Doesn't kindness here mean the act of handing over the symbol of the rabbit doll? That's right, it seems he wants to share his fluffiness and warmth with more people. Maybe he appeared after seeing our weary situation, trapped on the train. He's giving comfort to those who are trapped and struggling. Then we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves, but be harmonious and not ignore others. That's right. That's the only way everyone on this train will meet him, just as the plush body wishes. And so, doctrines I had never considered or created were made on their own. 1. We acknowledge that we are all in a difficult situation. 2. We are kind to everyone around us who is struggling. 3. Everyone receives a rabbit doll and becomes happy. The last one is a bit of a leap. Still, as they say, all roads lead to Rome. In any case, it was true that a disturbance had occurred. Rabbit dolls for all. The protesters march. For the safety of the plush body, I was following at the very back, holding the velvet case containing Good Friend. when Assistant Manager Yoon Hage sidled up behind me, looking around cautiously. "Noruya, haven't you had enough of a taste of cults already? Don't tell me it wasn't enough. If there was a hole, I wanted to crawl into it." But the assistant manager's eyes soon turn peculiar as she reads the slogan on a picket, something like, "The warmth of the rabbit doll will save us." Still, well, this seems less like a cult and more like a fan group that's crossed a few lines. Yes, to the extent that the other residents in the front cars aren't feeling threatened or fleeing in terror, but are instead just watching with bewildered or dazed expressions. They seem to be getting quite a dopamine rush. Or maybe they were wondering what kind of crazy dream this was. Guarantee it. The march of dozens was quite conspicuous, and when they finally reached the spot right in front of the conductor's cabin, they shouted their slogan again. Of course, I was included in that. Hey, you have to shout too. Oh, guarantee it. I'll be satisfied with the fact that I can cover my face with the case holding brawn. I subtly blended into the back of the crowd, avoiding eye contact. And a short while later. What is all this? The conductor burst out of the conductor's cabin in a hurry. Wiping away his cold sweat and brushing off snack crumbs from his pants, the man purposefully pressed down on his conductor's hat as if it were a symbol of authority. But he looked flustered at the sight of dozens of people. His eyes darted around frantically, and then, as if he'd found a way to deal with them after seeing the faces in the crowd, his expression finally brightened. Now, if our people from the front cars have a complaint, then of course, I have to listen, as a public official, but... The conductor shrugs his shoulders as he spots the faces from the back cars mixed in with the crowd. Well, it's because there are some parasitic people mixed in who just want a lot of things. He's trying to divide and conquer. Send those people back and let's talk slowly amongst ourselves. I know everyone in our car is sensible. The middle-aged man in the padded jacket who had once tried to push me was also standing in this line. The conductor spoke subtly, looking particularly at him. However, what's wrong with being from the back cars? Yeah, we're all people having the same experience. It didn't work on the people at all, because their sense of group identity had already changed. On a day like today when everyone is struggling, everyone deserves to be comforted. If the situation were different, it would have been touching. And the plush body is the best friend for comforting people. Somehow, a description close to the truth also comes out. A person like you, a human who would monopolize, exclude, and lord over good things instead of sharing them, wouldn't understand. That's right. The president pointed a finger at the conductor. But, and then he pointed to himself. Even a person like you can change if you are with a rabbit doll, just like me. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage whispered. Somehow, it's having a pretty good social influence. Isn't this a positive function of religion? Why is this happening here? I know, right? Interesting, friend. Didn't that ordinary and unpleasant fellow also puff up his chest and snatch up the position when he was given the special treatment of being chosen by you as president? He did. But now he's opposing someone else's special treatment. Oh, the illogicality of it is almost reminiscent of an absurdist play. Well, it was always the case that if I do it, it's romance, and if someone else does it, it's an affair. And once the numbers grow, the leader becomes an even more special person. Still, the peculiar thing about this situation was that, circumstantially, the new current led by the president, who at least put forth a greater cause, was better than that conductor, who had become stagnant, rotten water. Let's experience his fluffiness and his warmth together. And that phrase is indeed one I spread. It sounds strangely like a mattress ad. That's just your imagination. Anyway, the conductor was finally about to lose his mind. Aren't you all just a bunch of crazies? That's right. If we're going to push our momentum, now is the time. I put on a shameless face, stepped forward, and retorted with a serious expression, the kind that says, I'm scared, but I'll say what I have to say. We are all people crazy about rabbit dolls. Here's here. The president will lead us to the perfect rabbit doll. The conductor looks speechless. You can't reason with a crazy person. Conversely, the president speaks with ever-increasing conviction and courage. People have a strange tendency. If the people who support them keep agreeing, they themselves come to believe their own claims more strongly. even if it's a belief that doesn't align with their own disposition. So please grant us permission to supply rabbit dolls to everyone on the train. Grant it. Renovate the train so that everyone can enjoy the same space equally. Grant it. At the chance, the conductor's face became one of, "What in the world do these crazy people want?" And in the end, he was forced to shout, "I, for one, have been given the grave duty of being responsible for this train's operation, so should you be babbling about such trivial matters to someone like me?" "Huh." Everyone asked the station staff first. They already said it was okay. The conductor fled into the conductor's cabin. "He's running away." "Wait." The people tried to catch him, but the conductor had already slipped into the conductor's cabin and locked the door. "Let's pick the lock. Should we break it down?" "Wait." I stopped the people who were trying to break down the door. "It would be a big problem if the shelter got damaged, so how about we wait until he comes out? I don't think he can hold out for long." "That's true. Let's wait until the conductor comes out." The situation, which was about to escalate, calmed down again. For one thing, as bedtime approached, the people of the religion devoted to a rabbit doll became more and more relaxed and happy, which played a part. Statistically, they were scheduled to enjoy the amusement park advertisement in their dreams. May you all dream of rabbits. May the cotton-filled hand be with you. The religion devoted to a rabbit doll settled down in car 1 and began to stir up the atmosphere by handing out various snacks to the people in that car and those who came to watch. Because things that look good tend to lure people in easily. The other shelter residents are also getting sucked in, hit head-on by the clickbait ad effect. "Would you like some?" Oh, popcorn." To the extent that people from other cars are coming and going from car 1, and instead of anyone picking a fight or getting angry, they're having a dopamine party with snacks. The people who hadn't been to car 7 were especially wide-eyed at the new snacks. Numbers and atmosphere are a scary thing. And the people of the religion devoted to a rabbit doll took turns sleeping in shifts. "You must be tired." "It's all right, I'll be guarding the plush body today." I smiled and refused the people's suggestions, continuing to watch the atmosphere in car 1 like a guard on night watch. It's completely different from what I expected, but it's going smoothly. At any rate, we're heading to Seoul. Now all I have to do is use this commotion as a chance to get close to the conductor's cabin. I continued to chant the slogans moderately and distribute snacks with the skill of a seasoned flyer distributor, planning my opportunity. "Guarantee the rabbit doll, here, take some snacks." "Yes." "Wait a minute." "Manager." "Yes." I turned my head. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, wearing a mask, was holding the snack I offered and staring blankly at me. "Why is he here?" "Mr. Rowe, dear." "It's Grapes." "Mr. Grapes." I can see Lizard's blank eyes. Lizard's bloodshot eyes, which had been looking at the various brown merch people were holding, returned to me. "Do you believe in the rabbit doll?" I suppose so." I quickly looked around, then lowered my voice and spoke quietly. "We're not a pseudo-religion." "I see." Lizard nodded. It seems he understood my hint that this is all part of a plan. That's what all pseudo-religions say. I want to faint. Chapter 329. A suffocating silence flowed. In front of my eyes is Chief Lizard. The one who thinks I'm a frontman for a pseudo-religion. No, I guess that's an accurate description of the situation. "This won't do. Hyung-nim tilde," I said, smiling brightly and rubbing my hands together like a sycophant again. "I'm sorry, you look so much like my manager. Would it be all right if I called you manager? It's a pleasure to meet you. Since we've met like this by fate, are you perhaps curious about the plush body?" "No, I'm no." "What a wonderful idea. This way, please." And then, like a cultist kidnapping someone off the street, I dragged Lizard to the space between car 2 and car 3. "Friend." "Go." Just a moment, just a moment." I pretended to place the doll reverently in the velvet box while swapping it with another doll, and the real good friend went into my pocket. "A stand-in for me. Oh, may that plush doll fully enjoy this undeserved glory." "Hugh." Once we were more than one car away from car 1, the bustling crowd thinned out. Occasionally, a shelter resident who couldn't sleep and was debating whether to join the dopamine fest in the front car would cast a curious glance our way. But once we entered the space between the cars, they didn't follow and disappeared. DRRRK. As soon as I entered the small passageway between cars 2 and 3 and closed the door, I slumped to the floor. Manager, this is really tough. Mr. Grapes. When it's just us, you can call me Road Deer. Let's stop with the nickname that reminds me of grapeseed oil. Yes. Anyway, embarrassment is embarrassment, and relief is relief. Did you just enter Segwang City this time? No, well, I mean I'm asking the reason for your entry. Yes. And an explanation followed. To summarize, after a few days of me being stuck on this train and not coming out, Director Ho seems to have thrown a fit, saying he had to deploy another team to extract information. I was requested to confirm what the last entry team is currently doing in the exploration area and report back. I understood. It was a rare occurrence for someone to not come out of Segwang Metropolitan City for this long. It was understandable to be curious. So you came directly to the train? No, I first visited Midnight Station to assess the situation. You visited the Body Casino. Come to think of it, Agent Hejium did say she'd contact me once things were sorted out. I wonder if that's happened yet. Were there any unusual findings? Yes, the Body Casino has suspended its operations. Awesome. But at the same time, there was a brain cell in my head shouting. I knew it, of course. It felt unusual from the moment Agent Hejium confidently requested those 2 people and took them with her. Entrusting the casino to her was indeed the right choice. I wore a triumphant smile and prepared to listen intently to the details. I figured they must have cleaned out the casino so thoroughly that it couldn't take it anymore and shut down on its own. They said it received a suspension of business order. Who gave such an order? I do not know. I was almost speechless. Could you please tell me the detailed circumstances so I can try to guess? Yes, the 3 agents who were deployed at the time entered the Body Casino and then acted individually, continuing to gamble for half a day. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun continued his explanation in his characteristic, unexcited tone, but the content itself was like some crazy gambling movie script. They were caught trying to rig a slot machine. They were watching a dealer and another visitor play a game and stabbed the back of that person's hand with a knife. They incited gambling addicts to bet coins separately like a sports toto on who would win or lose is what you're saying, while taking a commission. An addict who pushed her and tried to take over the table saying she had good energy. Yes, I understand. You're saying the addict's life or death status is unknown. I could just feel who the subjects were. Ms. Kang Yehak, Deputy Manager Jin Nassau. And I realized. Agent Hejium. She took the other employees to draw aggro. A person crazy for money, and a person with no blood or tears. A lineup that seemed destined to create an incredible interaction with a casino. What on earth was Agent Hejium aiming for in that pandemonium? Section Chief Lizard quickly produced the answer to that question as well. At the same time, the exploration member corresponding to the team leader is said to have found a blueprint inside the casino. A blueprint? It refers to the blueprint of the casino that was operating near that station before it turned into darkness. Midnight Station's Black Square City Royal Casino is no longer for foreigners only. Passengers who wish to visit are welcome to enjoy the machines at the casino at any time. That was definitely its name. Then it must have certainly been a hint, since they were getting information from the source of the ghost story. Was it an attempt to find a secret space in the Body Casino using the original blueprint? Yes. Oh, in that case, it seems they found some kind of breakthrough through that secret space. Manager Lee Jae-hyun replied with a blank expression. They used it as evidence to report illegal business operations. Under current law, arranging secret VIP gambling in a secret space not on the blueprint is illegal. The exploration agent, citing the fact that the said gambling den was located in a state facility, emphasized that it was an illegal act subject to business suspension, and showed their civil service ID, stating that a business prohibition order was also possible. Agent Hejium, you displayed your gambler's spirit there, did you? And it seemed to have worked splendidly. The entities that appeared to be casino dealers showed a confused reaction, then sent all personnel out of the casino and closed the doors. Afterward, I personally confirmed that a sign saying, "Under remodeling," was posted on the casino door at that station. So they closed down to avoid an audit. It was a strategy that pierced through the nature of a ghost story, which is governed by concepts and rules. And it's truly an idea that only a public official could come up with. I accepted the result, my mouth agape in admiration. This was truly an exploration that would be recorded as an irregular in the darkness exploration record. Wait a minute. But she was the one who issued the business suspension order. Yes. Then why did you say you don't know who did it? I could not confirm the specific identity of the said team leader. I just nodded my head at the familiar taste of lizard. Anyway, the exploration members all got out of the casino safely, but Agent Hejium reportedly stayed behind at the station, saying she would observe if there were any other strange phenomena at the casino. She was going to call me after confirming it was completely secured. In addition, she probably wanted to gain some more time to explore and look around this Segweng metropolitan city underground. And after observing for about 2 days, she asked manager Lee Jae-hyun, who had appeared at the station, to relay her message and then left. And so, everyone on that team returned to reality. Among them, Manager Pony is currently hospitalized in the Fox counseling room, receiving contamination treatment. That person, it feels like she always receives contamination treatment whenever money is involved, but that must be my imagination. Anyway, this means that Midnight Station, where the body casino used to be, is now empty. I should go check it out soon. A sense of relief settled in my heart that things had worked out well. I smiled sincerely and nodded. Thank you for telling me. Yes. Just as the atmosphere was about to get a little warmer. Mr. Rowe, dear. Yes. Manager Lee Jae-hyun was looking at the pink rabbit doll ear that had slightly slipped out of my pocket when I sat down. I broke into a bit of a cold sweat. Is this the perfect rabbit doll that the people protesting on the train are claiming? I suppose it is. Oh, friend, if the conversation is over, shall we return to the scene? Won't the audience be waiting for you and me? Of course, I hope you do not give this ignorant sword grunt a chance to lay a hand on my plush body. His gaze is lecherous. But instead of snatching the rabbit doll's ear, Manager Lee Jae-hyun said in a dry tone, "Evacuate." Excuse me. The current situation on the train is dangerous. Please evacuate outside first and then re-enter. Just a moment, I said, pressing my forehead. It might seem a bit dangerous because of the current boisterous atmosphere, but it's not that dangerous of a situation. It's just like a rabbit doll enthusiast parade. Just as I was thinking that with a solemn heart, a soft voice echoes from my pocket. Sir, if it's not an inconvenience, would it be all right if I joined the conversation? I took the silver coin out of my pocket. It was the coin inhabited by Ho Yuwon's former personality, Juror Number 1, the counselor. I looked back at Lizard. Can you hear it? Yes. I see. Then you can speak freely. Yes, please speak. Thank you. A gentle voice speaks to me. Sir, I have watched your actions closely over the past few days. You tried to create a fun atmosphere, like a festival, in a way that would cause the least harm to people, right? Well, fun wasn't exactly the intention. But it was true that I tried to cause a commotion with minimal damage, so I nodded. A wonderful intention. But sir, have you ever heard this saying? Before the modern era, the most popular and common festival was the public execution. Good heavens, are you trying to teach my friend that, as if he wouldn't know? This is quite perplexing. The expert in that field is right by my friend's side, always with him. The masses are beings who always seek stimulation and pleasure. Would an execution be any different? My friend is already well aware of that. Of course, that was just an opening remark to start the conversation. I thought it would be good to talk about the important role of these execution festivals. It's about community solidarity. I reflexively cast my gaze toward the car interior, beyond the window between the cars. The train shelter residents are gathered, talking with excited or joyful faces. Tension, pleasure, focus. Dopamine. A sense of solidarity. In a boring, frustrating, and isolated daily life, people easily become immersed when an interesting stimulus appears. And people who share the same experience form a stronger bond. And they want more stimulating, more aggressive experiences, a pleasure just for us. For example, like the execution of a bad person who is not one of us. A person who received the rabbit doll mark proudly shakes hands with the people of the religion devoted to a rabbit doll, gently stroking the badge. Then he raised his middle finger toward the engineer's compartment. People tried to stop him, but then they all burst out laughing together. Even if it looks very joyful on the surface, I wanted you to not forget that there is always a risk of it escalating to an extreme. Oh, I can hardly listen to this any longer. A sharp and elegant eloquence pours out like cream with a sigh. Now let me ask this trace of the plague, who claims to be a counselor gathered here today. Let's think for ourselves. Is an attitude that tries to instill guilt in a client for something that hasn't even happened yet a counselor-like attitude? I think not. Furthermore, you are pushing an overly self-protective statement as an established theory. But isn't content more thrilling and enjoyable precisely because there is risk? An entertainer, by definition, must be able to walk the tightrope between danger and stimulation. Its advantages and disadvantages are two sides of the same coin. I feel the sensation of gloved hands patting my shoulders encouragingly. If you permit me, I shall speak as an expert. Friend, this brawn does not agree with that counselor's words. You are providing the public with very enjoyable entertainment. Who knows, if you hadn't done this, they might have really made an old-fashioned festival like an execution their entertainment. That is a statement based on the values you pursue in your profession, so that is understandable. But I would appreciate it if you would take the time to contemplate my story when you have the chance, sir. Persistent. Let's all please stop. For now, I said, rubbing my forehead. I understand what you're trying to say. I'll be careful. Oh, friend. I chose an effective method and ended up with a cult, but it was flowing in such an unexpectedly absurd and heartwarming way that I almost lost my sense of tension. Right. For it to become like this purely for fun. That could actually be more dangerous. So what you're saying, counselor, is that you don't know what this atmosphere will become in the future, right? My current diagnosis is that there is a high probability it will not last long. In a way, it was a matter of course. It was all too easy for thoughts and ideas to become distorted in an already isolated survival shelter. I understand, then it's become more certain. Pardon. In any case, this situation is something I started, so I have to take responsibility and see it to a gentle and good end. That was the plan from the beginning, so I'll just try to do it faster. And to do that, I declared gravely, first I'll take care of it quickly while it's still funny, and I can ride the atmosphere. The counselor is silent for a moment, then asks, Take care of what? The chief conductor. Excuse me. Oh, now that I have an accomplice, I can pull the plan forward. Wait for me, engineer's compartment. I'm coming in right now. Sir, thank you for the advice, counselor. And I looked at my cheat key. Manager, would it be possible for you to accompany me for a moment? I returned to Car 1 with Manager Lee Jae-hyun. Fortunately, after I insisted again, Manager Lee Jae-hyun agreed to help me with today's task, instead of kicking my ass out of the train. Distributor Nim. On Manager Lee Jae-hyun's chest was a rabbit-shaped badge made from cut-out gold tape, just like the others. He's someone staying in Car 8, and he said he was deeply moved after seeing the perfect form of the plush body. Oh. Fortunately, there was no atmosphere of displeasure or exclusion towards him for being an outsider to the train yet. I don't know what will happen after tonight, though. Right. I'll wrap this up amicably during this crazy, do you believe in the rabbit atmosphere and settle things while they're still in the rabbit lover phase before they evolve into a crazy cult. With firm resolve, I stepped to the front of Car 1. And as if there was no other seat, I sat down right in front of the engineer's compartment door, with my back to it. Waiting for the signal. Everyone, the president is now going to share the contents of the dream he just had. Oh. At the front of Car 2, people flocked to the president, who had just woken up and appeared to share his amusement park dream story. I put in a particularly fun advertisement today. I had included souvenir shop shopping in the ad. And around the president, who was excited by the shopping dopamine. A raffle for rabbit doll merchandise was beginning from a lottery box I had entrusted to them beforehand. Everyone get one. The people gathered in car, one of the train's shelter, all flocked that way for the additional dopamine. Even those who were still wary stared in that direction for a different reason. Then, for a single moment, an artificial situation that would be absolutely impossible in a normal train shelter was created. A moment when all eyes on the engineer's compartment were temporarily erased. Manager Lee Jae-hyun very quietly reached a hand behind him and grabbed the lock on the engineer's compartment. There was no particular need for lock-picking skills, because Section Chief Lizard acted like Section Chief Lizard. Crack. The door opened with an incredibly small sound. Hugh. Thank you. I silently expressed my gratitude to Manager Lee Jae-hyun with a look and a nod, then carefully slipped inside the engineer's compartment. And I quickly closed the door. Manager Lee Jae-hyun will be standing guard outside now, so I can work with peace of mind. Cool. The chief conductor was asleep. As if his heart was anxious, he held a pole in one hand and a can of food in the other. And on the front of the engineer's cockpit, a crumpled notebook page was taped, with a long list of people's names. Judging by the X's next to each name, it seemed to be a list of people he had kicked out because he didn't like them. Most of them were probably dead. How very thoughtful of you. Thanks to that, my head grew even colder. The inside of the engineer's compartment, which seemed to have poor ventilation overall, smelled musty and old. I can't give that bastard a chance to wake up and scream. I very carefully approached him, knocked away the chief conductor's pole, and grabbed him by the neck. And at the same time, I covered his mouth. SHH. I whispered to the chief conductor, who had jolted awake and was about to struggle in terror. Please be quiet. I'm holding a knife. I'd rather not use this to silence someone. The part about the knife was a lie. But the chief conductor, unaware of this fact, gestured frantically with his head, but I didn't trust this man. You can hear what's outside, can't you? I paused, letting the chief conductor listen to the sounds from outside, filled with cheers, laughter, and shouts. And after waiting for him to sufficiently hear and savor it, I spoke. Everyone's in high spirits. They might even see you die and just find it amusing, wondering what's going on. Of course, I have no real intention of doing it. But based on what the counselor said, it was a truth with a high probability of happening. There was also a high chance of it triggering and turning into a real cult-style execution. Then it really would be rapid pseudo-religionization. In other words, it would be better for the chief conductor's lifespan if I was the one doing this. But it was important that the chief conductor didn't know that. Are you going to be quiet? Ugh. The chief conductor desperately nodded his head. Sweat, saliva, and tears smeared onto my hand. I understand, but promise me, I don't want to take any extra measures either. Ugh. Only after confirming the chief conductor's response, and being certain he wouldn't suddenly scream, did I let go. And looking into the chief conductor's trembling eyes, I said, Tell me everything you know about this train. His eyes trembled. I had deliberated. How should I speak to get information out of this person quickly, one-on-one, without getting into an argument? So I had already thought of the most efficient and comprehensive words that would yield the maximum result when talking to this man one-on-one. Something like this. In front of him, I magically pulled a piece of clothing from my wrist and changed my outer garment. It was a disaster management bureau jacket. The agent uniform left behind by juror number 1, with the fox patch on it. And in a calm tone, I said, I came here knowing that Agent Chagi created this train. I watched the chief conductor's eyes widen drastically at the sight of the agent uniform and said, So please answer me honestly. I will find a way to escape from here no matter what. And so the human information thresher began to run. Chapter 330. Inside the engineer's compartment. The chief conductor, his face ashen, glanced back and forth between my agent uniform and the commotion outside, then began to stammeringly confess everything to me. About this train. You already know, don't you, that subway trains have always been strangely safe for some reason. It seemed that almost everyone had realized the gimmick. Even injured people become fine once they enter the train, from the very day of disaster. People were pushing to get on the train, fighting over seats, Fights broke out, people died, it was absolute chaos. Then were people originally occupying this train in the same way? No, this train appeared out of nowhere. A train that wasn't there before suddenly announced it would be running the next day, and then it pulled into the station and the doors opened. I could imagine the scene. People who had barely survived, unable to board a train, gathered on the relatively safe platform, only to see a new, empty train appear with its doors opening. And inside were the expendable agent and other agents, I presume. That's right. The chief conductor, eyes darting around, composed himself and spoke in a deliberately plausible tone. But I recognized this train. This was a defective train. You know, when a train breaks down during operation, we don't take it all the way to the garage. We move it to a side track. Usually, after the subway closes for the day, we park trains on a hidden track in the station, so it was probably there. I don't know how they managed to repair it, but they brazenly showed up with it and started taking the people left at the station. They must have used some supernatural equipment or ability to make the defective train functional. Having been swallowed by a supernatural phenomenon in the first place, they probably had no reservations. Yes, they asked if anyone had experience operating a train, so yes, I helped the expendable agent a lot, ha ha ha. So this man wasn't even the original engineer of this train. Is that why he was called the chief conductor? Of course, subways these days are almost all automated, but still, having an expert versus not having one makes a big difference, doesn't it? Yes, I understand the expendable agent's decision. However, I glanced back at the paper taped next to the cockpit, where dozens of names were crossed out with an X. But I imagine their expectations for what that expert would do after they were gone were quite different. No, agent, you really have to understand this. Is it an ordinary hardship to live with this many people for several years? The chief conductor said urgently. The people who called themselves agents, huh? They went to the station to get supplies and didn't come back one by one. That all happened because they were trying to take all the refugees who came to the train with them. We were short on food and everything, but they kept trying to get enough for the exact number of people, and that's how it ended up like this. Is that what you think? Of course, you know how it is. When people are all together, you have to cut some loose, huh? You have to leave some things behind for the system to work. It's all tilde because I was trying to maintain this shelter, huh? Following the expendable agent's wishes. As I tried to maintain it, I got overwhelmed and made mistakes, that's all. I didn't feel a surge of anger. It was just a strange feeling. In fact, this man's own situation was the result of being abandoned by the outside world under the very judgment of, you have to leave some things behind. But to see him make a statement that, on the contrary, justified the situation he was in felt bizarre. And a strange sense of exhaustion, thinking that the agents had pushed themselves too hard one by one and died trying to save a person like this. Anything beyond this is not for me to judge. It was probably right for the people who had been in the train shelter all along to do it themselves. So instead of showing hostility to the chief conductor, I went back to searching for information. Tell me more about when the expendable agent went missing. I heard they went to get food. What? No, I think there's a misunderstanding here. I absolutely did not chase the agent out or anything like that. I remained silent on purpose. The chief conductor, growing more wary, poured out an explanation to excuse himself. You're trying to say, why did they go out at that specific time when we weren't short on food, aren't you? He's confessing on his own. Absolutely not. I did not do anything to deliberately chase that agent out. They just kept getting off on their own, saying something like, there's something more this train needs. There's something more this train needs. What exactly did they say was needed? Well, they didn't really answer properly. They just smiled and told me to wait and see. There was nothing to smile about, but they kept doing it, so I started getting annoyed. I cut the chief conductor off. Then did the expendable agent leave any last words? Anything they usually emphasized or said before they left? Well, they tried to give the people on the train hope, things like that we'd be able to escape someday, that they were looking for a way. I could see him rolling his eyes, as if thinking it was all obvious platitudes. That alone was enough to tell me. That agent must have had an incredibly hard time. The agents of the Disaster Management Bureau, no, precisely because they were agents, would have known all too well. that they had no idea how much longer they would be trapped with the survivors in this city's subway ghost story, beneath a surface where countless civilians had been massacred. At some point, they must have realized they were sealed in. Perhaps an agent well-versed in rituals or ceremonies might have even faintly grasped the circumstances of being a human sacrifice. But they couldn't have shown it. Reassuring all the survivors, few in number but still overwhelmingly many for one person, and stabilizing this shelter so it wouldn't constantly descend into a living hell must have been no ordinary task. That's right. There's something the expendable agent left behind. It's a personal belonging, you could call it their only memento, over there. Don't move. The chief conductor, who had been cautiously trying to get up, froze again when I grabbed his shoulder. Keeping one hand firmly pressed on his shoulder, I opened the place he had pointed to. A small drawer next to the cockpit. The moment I opened it, a small object in the empty space was revealed along with a cloud of dust. It was a 5-colored escape rope. An agent's standard-issue item that couldn't function properly here. It was neatly tied like a shoelace, covered in a layer of dust. The end was slightly frayed, as if someone had frequently fiddled with it to find peace of mind. The desire to get out. And it also felt like a cord of hope, expressing the will to one day leave. And so I realize, they must have done something. They just kept going out on their own to find something, saying this train needed something more. They must have been planning a rescue operation beyond simple survival. Even if they thought it was hopeless, there must have been something they were trying to do, an attempt to make the outside world rescue the civilians. Just like the agents at Segwang High. If so, where could it be? And now that I've answered everything, Agent SHH, I continued to examine the engineer's seat. If there was a core facility on the train, it would naturally be here. What on earth did they think this train needed? I looked into the cockpit, but would the agents have touched the complex-looking equipment and monitoring screens without an expert present? If they did, where? Sir, how about we think centered on the user, not the facility? The user? A place the agent themselves could routinely access, use, and protect. But a place that another person entering this engineer's compartment would find difficult to notice or touch even by accident. I looked back at the chief conductor. The chief conductor, who had flinched when our eyes met, freaked out when I reached out with my other hand, not the one holding his shoulder. I lifted the chief conductor straight up and moved him aside. Then I flipped over the chair he had been sitting on, the seat of the engineer who operated the train. A short while later, everyone. The chief conductor, who had rushed out of the engineer's seat, raised both hands and shouted. I was short-sighted. The rabbit doll is a perfect friend to humanity. I of course permit the train's remodeling. Woo! The peak of dopamine. A sense of victory, as if they had won a sports match, filled the inside of the train. The people, steeped in the narrative, all took the chief conductor and went to the representative of the rabbit worship cult. A crowd naturally formed, and people began to flow out like an ebbing tide toward car number 3. And there was someone quietly following that crowd. Lee Jae-hyun. Because of his remarkably conspicuous physique, those who already knew him spotted him at once even in this pandemonium. Manager, Deputy Falcon, Assistant Manager Yoon Hae, approached with a pleased look and whispered. After all, a temporary atmosphere had been created where, regardless of being an outsider, you were socially acceptable as long as you wore a rabbit doll badge. She spoke with a hint of amusement, deliberately not even mentioning the fact that she had died. I heard you work part-time at the talk show Ghost Story. What did you do? I performed audience guidance, guest assistance, staff support, and porter duties. You did 4 things at once. No, wait a minute, when you were doing one thing, did someone come up to you, get angry or sigh, and then make you do something else? Right. At that, Lee Jae-hyun replied instantly with a blank expression. Yes. Biwahata. Yoon Hae burst out laughing. But given the situation, she couldn't laugh for long. She could see her companion wandering in the distance. Ah, there he is. It was Bronze, who was muttering pink, with a bewildered face as he looked at the rabbit worship cult and the plush doll enshrined in the central velvet battleship. Having spent the last few days visiting Jang Hee-won, that is, Agent Hwagak, under the pretext of getting food, he was having trouble adjusting to the suddenly changed pandemonium on the train. It was enough to make him forget the bitterness of having to manage and take care of the bodies of those who had left the train and died so they wouldn't rot. Then he finally met someone he knew. Bronze rushed over and got straight to the point. He had no idea why this lizard employee, who hadn't been here before, was present, but that wasn't the most urgent matter right now. That isn't that the doll Agent Grapes used to carry. It is not. Then that's a relie. It is a replica of that doll. Bronze was at a loss for words, but he managed to reply. Then is this perhaps Agent Grapes' doing? Yes. Did you see where he is? I have to go find him right off. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun grabbed Bronze by the scruff of his neck and lifted him up. Manager, could you possibly find Bronze in the back cars and bring him here? It was to grant both of their requests. And so, a short while later. Knock, knock. The door to the engineer's compartment opened once more with a short knock, and Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun pushed the person he had found inside. Agent Grapes. Bronze. Bronze approached urgently. What on earth have you done? Don't tell me you did all this just to get into this engineer's compartment. But he stopped talking, because Kim Solium was looking at him with an expression full of tension, anxiety, and anticipation, his lips twitching. Agent, could you please check something for me? Pardon? Here. Kim Solium flipped over the chair in front of the pilot's seat. There's a talisman here. I think the agents who made this train into a shelter attached it, but I have no expertise in talismans, so I needed you. Please wait a moment. Bronze stopped everything he was about to say, and he looked again at the symbol on the underside of the overturned chair. Straight lines, a blocked pattern, repetition and restraint. It was clearly drawn with the ashes of something burnt mixed into a viscous liquid. These ritualistic elements, barely cobbled together from whatever they could scrounge up in their environment. But it was a talisman, and he had already seen agents who tried to create a temporary protective barrier with such talismans at that high school in Segweng Metropolitan City. With terrifying concentration, Bronze's blue eyes shone as he began to decipher the meaning of the talisman. And only after a good while did he straighten up. What kind of talisman is it? Bronze, having returned the chair to its original position with extreme care, opened his mouth. This is not an evil-warding talisman. Pardon? It means its purpose is not to drive away a wicked thing. This is the opposite, a talisman that draws something in. A luck amulet, that is. It could be said to be a talisman used to draw in fortune, luck, or a situation. Like a talisman for passing an exam. Yes, but the type is a bit different. Bronze explained calmly. This is, if I had to classify it, a destiny amulet. Destiny? Are you saying this train is a talisman to meet someone? Rather than someone, it seems to be for meeting a certain thing. A certain thing. So that talisman was made with the purpose of making this train meet a certain thing, but when a supernatural law is added to it. Bronze declared, to meet that thing, this train will move on its own. Yes, if this talisman is used properly, the train itself will likely move somewhere in its entirety. Could it possibly move completely outside of Segweng Metropolitan City? I don't think that's likely. Bronze frowned. You can't write the strokes in a way that makes the train deviate from its role, so it would be moved to a place where this train can fulfill its role. That is how I interpreted it. A place where the train can fulfill its role. Then it would be on a track. Kim Solium's mind raced. He hurriedly checked the monitor attached to the side of the cockpit. The train's route map. Image. If this talisman is used properly, does it go to the opposite track? Until now, the opposite track had been out of service, but perhaps because there was a hint on that side, this agent wanted to make the train run in the opposite direction. Then what's the order? Kim Solium hurriedly recalled the stations in the order of the Segweng subway map. Segweng subway map. Segweng Station, Forest Path of Demise. Midnight Station, Body Casino. Midnight Station, Hanbit Library. Twilight Station, Conscience Vending Machine. Afternoon Station, Blood Broadcasting Station. Midday Station, Nap Shelter. Morning Station, Scales Tribunal. And he diligently traced the stations in reverse order, but as he did so, Kim So-lium suddenly thought of another question. Because these station names had been revealed one by one, he had never recited them all in his head like this, and hadn't noticed it before. A slight sense of dissonance that he had just accepted as is. The subway stations in Segweng Metropolitan City are all named after times of day. They were strange names. It probably wasn't this non-intuitive method before. The station names would have been based on the region and its characteristics. But after being contaminated by the day of disaster incident, the subway mutated into a supernatural phenomenon, and the station names must have changed to these. But then, why is Segweng Station still Segweng Station? It was strange. Conversely, didn't that mean only Segweng Station wasn't contaminated? How could that be? The suicide spot ghost story named Forest Path of Demise was definitely gruesomely contaminated, to the point where they could only run away from it, without even daring to think about resolving it. Then why was only the station name intact? That's Segweng Station, Segweng Metropolitan City. Agent Grapes. Bronze. Kim So-lium looked back at Bronze. A strange light was flashing in his eyes. I think I've figured out where the expendable agent was trying to send this train. It must be here. And Kim So-lium pointed to a station on the route map. Segweng Station, you mean? Yes. Kim So-lium nodded. But it's not the track we've seen so far. That's Agent. Kim So-lium's mind churned out logic as if it would explode. Why hadn't Segweng Station's name mutated like the other subway stations? It was simple. Because it wasn't completely contaminated by the subway ghost story. Because that Segweng Station wasn't a name exclusive to the subway. Segweng Station must have a high-speed railway. That's right. Kim So-lium recalled Seoul Station, where he had boarded the train bound for Tamra. Seoul Station has a subway too. But at the same time, there was something else. A high-speed rail. Tracks that connect region to region. The station that represents this city, Segweng, is very likely not just a subway station but a high-speed rail station as well. If that's the case, Agent Bronze looked at the route map. Image. If this train isn't on those tracks but is placed on the high-speed rail tracks, the destination of those tracks doesn't just circulate within Segweng Metropolitan City like that. It goes outside. The agents were trying to take this train and escape from Segweng Metropolitan City. Agent Bronze realized it again. Agent Grapes, who would procure fuel for the train, was here. And if he, an expert in talismans and scripture, was here, we can try it now. We can escape the train shelter. Chapter 331. Agent Bronze and I stared at each other as if we'd been struck by lightning. The train shelter. Its true value was revealed from under the engineer's seat. An escape talisman. But after the thrill passed, an urgent question filled my mind. Wait a minute, but if you could have left with that talisman in the first place, wouldn't you have left long ago? There was no reason to hold out as the agents died one by one. Why on earth? He just kept saying there was something else he needed in this train, and kept going out to find it. There was something missing. What was it? What was missing? At that moment, someone burst open the door to the engineer's compartment from outside. "Ro dear. Ms. Gorel." The moment I saw Ms. Go Young-yoon's face, a certain phrase flew out of my mouth before any explanation for avoiding her or for the current situation. I found a trace of an escape attempt. I quickly called everyone into the engineer's compartment, then watched as manager Lee Jae-hyun closed the door and leaned against it as if standing guard. It seemed the two of them had brought Ms. Go Young-yoon with them. The small engineer's compartment was so packed it was difficult for anyone to even sit down, but no one cared about that right now. If this train were placed on high-speed railway tracks, do you think it could run? On the tracks. Instead of asking, "Why do you ask?" Ms. Go Young-yoon, as if she'd caught onto something, asked back in shock. Wait a minute, don't tell me you're thinking of running this subway train on a high-speed railway. It's not our idea. What? Soon, Ms. Go Young-yoon's gaze followed mine and Agent Bronze's, landing on the talisman under the overturned chair. The agents who made this train shelter seem to have planned to use this train for escape from the very beginning. Wait just a moment. Ms. Go Young-yoon took a few breaths in and out as if to digest the flood of information, then spoke quickly in a calm voice. Mr. Rowe, dear. Yes. Why on earth did you think I would know about this subway train's compatibility with high-speed railways? I've received so much informational help from her so far, I just asked reflexively in case she knew. But if I've burdened you, I'm sorry. But I do know. Living here, I tried to hear as much as I could from my aunt, knowledge about subways and railways. Because she was trapped in a subway. And I've also heard stories about the subway through rumors. I looked at the person who must have desperately gathered rumors and information to adapt to the situation of suddenly being thrown into a group of survivors in an extreme situation. Then would it be all right to ask for an answer? Yes, Ms. Go Young-yoon said with a frown. As far as I know, the track gauge should be the same, meaning it should fit and stand on the tracks normally. Wait, but subways and high-speed trains have different speeds to begin with. Don't they operate on different principles? That's right, the electric currents will be different. Ms. Go Young-yoon nodded at Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's words. She said subways usually use direct current, and high-speed trains use alternating current. To put it simply, the high-speed train uses a much higher voltage. Is that not compatible? I don't know about other places, but I know that at least this Segwang Special City subway is not compatible. Ms. Go Young-yoon had found out this information through a Q&A with her aunt, who worked in a related field. If so, the agents could have figured it out too. If they had reached the same conclusion as us. He just kept saying there was something else he needed in this train, and kept going out to find it. I think that was it. Pardon? The reason why the agents who made this train shelter couldn't attempt an immediate escape and went searching for supplies. The electric current. The fuel or power to make this train run. That was Will-o'-the-wisp. I looked back at Agent Bronze. If we have a Will-o'-the-wisp, isn't it possible? If we use a supernatural being as a power source instead of electricity. It is possible. Right, then everything connects. But at the time, the agents on this train didn't have that Will-o'-the-wisp. If they had a Will-o'-the-wisp, they would have surely left a trace that an agent could recognize if they touched it, like at the Hanbit Library. That's why they kept going out to the stations. To find the possessor. Yes. I nodded. They were clearly looking for other agents who had entered with a Will-o'-the-wisp. But in the process, far from finding another agent, they were worn down until finally. We naturally swallowed the rest of our words. Then if we get a Will-o'-the-wisp, we can try this escape method right away. For a moment, hope flashed in Ms. Go Young-yoon's eyes, but... Wait a minute. If it's possible to escape by physically running out like that, it seems like many people who were already outside the subway would have escaped, but they couldn't. The person, whose hopes of escape had been dashed several times, tried to remain as calm as possible and continue assessing the situation. You have a point. Or it could be a viable method, but everyone outside is already dead, so no one could even try. Well, that's just my guess. Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's words were hopeful for our situation, and incredibly despairing for the situation in Segwang Metropolitan City. But I had other doubts. The lockdown of Segwang Metropolitan City isn't just on a level that prevents ghost stories from getting out. It was a sealing ritual structured to sacrifice the residents of Segwang Metropolitan City for that purpose, so it was only natural that civilians couldn't get out easily. Could we really escape with a high-speed train? Just how far did the agents of this train shelter foresee and prepare? First, I need to bring Agent Choi and Agent Hejium. I absolutely wanted to confirm the opinions of veteran agents who knew Segwang Metropolitan City. If someone died because we touched it rashly, it would be irreversible. I nodded. It won't be too late to try after we prepare and check slowly and surely. Yes. Ms. Go Young-yoon's expression settled calmly. And then she smoothed her expression, as if trying not to get her hopes up again. Through the silence, the faint, joyful voices of the boisterous people in the train shelter echoed. By the way. Ms. Go Young-yoon's face became strangely sour. Mr. Roe dear, don't tell me that what you said a few days ago about the number of rabbit lovers in the train increasing was referring to that ceremony happening outside right now. It wasn't intentional. Ms. Go Young-yoon's expression soured even more. How can you predict that the number of rabbit doll lovers will increase if it's not intentional? I'm sorry, I was looking for a chance to search the engineer's compartment. I'll take care of it. The stairs are incredibly piercing. Receiving the gazes of the train shelter residents and manager Lee Jae-hyun. Why? I quietly bowed my head. Ms. Go Young-yoon's sour voice was heard. Still, I think this is the first time I've seen everyone in this shelter having fun together. It feels a bit like the World Cup. Yes, what a relief. It was when I let out a sigh of relief. But don't you feel like it's been strangely quiet for a while now? Pardon? No, I know it's very noisy outside, but it's strange. Why, muttering, Ms. Go Young-yoon kept glancing at the car outside the engineer's compartment window. The nearly empty car one was quiet, but it was bustling with the sounds coming from the cars beyond it. What does she mean? What do you mean by quiet? I don't know, me too, it feels empty. Empty? Like something is missing. It meant feeling like something that was there is now gone, but something auditory in the train that would feel that way. The announcements weren't playing. Right now, about how many minutes have we been talking? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 11 minutes and 12 seconds. Wait a minute. Hearing Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's voice, I slowly turned my head. The interval between stations on the Segwang subway is about 8 to 10 minutes, but an announcement should have played at least once by now. No, if I add the time I was discussing the talisman with Agent Bronze. Right now, this was a strange situation. The train isn't arriving at a station. Agent Bronze and I, almost simultaneously, flipped the chair back over to check the talisman. Those strokes made of ash water were burning, turning black as if boiling. Wait a minute. Is the talisman activated right now? What? No, why all of a sudden? Agent Bronze, is this item the type that activates when discovered by others? No, if the talisman was used that way, it couldn't look like this. But Agent Bronze's face turned deathly pale. However, it is taking effect. Damn it. I immediately started to look out the front window of the cockpit. To be precise, I pressed my head against the glass and looked back at the section we had already passed. It's unfamiliar. Something is off. I've seen the subway's running environment out the window a few times, but it was definitely less dark than this. I took the smartphone out of my pocket, turned on the flashlight function, held it to the window, and tried to see behind the train. The light source was useless, the rear was not visible. But I saw a passing sign. Safety first during maintenance. 2-person teams mandatory for work. This track is not a regular subway line. A maintenance area. A line that leads to the outskirts. The train is running in a straight line. The track no longer curves in a loop. We had passed it without noticing. The track switch. The talisman, after some accidental incident that triggered the track switch, had changed this train's destination. The train has left the subway loop line. Wait a minute. Then this destination is... Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, who had been quietly looking up, declared. The altitude is rising. We were heading to the surface. From now on, do not stare too intently ahead. We are exiting the underground space. This team is now entering an unexplored darkness. And outside this subway is the space of an extinction-class supernatural disaster. The train was running toward the high-speed railway outside. We have to stop the train. Mr. Roe, dear. We are not ready yet. No, there's no time to persuade. Damn it, I quickly tried to go to the cockpit and press the emergency stop button. Don't, the talisman is already in effect. Interfering could make things go wrong in a more unexpected way. Damn it. Agent, even if this doesn't go wrong and we escape safely, it's still a problem. If this train was really a way to escape Segwang Metropolitan City, and even if the escape succeeds like this, those two will die. Because they're already dead. If they get out, they'll just become something dead, contaminated by a ghost story and moving. No, an alternative. I shook off Agent Bronze's hand, gripping my shoulder, and immediately grabbed the side door of the engineer's compartment. Hey, Agent Assistant Manager, I'm going to open the door, so get off. Get off and walk down along the tracks. It won't open. Damn it. I frantically scanned the cockpit. The door release for the engineer's compartment, the release. Where is it? There were no hints a layman could find. Damn it, damn it. Manager, just break the lock on the engineer's compartment door. Stop. We'll all die from breaking the train trying to save the two of us. Come on, Noruya. I turned my head. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage was smiling bitterly. It's already too late, look. I turned my head. Bright light was pouring in from beyond the engineer's compartment window. The surface. Segwang Metropolitan City appeared. CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. PLS don't die. Chapter 332. The subway train emerged outside. It ran on the maintenance tracks, passed through a narrow ascending path leading to the high-speed railway, and broke out onto the surface. Sunlight poured in from outside the window. But instead of warmth, a freezing tension and silence descended upon the engineer's compartment. Right now, we had come out into the middle of an extinction-class disaster. Oh my God. What? A commotion began to stir behind the engineer's compartment as well. The people on this train shelter had also noticed the anomaly. Of course, they would. If sunlight was pouring in from outside the door, it would leak in no matter how much newspaper you used to cover it. I staggered to my feet. The front window of the engineer's seat. I could see the blue sky. But as I lowered my gaze, it was strange. I could see the tracks. But all the surrounding scenery that should have been there besides the tracks was distorted into a grotesque shape, as if a burnt-out film was being played. I felt sick to my stomach. Wasn't it just grotesque? But strangely, as if I had seen something that shouldn't be there, an unbearable anxiety made my heart pound and an eerie tension surged. And, next to the tracks, I could see the blue sky. Even though it was the floor of the train, I could see the sky. What is this? What on earth was the structure of the outside world? I reflexively looked back at the distorted surrounding scenery I had just seen, trying to grasp the situation. What is that, Something pushed me. Do not stare. I reflexively lifted my head. My body had been pushed down below the cockpit by Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, away from the window. When I raised my head, all I could see was the blue sky and sunlight. Only the bright sunlight appeared in its undistorted original form. Do not look outside. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's vertical pupils looked at me. Leave it unseen. Yes. I nodded, gasping for breath. Ji-ye-lee. I could hear the sound of the train running on the dense tracks. I focused on the sound of it running over something rusty, so that the afterimage I just saw would be erased. When I turned my head, the people crowded in the engineer's compartment were averting their eyes from the windows, looking like they were about to break into a cold sweat, much like me. I barely managed to open my mouth. The train tracks seemed to be floating in midair. Why is the train in the sky? Perhaps. I swallowed. I think the terrain of Segwang Metropolitan City, where the tracks used to be, may have already disappeared. Ms. Go Young-yoon's face turned pale. I also tried to remain calm. What I can do? First, I need to properly check the environment. Noruya, it seems like a hardcore difficulty darkness, like you die if you look out the window. It seems safer in here than I thought. The train isn't suddenly melting down or anything yet. Was this the agent's arrangement? But by what means was this train running so normally in the middle of this extinction-class disaster, just by not looking outside? I think this train is still being judged as belonging to the subway ghost story. A subway train running on the tracks. In the end, its essence hasn't changed. It was already connected to a separate ghost story called the subway. Thus, it seemed to be separated by a layer from the extinction-class disaster that dominated Segwang Metropolitan City. Much like the subway stations where survivors existed, because it was relatively safe. Naturally, it seems that we, who are inside this train, are also judged to still be inside the subway ghost story. The agents must have racked their brains to come up with this loophole. Ms. Go Young-yoon nodded with a horrified look on her face. If that's the case, the reason we can't see outside the window clearly might be because of that. The outside and inside of the train are different darknesses, so we can't see well. That's a good guess. In any case, now that we've started running, we can only hope to arrive safely. I gathered with Assistant Manager Yoon Hage at the cockpit's monitor. Remaining distance, black, 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 black. Remaining fuel, black, 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 black. The bars, which were decreasing in real time, didn't have a proper numerical display, but they were incredibly intuitive. It looks like we've already come about 20%. At this speed, it really seems like we'll get out of Segwang Metropolitan City. But if that happens, those two people... But as if accepting what had already been decided, the two of them didn't say a word to the others. As if they didn't want to cause a commotion when there was no other way. What do you think, Mr. Public Servant? Assistant Manager Yoon Hage and the others' gazes turned to Agent Bronze. I cannot be certain, so I will find out. Agent Bronze said without taking his eyes off the continuously burning black talisman he was silently staring at. I will continue to observe the talisman. It may be dangerous, so please, everyone, leave the engineer's compartment and wait. All right. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage scanned Agent Bronze with a peculiar expression, but soon patted Ms. Go Young-yoon's shoulder and started to move. I should go look for your aunt. Hey, I need to check on how the people are doing. Yes. Ms. Go Young-yoon came to her senses and immediately left the engineer's compartment with clear eyes. And the moment even Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun went out the door. I was about to leave, but stopped in my tracks. Agent Bronze continued to stare at the talisman. Right now, the remaining fuel is being displayed even though we haven't put any in, and the train is running, isn't it? How do you think that's possible? I will find out starting now. Then I'll state my guess. I looked at the talisman. Unlike at Segwang High, the strokes were ominously boiling and burning black. Earlier, I read the text on the sign that appeared after the tracks changed. Safety first during maintenance. Workers must be in pairs of 2. A pair of 2 is mandatory. Perhaps just like that, this engineer's compartment also required 2 agents. So the moment 2 agents stood in the cockpit, close to the talisman took effect. Why would that be? Perhaps it was so that if one person died, the other could continue the role. What kind of role would that be? Agent, I said in a trembling voice. Could it be that this train is using the agent in the engineer's compartment as fuel? The last resort, prepared for the case where they searched and searched, but couldn't find any will-o'-the-wisps. But a method that became unusable when only the last person, the expendable agent, was left. Agent, you looked at the talisman and guessed that far, didn't you? The agent wasn't surprised at all. He simply replied, I do not know. But the way the strokes are burning like this usually has a negative effect on the caster. Then you should get out quick. Agent Grapes. Agent Bronze suddenly reached out his hand and with a calm movement found a notebook from beside the cockpit. And as he copied the strokes of the talisman into the notebook, he spoke. If the train stops on these tracks, everyone dies. And if one of the agents must remain in this car, it is only natural that it be the one who is already dead. There might be another way, if we look for it now. Agent Grapes, taking care of the people who can live is the way for more people to get out alive. What is he talking about? Then both of us can just stay in the engineer's compart. No, you must live for certain. Agent Bronze said, while checking the pattern of the strokes he is copying. Agent Grapes, you must go out and deliver this replication level to the Management Bureau. Only then will my work have meaning. For the first time, Agent Bronze raised his head and looked at me. There was a faint smile on his face. This is a more rewarding end than I expected. At least it is not a meaningless death. No, the Disaster Management Bureau didn't seal off Segwang Metropolitan City in the way you think. Someone in the higher-ups who planned this might not be happy about these civilians getting out, and then it really might become a meaningless death. The words rose to the tip of my tongue, but the situational judgment that I shouldn't say them stopped me. What meaning would it have in this situation to say that they might be sent back to prevent them from getting out if they're caught after escaping, since they performed a human sacrifice on all the trained civilians? This is driving me crazy. Please leave quickly. And, everyone, we have been chosen. I turned my head. I could see the members of the religion devoted to a rabbit doll marching into car 1. And I could see the one standing at the very front, walking triumphantly while holding the complete form of the rabbit doll. The chief conductor. Look, no, the fact that this train has come out running under the sunlight is all because I, received permission from the plush body. It's proof that I've been blessed is what I'm saying. A danger signal blared. What the hell is that bastard doing? We are escaping. Really? Oh my God. The people's cheers and questions, their anxious and expectant voices, rose and echoed through the car. I saw a look of having finished some calculation and a vile excitement flicker in the eyes of the chief conductor, whose gaze met mine, and then he pointed a finger at me. The person who was originally supposed to serve this rabbit doll threw it aside like that and was just holed up over there resting. This son of a bitch. I realized what he was up to. He knows I found a way to escape. And since he was escaping anyway, he was trying to wage a war of public opinion to solidify his own position. For instance, to pave the way for killing me and silencing me the moment we escape. But even a person like that has been blessed thanks to this train. The rabbit doll, this one has saved us, that's. Excuse me. At that moment, a person pushed through the crowd. Ms. Go Young-yoon. She had pushed aside the protests of her aunt, the station employee, and stepped forward. Are you the president? You there, Young-yoon, where did you learn to talk like that, acting all brazen? No, I'm just asking if you're the president. Instead of turning bright red and backing down like when she had talked with the chief conductor in the front car before, Ms. Go Young-yoon replied calmly. I guess you're not, seeing as you're getting so angry. What? Usually, people get angry when they have something to hide. Ms. Go Young-yoon said, looking around at the people. I saw beads of cold sweat on her forehead. In the first place, if you're not the president, why are you taking the lead and even holding the doll? From what I heard, this person here is the president. And Go Young-joon pointed out the university student I had chosen from the crowd. No, I'm telling you I was chosen by this plush body. I'm getting all these people to escape from here. Is that so? Then Ms. Go Young-yoon crossed her arms and said, Then it seems like the rabbit doll should be bringing down divine punishment on me for contradicting you right now, but nothing's happening. It's not that kind of being. Then what kind of being is it? The chief conductor was at a loss for words. The truth is you don't know, do you? You're just saying it like you did it because people were talking about the plush body, aren't you? You little brat. You're being very violent. The plush body doesn't look like a violent being at all. The moment the chief conductor faltered at Ms. Go Young-yoon's words. Chief conductor, the university student, the president of the religion devoted to a rabbit doll, quickly stepped forward. You keep doing things that are displeasing in the eyes of the plush body. And no, it seems that while the rabbit doll has opened a new path for all of us, you are once again using it for your own selfish desires. The university student clicked his tongue. Someone who has never even met the plush body in a dream couldn't possibly move the train all of a sudden. And after looking at the chief conductor with pity, he whipped his head around and said, This is an opportunity given to all of us by the plush body. That's right. According to the station employee, the plush body told us last night not to look out the window. We must meditate and try to sleep until this train arrives at the place where the rabbit doll has guided us. And leaving the chief conductor behind, the people began to pour out of car 1. It was clear they were going to gather in the center and actually meditate. The station employee and Ms. Go Young-yoon followed behind them. The chief conductor, who had been watching this unfold in a daze, his face turning red and blue, started to follow as if to grab Ms. Go Young-yoon by the hair. You, thwack. I punched the chief conductor. And then I just tossed him in front of the engineer's compartment. Crazy bastard. The chief conductor lay sprawled in a corner, unconscious. I safely followed the crowd and let out a sigh of relief as I watched Ms. Go Young-yoon, who was saying something to calm the people down again. I'm so grateful. And she was truly amazing. I need to think of a way, too. I was the only one who properly knew that if those two people went out there, they might become corpses. I have to find a way. I pulled back the hand I had extended to drag the chief conductor away, and kept thinking. My tattoo on my wrist. Inventory. Wait a minute. Assistant manager. I ran to assistant manager Yoon Hage, who had been watching the situation without following the crowd. Assistant manager, in the hungry hangman darkness. Yeah, everything I bought after that was pretty much a bonus, thanks. No. I ended up shouting, almost beratingly. Assistant manager Yoon Hage also raised her eyebrows as if surprised. I'm talking about the way I got Chief Badger out. I'm going to try using that on you too. Let's put them in the tattoo. Put them both in the tattoo and... Wait, if I put them in the tattoo and I go out, will it still be judged as having gone out? No, couldn't I just come back to Segweng Metropolitan City, open it, and take them out? My tattoo is another ghost story, so no, then it would be checked as outside like the Braun talk show. No. Since there's a pop-up store in the Segweng subway, it might be judged a little differently. I don't know what will happen, but we can at least give it a try, can't we? Assistant manager Yoon Hage, who was meeting my eyes, chuckled. Hey, yeah, if we can live, we should try everything. Let's do it. Yes. I was about to grab assistant manager Yoon Hage right away and shove her into my wrist, but I was stopped for a moment. The assistant manager gestured with her eyes toward Agent Bronze in the engineer's compartment. You gonna put that guy in too? I nodded. Aim for him when he's off guard after his work is done. Thank you. You got it. I put assistant manager Yoon Hage into the tattoo right on the spot. The feeling was strange, and I had an odd sensation that I might be making the wrong decision, but I endured it. I can do it. I can do it, the space inside, I can just cram it in. That'll work. I took out almost everything I had packed in the tattoo, mostly food and bulky items. And I returned to the engineer's compartment. Please leave. I deliberately did, as he said. Instead of paying attention to the commotion outside, Agent Bronze sat quietly in his seat, steadfastly copying the pattern of the talisman. As if that was the calling given to him. Remaining distance, black, 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 black. Remaining fuel, black, 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 black. The distance and fuel decrease. The strokes are completed. I watched the scene anxiously. Hurry, hurry. It is done. Done. Agent Bronze lifted his head, saw me outside the engineer's seat, and nodded with a smile. I smiled back. Take this. I saw Agent Bronze holding out the paper to me, and with a smile still on my face, I reached out my hand and grabbed him by the arm and pulled. I enter the engineer's seat and push my opponent. The moment the bewildered Agent Bronze lost his balance and staggered, I shoved Agent Bronze into the tattoo as well. It was almost like a physical fight, but perhaps because he didn't expect a preemptive strike, I succeeded in getting Agent Bronze's arm into the tattoo first, and was able to stuff the rest of him in. My grip tingled, and I think I probably scratched Agent Bronze's arm or shoulder quite a bit. But I did it. Hyok. I collapsed. I leaned against the side door of the engineer's seat and exhaled. My head felt like it was on fire from the tension, but anyway, I had done the best I could. It's okay. First, let's think about what to do once this train gets out of here safely. Once I escape, there will be a way. Remaining distance, black, black, black. Remaining fuel, black, 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 black. We're almost there already. And the fuel was fine. As long as I was here, it seemed like I would arrive before I died, one way or another. In the first place, the idea that it consumes an agent is just a guess. It'll be fine. I let out a sigh, leaned back again, and lowered my guard a little. Click. A small sound echoed in the engineer's compartment. I reflexively lifted my head. In the cockpit. Someone was pressing a button. The chief conductor. You hit. The moment I met his eyes, drooling and grinning at me with a bizarre sense of satisfaction. The space behind my back vanished. The side door of the engineer's seat opened, and my body fell into the cold air outside. I tried to scream, but before I could, I reached out, trying to grab the edge of the open train door, but my hand only cut through the empty air. My body, thrown backward, began to fall, upside down. My inverted head's gaze showed a wide-open view of the city. Foryou a single being its different hatis that wisan leon? A giant spherical mass of people. The end has come. There is a paradise. We have failed. Bigger than the traffic lights, bigger than the roadside trees, bigger than the houses, bigger than the office buildings, bigger than the skyscrapers. It is huge in the blue sky. That giant thing rolls in its round form, crushing and grasping and rolling over Segweng metropolitan city, hundreds of thousands, ophiestons of thousands off-myths. Heaven, a giant mass in the beautiful view of the sunlit metropolitan city, a perfect them, a music box sound. The giant spherical intelligent being of thousands, hundreds, tens of thousands, millions opens its mouth. The end has come. There is a paradise. We have failed. It's getting closer. My mamibid is getting closer, my head, falling upside down toward the city. The end has come. There is a paradise. We have failed. My head is plunging. The end has come. There is a paradise. We have failed. The train in the sky departs far away, where the tracks continue, piercing the sky, a disappearing dot heading out of the city. Something falls from the train door, as if coming straight down toward me. White scales glitter. Paradise. My vision disappears. Failure. Into someone's mouth, shattering into pieces, my spine breaking, falling somewhere down here. Ugh. Being chewed. Crun. Fade to black. Death. Asterisk death confirmed. End restart. Hyok. I raised my head. Pain, a strange pain, pa. Huh? What kind of pain is this? I don't know. I blinked and sat up. I was sitting on a chair in the department store's first-floor lobby. It seemed I had dozed off while waiting for something. What was I waiting for? I don't know. But it's not that important. Let's just go home for now. I have no idea what I was thinking, coming to a department store first thing in the morning. Was it because of the pop-up store? I put my smartphone in my pocket and stood up from my seat. Just then, something fell out of my front pocket with a thud. A doll. There's a rabbit doll. Did I buy this? Rummaging through my pocket, besides the smartphone, a silver button-like coin also comes out. Merchandise. Did I buy something like this too? I'm not sure. Shrugging, I put the coin back. Well, I must have gotten it from somewhere. I tucked the doll back into my arms for now, and headed for the department store lobby doors. Out of Segweng Metropolitan City's Hanbit department store. CR8 thoughts I love Kim Solium. Don't even ask me what the fuck happened while he fell from the train because I have no fucking clue. I'm just as confused. Chapter 333. The weather in Segweng Metropolitan City was very nice today. Stepping out of Hanbit department store, I took a deep breath in and out. There was no yellow dust, and the weather wasn't as hot as I'd expected, making it perfectly pleasant. The faces of the people walking around seemed bright, too. I smiled, walking on the sidewalk to avoid a broadcast station vehicle passing by. Why am I in such a good mood today? My mind was at ease, like when you come home to rest after a long trip. Maybe it was because I had just left the department store. Or maybe it was because there's less fine dust here than in Seoul. It could also be because it's the day before Children's Day. I opened my smartphone to check the date. Monday, May 4th. It was Monday, just after the weekend, but knowing I'd be able to rest again tomorrow made me feel oddly cheerful. Was that why I was in such a good mood? Even though I had to go to work now. A lunch meeting. No, on second thought, that was still better than a dinner meeting. Still, if that was the case, why had I taken a day off? It wasn't like I'd taken consecutive days starting from the weekend, so using a day off just to visit a department store felt, no matter how I looked at it, completely irrational. It doesn't seem important. The client meeting was probably scheduled suddenly, after I had already planned to take the day off. Right, what's important is what I have to do from now on. Let's just go to the meeting. I held back a sigh and started walking. I had some time to spare, and since the weather was nice, I decided to walk instead of taking the subway. To the lunch appointment. Kim Solium, I always say this, but you seem like a really good person. Haha, come on, Section Chief Park. It's because you're a good person that you see me in a good light. The client meeting itself wasn't that difficult. For one, since it wasn't a dinner meeting, there was no drinking, which made it less burdensome. Also, we already knew each other. The platform was always the one with the upper hand, but as long as the companies weren't too far apart in size, there was a general atmosphere of mutual respect. At times like this, I felt truly fortunate to have landed a job at a large corporation. That didn't mean the person I was entertaining wasn't the one in power, though. Oh, so even if you study hard and get into a good place, you still have to do this kind of unproductive work. Just how much this Republic of Korea. Helata. Making money isn't easy. This person probably likes talking to cheerful young people, which is why they sent a junior employee like me to this meeting. Just don't step on any landmines, who? With desperate survival moves, I steered the conversation toward topics that were as smooth and personal as possible. Fortunately, as we finished our meal and stepped outside, I found another topic of conversation. My kid goes here. Is your child's school right over there? I smiled brightly, looking at the high school building the client was pointing at. Sekwang Technical High School. It seemed to be a type of Meister High School, receiving a lot of support from the city for technical education programs. Then the person's finger pointed beyond the high school to a massive glass building. See that? It's a library, and I'm quite pleased because it seems to have a good influence on the academic atmosphere. A good learning environment is certainly important. You've sent your child to a good place. It's a rule to enthusiastically agree when a superior or a person of high status boasts about their child. Looking at the huge library building visible beyond the high school, I reacted with appropriate sincerity. Usually when I'm sweating like this, I get a reaction back. What a splendid response, my friend. 1. Was there someone who said such a phrase? The pleasant voice seemed like it should be memorable, meaning I must have heard it often somewhere. I think I heard it on TV. Kim Solium. Yes, manager. Oops, the meeting. I pushed aside the thought that was about to deepen and smiled at the client. I could look it up later. Then your child must be in class right now. That's right, the school is dead quiet. Doesn't that show a proper atmosphere? Helata. It was then. I saw someone running out of the high school's main gate. The person hurriedly leaving the school was wearing neat casual clothes, not a uniform. Looks sharp, a student teacher. Oh, that could be. However, as the person ran across the crosswalk on the other side, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a name tag with a cute design pinned to their chest that read, Counselor. A student probably made it for them. I'd heard that high schools these days have teachers who provide professional counseling, so it seemed this person was one of them. They're taking the subway, don't they have a car? Helata. He really loves talking about other people. That taxi, I called it. Well, I'll be heading off for today, Solium. Yes, please have a safe trip. I saw the client off as they left in the taxi. As I did, my gaze happened to fall in the same direction, on that counselor who was running far away toward the subway station. They looked somehow familiar. I felt like I had seen that back somewhere before. A stinging pain shot through my hand. Startled, I yanked my hand out of my pocket. Static electricity. It was strange, as it was painfully sharp for that. Still, I took out the only metal object that was in my pocket. A silver coin. The object, which had been in my possession for some time now, had become tarnished and black. What is this? I tried wiping it with my hand, but it was no use. Could it be made of some bad material? Just as I was contemplating throwing it away, the silver surface of the coin glinted in the sunlight. It was dazzling. When I reflexively lifted my head, I saw a glass window reflecting the sunlight. A window of Sekwang Technical High School. With a strange feeling, I approached the high school building. As if possessed by something, I drew closer to the school's wall. Hey! I looked up. Someone was calling me from a window at the far end of the 3rd floor, on the school building's exterior. A student with dyed hair and piercings, loosely wearing a uniform, was waving and shouting at me. What were they saying? Down there. I lowered my head again. Looking again, I saw a note lying near the wall. It seemed that student had accidentally dropped this note out of the window. Can you pick it up for me? You can just crumple it and throw it. Sure. Was it a note they were passing with a friend during class? I picked it up, and before folding it again to throw it up, I casually read the contents. Just stay here. I folded the note very small so it wouldn't fly away, then threw it over the window. Thank you. The dyed-hair student, who, contrary to their appearance, thanked me politely, snatched the note in one go and disappeared beyond the window. Until I finished the Americano in my hand, I stood there blankly in front of the school wall for a moment for some reason. Because of a strange feeling. I returned home. My studio apartment was a two-room layout, neatly divided into a living room and a bedroom. Even after taking the bus home, I still had some time left. Let's enjoy the day off. I ordered some chicken first, and enjoying the comfort of a familiar place, I sat in front of the living room window and opened it slightly. The breeze was cool. Living alone isn't so bad. My parents live in Bundang, and my younger sibling runs a dessert shop in that area, famous as a local hotspot. I aloned. No, I was assigned to Segweng Metropolitan City, and am living here. Well, I go down to see them every weekend. Sometimes, when my sibling says they're busy because of some trendy dessert, I get hired as a worker for the weekend. Wow, Kim Solium, you're really good at this. Just quit your job and come work here. And when I smacked them, they'd panic and shout, time out, Hyung. It feels like it was just yesterday. How heartwarming. Come to think of it, it wasn't like yesterday, it really was yesterday. I must have gone down over the weekend. It's spacious so I can breathe. Speaking of my apartment, since the housing prices in Segweng Metropolitan City aren't as crazy as in Seoul, I could have gotten a bigger place. Why did I sign the contract for this specific one? I guess I was trying to save money. I shrugged, took off my suit jacket, and was about to get ready for a shower. But at the very first movement, my hand brushed against something soft, and I grabbed it. I put my hand in my pants pocket and took out what was inside. A pink rabbit doll. I could let the silver coin slide, but I really had no idea where this came from. If I were to consider the possibilities, I suppose I might have bought it at the department store. In the first place, why did I even take a day off to go to the department store today? I really have no idea. Was it an impulse? Now that I looked at it, the doll seemed to be a very high-end model. It was plush and soft, and while it was almost frighteningly elaborate, there was something endearing about it. I turned the doll around to examine its appearance. The tag on its body had exquisite golden letters written on it, but they weren't in Hangul, so I couldn't read them. I pressed the rabbit doll's belly firmly. It made no sound. Really? I don't know what I was expecting. The trend of dolls that make a sound when you press their belly ended ages ago. What on earth was I thinking? Sorry, I acted foolishly. I pressed the rabbit doll's nose. I felt a smooth texture. After some thought, I washed my hands thoroughly again, then made a small spot on the side table with a cushion and a blanket, and placed the rabbit doll on it. The rabbit doll's black nose glistened under the soft lamplight. Comfortable. Of course, there was no answer. But feeling a strange awkwardness, I left as if to escape to take a shower. After washing up, I received the chicken that had arrived and sat in front of the TV. To be honest, it was more of an OTT streaming service than a TV. Nice. It was a mystery thriller drama. As long as I skipped the slightly gory scenes, it was fine to watch. Well, it's not like ghosts were popping out. But strangely, it was more uncomfortable to watch than before. Why? Especially when people's limbs were cut off, or when people died for someone else, my mood would rapidly worsen. It's not like the severed parts were shown explicitly. Why am I like this? I thought I was in a good mood today. I guess the energy boost from the good weather wore off from the draining meeting. I held back a sigh and turned off the OTT service. Then a little early, before the day was over, I lay down in bed and turned on my smartphone. It felt like there was something I always used to watch like this, but I couldn't quite remember. What was it? Was it shorts? But it didn't feel that familiar. I kept browsing the internet, but without getting any particular comfort or dopamine hit, I turned off my smartphone. Then I turned my head and jumped in fright. There was a giant black shadow of a person on the wall. Eck! But looking again, it was the shadow of the rabbit doll I had placed on the side table. Huh? This is so embarrassing, even though no one's here. This is like jumping at the sight of a pot lid after being startled by a turtle. After calming my pounding heart, I looked at the rabbit doll's shadow again. The shadow flickered from the streetlight and car headlights streaming in from outside the window, making it look as if it were moving, but that was all. The doll did not move. Obviously. Let's just sleep. I shrugged, buried my head in the pillow, and lowered my head, chewing on a lingering feeling that was strangely one of disappointment. And I fell asleep. May 4th came to an end. I woke up in the first-floor lobby of the department store. It seems I dozed off while waiting for something. What was I waiting for? I don't know. But it's not that important. Let's just go home. Who? I put my smartphone in my pocket and stood up. As I did, something fell out of my front pocket. A doll. There's a rabbit doll. Did I buy this? I rummaged through my pocket, and besides the smartphone, a tarnished, silver button-like coin also came out. Merchandise. Did I buy this too? But it looks too worn for that. I don't know. Shrugging, I put the coin back. Well, I must have gotten it from somewhere. I tucked the doll back into my arms for now, and headed for the department store lobby doors. Out of Segweng Metropolitan City's Hanbit department store. It repeated like that 612 times. A memory it looks similar to how bronze lines looked in Part 1, CH1208, so I just wanted to clarify. CR8TRS thoughts I love Kim Solium. I'm pretty sure this is the entire chapter. It felt a bit short, but if anyone has the chance to double-check on Kakao, I would be grateful. Chapter 334. I opened my eyes. It was a refreshing morning. I walked out of the department store lobby as if it were familiar. May 4th had begun. Peaceful weather, a peaceful day, a rabbit doll in my hand, and a silver coin in my breast pocket. Though it's already so tarnished it looks almost black. But that's no problem. May 4th is a good day, I am happy. It would be a good day even if I greeted it hundreds, thousands of times. Of course, that's impossible. Mr. Kim Solium. Good morning. For some reason, the client I'm entertaining feels familiar. As if I entertain him every day? Ha ha ha. We are now heading to the high school his daughter supposedly attends. My kid goes here. Is your child's school right over there? Excellent, May 4th is a good day. Afterward, the counselor, who comes running out of the high school, rushes to the subway station. For some reason, the counselor feels welcome and familiar to my eyes, as if we already knew each other. Ha ha ha. But now I'm more familiar with the sight of his back, as if I've been watching only his back for a very, very long time. I see him off. No, I see off the client who is returning home in a taxi. The school counselor goes down into the subway station. Please get home safely. And I, holding an Americano, lift my head. I watch the people walking the sidewalks of Segweng Metropolitan City on this fine May 4th. I leisurely observe the daily lives of the people I pass. My fingers are tingling. It's been prickling like static electricity for a while, but it's bearable. It's fainter than I thought. I have a feeling this pain sparking from the coin should be more intense, but it must be my imagination. I've never had an experience like this before May 4th. As if it were familiar, I take out the coin to check it. It's pitch black. Far from reflecting the sunlight, it's pitch black. It's hard to even call it metal anymore. A dirty thing, so caked in grime that it can't even properly spark with static. Where on earth did I get this dirty coin? Wouldn't it be better to throw it away? I hesitated, then slowly put the coin in my pocket. Because a faint trace of silver still remains, because there's no need to throw it away. Let's go home. It feels like there was something more I was supposed to do, but it's impossible. People are creatures who cannot realize things unless the conditions are met. To follow the glimmer of the silver coin, to lift one's eyes and find the sun-reflected window, to head for the high school, the coin must first glimmer. If it doesn't, I have no reason to look at the high school window. I walked home. The cold drink makes my hand cold. And I passed the high school. Transfer student. Pick up the note for me. I froze. I lifted my head. There was no one in the window. When I lowered my head again, I saw a white note that had fallen in a familiar shape at the bottom of the wall. I picked it up and opened the note. Just stay here. Please. I folded the note, folded it small, and then put it in my pocket. Because there's no one in the window. There's no need to throw the note to send it over the window. So this was a reasonable action. I returned home. I took the rabbit doll out from my pocket. I made a spot for the rabbit doll with a blanket and a cushion and placed it on top. When I press its belly, no sound comes out. Strange. I don't know what's strange. Everything was peaceful, and daily life is proceeding without any particular problems. The sky is blue, and people are living well. I also spent today well. Now I will wash up, eat dinner, watch TV, and then fall asleep. What is the problem? The world is normal, perfectly normal. I reached out my hand. As I took out the rabbit doll, something that had come along with it was stuck to the doll's back. A crumpled note. When I unfold the page, the phrase written inside is revealed. Just stay here. Please. I open the drawer under the nightstand. I take out a pen from inside and scribble in the blank space of the note. No. I folded the note and put it in my pocket. And I kicked the door open and went outside. Hyok. I run until I'm out of breath. The streets of Segweng Metropolitan City, where the sun is setting, rush past me. Without taking the bus, I ran the distance of 3 or 4 subway stops with my own 2 feet, which felt strange. And I arrive again. At Segweng Technical High School. The lit-up Segweng Technical High School was there, silent. Since it wasn't evening yet, the school was in operation. But all the windows were firmly shut. Inside, warm lights and classrooms were faintly visible. I stepped inside the school's main gate. 3rd floor. I will go to where the student with the dyed hair who spoke to me was and return the note. I don't know how I know about the dyed hair. But I will do it. I walked toward the school building. 1 step, another step, I went inside and the main entrance grew closer. And so I set foot in front of the high school's main entrance door, and when I gently opened the door, there was no one inside. The school was completely empty. No students, no teachers, no security guards. Only the indoor lights, which felt vaguely warm, illuminated the place. The view of the bright interior of the empty school was eerie and hollow. I stood frozen in the entrance, then turned my head. A piece of notebook paper is taped to the main door. Nap time. I stumbled out of the main entrance and back outside the school. And when I turned my head, I could still see the school, with its bright lights and the sound of students' laughter. Strange. Strange, strange. Let's go home. Not my studio apartment, my family home. I had to check. I opened my smartphone and searched. Setting Segweng Metropolitan City as the starting point, I searched for transportation going down to Bundang. No, going up to Bundang. That's right, I'll take the subway to Segweng Station, then take the high-speed rail. That'll work. Yes, let's go that way. I checked for a subway station near the high school, and I ran and went down into the subway station. I opened my eyes. It was a refreshing morning. I walked out of the department store lobby as if it were familiar. May 4th had Baek. No. No, no. No. I burst out of the department store doors. I could see the sight of Segweng Metropolitan City with pedestrians coming and going. Familiarly. Wait a minute. I gasped for breath. I reflexively raised my hand and rummaged through my pockets, finding the silver coin and the rabbit doll. The coin was completely tarnished, as if it were dead black. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I panted at the premonition that stabbed at my mind. I surely. Didn't I see this coin when it was silver? That was, let's see, when was it? May 4th. Wasn't yesterday May 4th too? No. The day before that too. And the yesterday before that. And the yesterday of the yesterday before that. And the yesterday of 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 the yesterday. Hyuka. I gasped for breath. May 4th is May 4th. May 4th, and then May 4th again. What is this? It's a nightmare, right? It has to be a nightmare, right? Then how much of it is a nightmare? Am I still dreaming right now, or have I finally woken up from the dream and this is reality? I pinched my arm as if to tear it. A sharp pain shot up my arm. It's not a dream. If so, I snapped to my senses and ran. To Sekwang Technical High School. Hyok. I'm out of breath. I hurriedly entered the high school's main gate, and I ran to the main entrance and grabbed the door. Hey, young man. I turned my head. A security guard came running out of the small guard booth near the main gate. Show me your entry permit. Pardon? A permit? Due to recent safety issues, all outsiders need to get permission to enter the school. The security guard looks at me suspiciously, with an expression that says, "What's wrong with this perfectly normal-looking person?" I wiped my sweat-drenched hands and answered as calmly as possible. I'm sorry, I'm looking for a student. They dropped something. What is it? Well, a note. Pardon? He's going to drop a note soon. But that's after the client meeting. No, but there's definitely something. I had to check inside this high school. That's right. Excuse me, could I meet this school's counselor? What? His eyes look at me as if I'm absurd. The counselor isn't coming to work these days. Pardon? I'm telling you he's on vacation, so he's not here. But why are you looking for him? What? But surely... Surely what? The guard's eyes were increasingly changing to look at something suspicious, and I was getting more and more confused. Check, just one check. I felt like if I could just look inside the school once, if I could just confirm that there were a lot of students inside, I felt like I could be relieved that this was reality and turn back. So I kept glancing at the school building. And then I saw it. A paper note fluttering down from a window. I ran and caught it. I could hear the flustered guard chasing after me from behind, but I focused all my attention on unfolding the note. So it should definitely be the sentence, "Just stay here." Stop it. I looked at the window. There was no one there. I came home. I left the school as if chased out by the security guard. It seemed like it was about to become a situation where they would call the police, so I couldn't insist on going in any more recklessly. Because it felt like reality. No, because I couldn't be sure at all that it wasn't reality. What on earth is this place? A suffocating, eerie, and unknowable anxiety within the peace throbs in my head. What am I doing? What is May 4th? Why isn't it ending? Is it over now? Strange, I need to organize the strange points. Right. I picked up a pen. I organized them with my throbbing head, the strange points. Department store, why did I wake up here? Counselor. Note. Silver coin. And there's one more thing, I don't know where it came from. Rabbit doll. I took the rabbit doll out of my pocket. Instead of making a spot for it on the nightstand with a blanket, I carefully, urgently, sat it on the bed. And I speak desperately. Hello. No reply. What is this situation? Do you happen to know? There's no way there would be a reply. But why do I keep asking? Why isn't it working? There's no way a reply would come from a rabbit doll. I grip the rabbit doll tightly with both hands. I feel its soft texture. That was all. For some reason, I felt like something was surging up from within me. No, if so. How about this? I took out the note I had received earlier from my pocket. Strange points. I'm going to leave this note, so if you can read it, I'd like you to. I'm curious what this means. I placed the note carefully in front of the doll. After a moment of thought, I rummaged through the nightstand, took out a pen, and laid it down in front of it as well. Then I looked away, left the bedroom entirely, and washed up. I felt a strange sense of anticipation. It felt like something would change. Since I left the strange things together, wouldn't something bizarre happen? And when I carefully entered the bedroom again, I saw it. Nothing had changed. In front of the rabbit doll on the bed, the note and pen were just as I had left them. I hurriedly unfolded the note, but... Stop it. It was the same. Something surged up from within my chest. I picked up the pen and scribbled a reply. No. I crumpled the note fiercely and threw it at the window. Ting, it hits the studio apartment window and bounces off. I ran over and unfolded the note again, but there was no change. I hit the window with my fist. Thud, thud. I repeated it a few times. My knuckles bruised, but eventually the window cracked and then shattered. Broken glass shards embedded themselves in the back of my hand. I could see outside through the gap in the shattered window, but nothing had changed. Nothing. A peaceful Segweng metropolitan city, a moment on May 4th. Nothing at all is happening. No. Something about this was strange. It wasn't right. Something that should be happening isn't happening. Why isn't the situation changing? Why? If I've noticed, shouldn't something change? Shouldn't it go back to normal? What is back to normal? I sat in front of the TV. Let's just wait like this. I won't sleep. I'll wait for May 4th to pass. If I wait until midnight, maybe there will be a change. I can do it. I put on something random from an OTT service. A children's animation starts playing. I watch it. I watch and watch. May 4th ended. I opened my eyes. It was a refreshing morning. I walked out of the department store lobby as if it were familiar. May 4th had beg. Please. I slammed my head against the department store wall. But nothing changed. Screams erupted around me and guards restrained me and sent me out of the department store. I faintly heard someone in the crowd say an ambulance should be called. I fled the scene as if escaping. Fear blossoms. But as if to calm that fear, the everyday scenery and my good-conditioned mind make me feel serene. This ominous serenity. Hyuk. I came to my studio apartment. The window I had broken was fine, and nothing had changed. The rabbit doll was back in my pocket. I frantically dug for it and took it out, holding it in my hand. Just that brought a strange sense of relief. But the silver coin that was in my other pocket. No, I can't call it that anymore. I dropped the coin on the nightstand. The silver coin was now so blackened that no silver was visible. Not at all. The shape of the emblem isn't even properly visible. What is it? What am I forgetting? I can't figure it out. I can't escape. As if I'm not supposed to escape, as if I'm supposed to be here. Should I just stay? I can enjoy a peaceful and quiet daily life, can't I? May 4th is a perfect day. A warm, clear day, a day I can take off from work and enjoy. A day that's even more joyous because the next day is Children's Day, so I can rest one more day. A vibrant day being the day after the weekend. I sat on the bed. I will tidy the top of the nightstand and make a spot for the rabbit doll with a cushion and a blanket. I will set it there comfortably, and I too will lie peacefully in bed. I grabbed the blanket and folded it, just as I did on the last May 4th, a soft blanket. I unfolded the blanket again. I saw something I hadn't seen before. Something strangely conspicuous, a trivial detail of today, a byproduct of an action, but an element that caught my eye now. The pattern on the blanket is a white lizard. I turned my head. As if I shouldn't be caught by someone, I looked around, then looked at the blanket again. Lizard. It was a character not usually used on blankets, even more so with such a peculiar color combination of a white body and red eyes. Aside from that, it strangely weighs on my mind. As if it's a symbol of something. A symbol of whom, you ask? Manager. Mr. Roe, dear. My hand slipped from the blanket. Chapter 335. My studio apartment in Segweng Metropolitan City. I stare blankly as a human hand suddenly juts out from under a white lizard-patterned blanket. Witnessing a situation that is realistically impossible, I feel a deep sense of shock and relief. Without even knowing why I feel it. Mr. Roe, dear. Someone under the blanket speaks to me. I don't know why I'm being called Roe, dear. But my mouth opens. Do you know me? Yes. You, what kind of manager are you? Why am I calling you manager? It is not important. The hand, clad in a black glove, that has emerged from the blanket speaks. I gulp. Why am I trapped on May 4th? What is this situation? It is the situation you wished for. What? No, that can't be. It can't be. What in the world is he talking about? When I think about how many times, just how many times I've repeated May 4th, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. It's a wonder I haven't gone mad. The only thing that lets me endure is that May 4th is a truly peaceful and good day. A good day. A good daily life. Is May 4th a good day that holds special meaning for me? I do not know. Am I obsessed with May 4th, unable to escape? No. Then what in the world is this situation? Do you wish for a deduction? Yes. A dry, calm male voice is heard from under the blanket. This place is a projection of your wish to return home. I don't know what you mean. Why am I so shocked? Mr. Roe Deer's wishes to return home, so I surmise that this wish has been projected. What does that mean? I want to go home. Then I should be returning to my family's house in Bundang. Right, shouldn't I have returned to a weekend like that, one where I sometimes help out at my younger sibling's dessert cafe? Why would I have wished to return to today, living alone in a different region? That is... in reality. I swallowed. What state am I in? There is no answer. What kind of state am I in this state, that I would wish for this day, May 4th, to repeat forever? Mr. Roe Deer. Why am I Roe Deer? He calls me by an unfamiliar title. For the first time, I feel a sense of fear from it. What state am I in? I am's. Calm yourself. Do you wish for my deduction? Yes. Wishing for May 4th to repeat is another mechanism. The fear subsides at the calmness of the voice. It is a day specially recreated, your wish having been influenced by the Segweng metropolitan city disaster. Disaster? At that word I grow strangely anxious, and a cold sweat beads on my temples. I deduced that this phenomenon occurred due to its interaction with your wish. Wish. At that moment, a word flashes through my mind. Children's Paradise Syrup. The prototype of the wish ticket, the wish-granting potion. And the research institute that tried to use it for Segweng Metropolitan City's project, and the result of the horrific disaster that seemed to have occurred there. What does that mean? What is this knowledge? Where did it come from? I held back the bile rising in my throat. My head, pickled in the tranquility of 612 repetitions, spins with a bizarre noise. And, manager, I panted, looking at the blanket. It seems your arm has come out further from the blanket. Yes. It was getting longer and longer. Now it was out from under the blanket enough to almost show the shoulder. It had been sticking out motionlessly, but at some point. There shouldn't be any space between the nightstand and the blanket, yet it was as if someone was hiding in the gap of the blanket and was now emerging. Or as if the blanket itself was mutating. Is that good? No. The impassive voice echoes from within the blanket. It means the time you have to leave this place, by using the blanket as a point of alien dissonance, is decreasing. Then I'll leave right now, since it must be dangerous. But, no, yes. I stare blankly at the right arm that has almost completely emerged from the blanket. What does that mean? Considering the traumatic situation you will soon experience in reality, there is a probability that it is safer to remain here. If you choose to remain, leave the blanket as it is. There are 10 minutes and 32 seconds left. I stared blankly at the hand that had emerged from the blanket. It might be safer here. Yes. I looked behind me. A pleasant spring day. The scenery of Segweng Metropolitan City on May 4th, a day with yesterday and tomorrow off, unfolded beyond the living room's picture window. Forever? Can you tell me exactly what is happening in reality? Impossible. Can you tell me what situation you are in right now? The situation we are in, I mean. Impossible. In that case, my mouth slowly opens. I'll leave anyway. It wasn't just for the simple, certain reason that I felt like I'd go crazy if I stayed here any longer. I want to know what in the world this situation is. Frustration. A desire to investigate the truth of the situation and its solution. That motivation, powerful to a slightly eccentric degree, sets a firm direction within me. And one last thing. I grinned, breaking out in a cold sweat. And it seems like it'd be even scarier to just stay like this, not knowing anything. Understood. The voice that answered was just as impassive. but for some reason, I had the feeling that the snout of the white lizard character on the blanket had curved into a smile. Then prepare yourself. Prepare? What should I do? Pack the things you will take with you. I shot up from my seat. I looked around the familiar studio apartment, then spotted the rabbit doll I'd left on the bed. The one that had been in my pocket for hundreds of repetitions. Is it okay if I take this with me? Not recommended. For some reason, I reflexively glanced at the rabbit doll. 7 minutes and 24 seconds remaining. Damn it, I thought for a brief moment, then picked up the rabbit doll and spoke. Even if it's not recommended, there must be a reason this doll has been with me all this time. And also, by any chance, does the rabbit doll originally talk? No. A few. What was I expecting? As I thought, talking to a rabbit doll is a stupid thing to do. A stuffed doll cannot speak. No, I mean I'm not talking about a normal doll. I meant specifically this rabbit doll. Can this doll speak? I see. And a plain answer comes. Yes. I looked at the rabbit doll. At its 2 eyes black as pebbles. Is it by any chance talking right now? Yes. Why can't I hear it? I surmise it is because that is a necessary precondition to realize Mr. Roe Deer's wish. I don't know what that means. But I ask in a trembling voice. What is it saying? If you can hear it, can you relay it to me? Yes. Friend, this brawn is okay. Brawn? Brawn? I carefully called out to the rabbit doll. No answer came back, but I took good care of the rabbit doll, and this time I put it in my front pocket, not my side pocket. I feel a sense of stability. Excuse me, does this coin have any meaning? It's been turning blacker and blacker each time I repeat May 4th. It stings, too. I do not know. Do you wish for a deduction? Yes. Discoloration is a common sign when a protection talisman takes on contamination in your stead. A protection talisman. Also, the stinging is presumed to be a stimulus to give you a sense of dissonance. It is possible another is sending you a signal through the coin. Another? But it's only me here, isn't it? I've experienced today alone dozens, no, maybe hundreds of times. I feel a sense of unease, a restlessness like I need to check something quickly. What am I forgetting? 5 minutes and 14 seconds remaining. I'm ready. I immediately went to the front of the blanket. The dissonance I had noticed, the human arm, had now emerged from within the blanket past the shoulder, almost revealing the entire upper body. Finally, the faint outline of a head could be seen under the single blanket. It's a human jawline. Did it originally look like that? I feel like it looked more avant-garde. Grab it. After a deep breath, I grabbed the arm without delay. Then I began to be pulled into the blanket with a terrifying force. Thud as my head slammed into the blanket. The fabric billowed and then covered my facial features. As if I were pinned down by sleep paralysis. The unique soft texture wrapped around my head, but the sensation was brief. It soon covered every opening on my face without a gap. Why? Wait. I can't breathe. In my frustration, I reached for the blanket but couldn't grab it, just as I was about to struggle in the pressure and blocked vision. All of those sensations disappear. There's no smell, no sight, no sound. Inside the blanket, the beautiful day of May 4th that I had experienced vanished from my senses, unreachable even if I stretched out my hand or struggled. It's gone now. At that fact, a strange surge of emotion wells up, more than just liberation. But I was still there, and I soon realized. My consciousness, my emotions, and pouring back in, a self-awareness like a sense. I realized why I was called Roe Deer. It was a nickname I got when I worked at Daydream Inc. And Daydream Inc. was a ghost story company that appeared in the Darkness Exploration record. One day I was sucked into this ghost story worldview. I met various characters, people who appeared on the wiki and people who didn't. All that pain and happiness. A sense of purpose. And after all that, my wish is still to go home. Right. I remember telling Section Chief Lizard that story. I knew the identity of the hand that came out of the blanket. The leader of Field Investigation, Team D. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. I opened my eyes. Pain, agony, and the familiar head of a white lizard come into view. That reptilian alien was holding my body, as if pulling me out from somewhere. What the... Even in the pain, I feel like laughing. I was saved again, thanks to him. Phew. It seems I was trapped in a looping ghost story where the day repeated. How many times did it repeat? 612, 613? Wait, just thinking about it makes my head spin. I tried my best to dismiss it all as a dream. I can't let my mind get sucked into that again. Get a grip. And I shook my head. Now I just need to coordinate with Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun to get out. Then I can figure out the situation. I looked at Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's movements. He isn't moving. Manager. I lowered my head. He's not there. There is nothing below Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's waist. I twisted my body. The hand that was holding me let go. The torso of Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, only his upper body remaining, fell downwards. Thud. With a short, cruel sound. Just now. What just happened? This is weird. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, Employee D, he's not supposed to die like this. He becomes a team leader. What is this? What just happened? I reached out my hand to retrieve that upper body and stood up. But I realize it's impossible because I barely have any limbs either. My body is attached to a giant sphere, screaming, along with other mouths making the same sound. The end has come. There is a paradise. We have failed. What is this? What is this? What state am I in right now? I look at the empty air. A train is coming from far away. A train, the train is rushing over, passing above us, passing over our heads and going far away. To the outside. Why? The end has come. There is a paradise. We have failed. My body is being sucked into the sphere, pulled in further. No. I twisted my body. As my body rolls, my remaining lower half is crushed underneath and momentarily separates, falling off. Splat, my body falls to the floor. I began to crawl through the ruins. The bleeding becomes severe. My consciousness grows faint. The pain becomes dull. There's something behind me. I have to get away. I can't get stuck to that again. I don't want to. I'm not yet. Not yet. Mr. Roe dear. This is as far as you go. Died. HK Hyok. I raised my head. The familiar sight of the department store lobby came into view. No. I'm back to May 4th. I wish it were a dream. No, I staggered up from the chair and tried to run to my studio apartment. My friend, are you all right? Now I am here. Hurry and check your front pocket. I lowered my head. I searched my pockets. My hand, which had reflexively gone into my pants pocket, moves to my front pocket. And then... Braun, a soft rabbit doll, is in my front pocket, along with the pleasant voice of a show host. Your friend Braun is right here. Your good friend, the entertainer of the age who has endured a boring and obvious, repetitive scene spanning 613 days without skipping, is with you. Right. I caught my breath. I have to get a grip. The situation I'm in. I barely managed to pull out the experience from what feels like hundreds of days ago from my mind. I fell from the train. From the subway train that was crossing Segweng Metropolitan City and heading outside, the door next to the conductor's seat suddenly opened, and I fell to the city below. Completely exposed to an extinction-class disaster, and now in the midst of it. Did I return to May 4th again? First, it would be good to check the differences and similarities, Mr. Roe dear. I immediately began to check my condition. My clothes. It's not a suit. It's the outfit I wore on the train to pose as Agent Grapes. I'm wearing glasses. It's different. My mind calms down. But there is also a difference that sends a chill down my spine. The silver coin was gone. The coin avatar, imbued with the counselor's ego. It had turned black. I had a bad feeling. But there was no time to think about it for long. My smartphone began to ring. To be precise, the smartphones of everyone in the department store lobby who had been glancing at my crazy antics all ring in unison. Goosebumps ran down my spine. Feeling a premonition, I opened my smartphone. Segweng Metropolitan City, alert issued. An explosion suspected to be a terrorist attack has occurred near City Hall, believed to be a biochemical weapon lethal to the human body. As a chain of explosions is suspected, all civilians are to prepare for evacuation according to instructions and must not go outside under any circumstances. And so I realized, this is May 4th. But it's not the peaceful, beautiful May 4th I had experienced. It was May, the day right before Children's Day. First period was starting when a disaster alert suddenly came, said there was a terrorist attack at City Hall. The day of disaster. This is the day the extinction-class disaster occurred in Segweng Metropolitan City. But how? I definitely died falling from the train, and this should be a day from several years ago, so how? Wishing for May 4th to repeat is another mechanism. It is a day specially recreated, your wish having been influenced by the Segweng Metropolitan City disaster. My wish must have been for my peaceful home without ghost stories. If so, for the repeating May 4th I experienced to have been influenced by the Segweng Metropolitan City disaster means the repetition of a day. And so I figure out a new proposition. Alia. What is that? Faint screams began to be heard from somewhere outside the department store. But I, frozen in place, verbalized my realization. Segweng Metropolitan City. Inside this sealed-off city, this one day had been repeating endlessly. The day of disaster for hundreds, thousands of times. Eternally. And now I am trapped inside it. A shiver runs through my entire body. No. What should I do in this situation? Wait just a moment. The tattoos. Right, I got tattoos when I returned to my original body. I have to get those two out first. I urgently stuck my hand into the tattoo. Surely the two of them haven't been stuck in here for 612 days straight, right? Surely. They're not there. Neither Agent Bronze, nor Deputy Manager Yoonhage. They're not there. The space inside the tattoo, enough for two people, was completely empty. I feel like my mind is going hazy. No. I have to get a grip. Let's get a grips. I too just died and then came to my senses. Here in this department store this morning. Let's assume other people are in a similar situation. Perhaps the people who were in the tattoo have also been appropriately placed within this day of disaster. Bronze too, and Deputy Manager Yoonhae. Manager Lee Jahyun too. In that case, what I have to do now is find them. Alia. I looked outside the department store doors, where things were starting to get chaotic. And I ran out. Into May 4th of Segweng Metropolitan City, where the extinction-class disaster had just begun. CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. GSGW Kakyopid is on a short hiatus. Earliest upload will be January 7, depends on when the site I use gets updated. Chapter 336. That was a disaster alert just now, right? It's a terror attack, a terror attack. May 4th, Segweng Metropolitan City's day of disaster. A moment in the past. Near the Hanbit department store I had rushed out of that morning, the bustling street of Segweng City had not yet descended into pandemonium. But it was ominous. Just before something tremendous erupted, at its very starting point, I caught the scent of fear, an unfamiliar sensation. Tension. An atmosphere created by the disaster, alert that read, biochemical terror incident near City Hall. Search for a nearby shelter. Junseong, stop looking at that and let's go home, hurry. Are we just going to take the subway? What do we do? Doesn't it sound like there's a constant noise from over there? Someone's screaming, they're over there. I reflexively turned my head at those words. Far in the distance, down the street, was a rectangular glass building, only its upper part visible. The experience of living through a peaceful May 4th for 613 days in Segweng Metropolitan City told my mind what it was. Segweng City Hall. A disaster alert suddenly came in as first period was starting. It said there was a terror attack at City Hall. But the City Hall building was fine. It was clean and whole, as if no terror attack had occurred. The glass surface glinted in the sunlight. That's why the passers-by were also glancing toward City Hall, looking confused. Isn't the disaster alert just a mistake? Hey, but it says biochemical terror. Let's not get too close for now. However, thump. I felt it. A strange vibration was coming from the ground. Thump. At short intervals, a sound like a series of impacts, as if raindrops were pattering down. What's that? The murmuring of the crowd grew louder, as they seemed to notice it too. But the sound also grew louder. Thump. The next moment. What? Hey, that. The passers-by realized the source of the sound. It was the sound of people's footsteps. The sound of countless people walking. Thump. Oh, look over there, my friend. A close-up will be necessary. I turned my head. From the direction of City Hall, a group of people was walking around a crosswalk. They weren't running from something or screaming. Still, a large crowd of people is bound to draw attention, and the passers-by watched them, murmuring and speculating. What is it? I think they're cordoning off the street. Sounds of people saying it must be because of the terror attack, that of course the police would have come, that they saw on social media that fire trucks were there too, echoed from all over the street. I swallowed hard and watched the approaching crowd. And then, a sense of unease crept in. The people all had placid expressions, walking silently down the street without even talking to each other. This is weird. Their attire was also varied. A restaurant employee, an office worker, someone in a tracksuit, a cafe uniform. All these people were walking side by side on the sidewalk without any anxiety, impatience, or hesitation. Hey, look at that. Why are they all like that? But the unease didn't end there. The stream of people pouring onto the sidewalk continued, revealing new outfits of those following behind. A firefighter. Firefighters. Walking with placid expressions, they were in their orange response uniforms. There were even police officers behind them in the procession. Behind them, paramedics could be seen. All of them wore faint smiles. Behind them, injured people could be seen. People who looked like they should be in an ambulance were walking mixed in with ordinary pedestrians. The people who had responded to and gathered at the scene of the terror attack were marching in the exact state of that emergency. Hey, this is strange. Humans feel fear from unease. The people in the bustling area near the department store finally began to flinch and back away, or quickly raised their phones to record videos. Damn it. I slowly started to back away. My heart was pounding. And the next moment, beep, the sound of disaster alerts began to ring out from all directions. I checked my smartphone with a trembling hand. A chill ran down my spine. Segwang Metropolitan City. Alert cancelled, not terror, not weapon, not explosion, please be assured. Let's go together. And, yes. As the alert tones subsided, another sound could be heard. Humming. The melody of a small hum was faintly echoing in the air. Where is that coming from? And the next moment I realized. From everyone's mouths. Everyone staring at the disaster alert was humming. I realized the humming was also coming from my own mouth. The melody, which sounded familiar, was gradually turning from a muffled, faint sound into a specific tune. Fuck. I smacked myself in the face with my smartphone. The moment the dull pain brought me back to my senses. Alorg. I immediately turned and started running. Behind me, the screams were followed by a bizarre sound. What are you doing? Ugh. Why are you leaving? Oh my God. The faint shouts that had been coming from far away were now right behind me. The sound of flesh squelching, a crunching sound, a wailing sound, and the sound of footsteps. It's swelling, heek. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Don't look back. I have to get away. I have to get away. Survival instinct pushed me from behind. I ran holding my breath. For a moment, as I passed the glass wall of the department store on my left, a child inside, holding their parent's hand, cast a curious gaze at me. My breath caught in my throat. Beep. Segwang Metropolitan City. Not a disaster alert, please participate in the Walk event. Let's walk together. To paradise. Alerts rang out from all directions. I didn't read any further and put my smartphone away. No, why was I desperately running and bothering to take this out to read it in the first place? Wait a minute. Why am I seeing the department store entrance again? And then I realized. I was running in the opposite direction. At some point, I had turned around again and was running towards City Hall. The glass door of the department store was on my right. What? Let's go forward. Yunjin. I stopped my feet. I righted my body, which had almost fallen, and stumbled backward. I tried to lower my head, determined not to look ahead, but I caught a glimpse. The leg of a person who had joined the group from City Hall was swelling up. A relaxed and distinct hum was coming from my mouth. No. Someone pushed me and dashed forward. Hup. The humming that was coming from my mouth stopped for a moment. Fear, confusion, and panic spread like an infection. I made a split-second decision. I have to get away. But if I can't just run in the opposite direction of that procession, I have to get off the street. I swerved sharply and ran back into the department store. Close the door. Behind me, I heard the sound of the glass door closing and the sound of something splattering against the glass. Without hesitation, I madly sprinted across the first floor of the department store, heading for the exit on the opposite side. What's going on? People who didn't yet grasp the severity of the situation glanced over, then noticed the commotion in the lobby and started screaming. I kept running, leaving behind the sound of disaster alerts beginning to ring out in the lobby. Soon, the outdoor parking lot for cargo trucks came into view. I was out of the department store. The blue sky, the outdoor parking lot under the sunlight was peaceful, but the echo of screams and rupturing sounds could be heard from beyond. I looked at my now-quiet smartphone. Does the sound become audible when you get within a certain radius of that phenomenon? Damn it. Why did I suddenly land on the morning of the day of disaster? My head was spinning. What am I supposed to do? This Segweng metropolitan city is about to be destroyed, so how do I survive? No, first I have to find manager Lee Jae-hyun and the two people who were inside the tattoo. Now, my friend. Haste makes waste, as they say. Let's not squander your precious ideas and thoughts and think efficiently. First, shall we organize what Mr. Roe-dear knows? What I know? Right. It felt like a spark went off in my head. I know about this Segweng metropolitan city. The geography, locations, and transportation of this place, which I naturally learned while repeating a peaceful May 4th over 600 times. And even the past few months, I spent exploring the underground of Segweng metropolitan city after it became an extinction-class disaster. I know what is where in this Segweng metropolitan city, and how the various landmarks of this special city mutated after the day of disaster. If I reason backward, I know where everything is and what features they have. Then based on that, I can at least try something. I got up. First, find the people. Find the people who fell with me into the middle of this Segweng metropolitan city after getting off the train. There's a high probability that they're also trapped in this past. I had to think so. And this place was already a disaster. If this crazy May 4th was endlessly repeating in Segweng metropolitan city, I had to figure out a way to escape. Exploration and escape. Let's go. I made my decision. I took a deep breath and started walking. After some thought, I didn't turn off my smartphone. It also served as a notification that the disaster phenomenon was near. For now, I need to get away from Segweng City Hall, which seems to be the origin of the disaster. And I know for sure of at least one place where this disaster is temporarily delayed. Segweng Technical High School. The teachers hurriedly collected all our phones. They cut all the TV cables. And then they told us to close our eyes, cover our ears, and lie still. That means the students were fine at least until all that was done. They said they played classical music, and they were told to close their eyes and cover their ears. I was now beginning to vaguely guess what that all meant. And one of the teachers tried to go out. The counselor. I would be able to meet Ho Yuan too. You've decided on a destination, my friend. Buses are out. Following the roads would be a foolish thing to do, and the roads would be pandemonium by now. And I don't know when they might block the subway entrances. Wait a minute. While looking around the public outdoor parking lot connected to the department store's cargo lot, I spotted something. Bicycle rack. In one corner, there were 7 or 8 bicycles chained up. And so, a short while later, I'm sorry. I was riding a bicycle. I picked the oldest, dustiest one that the owner probably wasn't coming back for, so at least the owner wouldn't be devastated to find their bike stolen while trying to escape. I have to stick to the alleys. I started riding toward the high school, avoiding people and taking small streets and paths between buildings instead of the main roads. What's going on? Hey, get back inside the cafe. What are those people? The bicycle skillfully weaved through the narrow paths, dodging the panicked people. The bicycle riding skills I honed at the Disaster Management Bureau were shining in a strange place. No, on second thought, since I'm going to find people in a supernatural disaster, this might be the perfect situation. Alig. I snapped my head around. Right in front of me, people pouring out of an alley next to a convenience store tumbled in front of my bike. Damn it. I barely managed to jump over them, nearly tripping. It looked like 5 or 6 people had fallen. I steadied the bike and shouted, "Are you all right?" It seemed like someone had tripped while turning a corner while running out of the alley, causing a pileup. One of the fallen people got up in a hurry, without answering, and started running. I shouted after him, "Go in the opposite direction of City Hall. Avoid the main roads." "Get up." Heek. The others started to get up and run, pushing or helping each other, but one middle-aged man couldn't get up. Ugh. A high school student who had been at the bottom of the pile was instead helping the middle-aged man up. Damn it. This might be a completely meaningless act, but I ended up stopping the bike to help them. It was the moment I turned my body. Someone was standing in the side alley. The figure of a person holding a cell phone. From the phone in their hand, disaster alerts were incessantly going off. A civilian of Segwang Metropolitan City in everyday clothes, wearing a floral patterned dress. But, it was swelling. I could hear humming. The melody was becoming more and more distinct. It was making a soft humming sound, and staggering it was walking this way. A disaster alert rang from my phone too. The top of my head tingled. I got off the saddle and pushed the bike in front of the alley where it was. Go. The middle-aged man, finally helped up by the high school student, started running frantically. I wanted to scream and run away with them. It's already infiltrating the alleys. It was a relief that there were only a few of them. Get out of here fast. I clenched my teeth and prepared to run again. I figured I'd use my own 2 feet for now and switch to a bike if I found one. But then I saw it. The high school student who had helped the middle-aged man was heading in the direction where I had pushed the bike. I immediately grabbed the high school student and kicked the bike again. I suppressed the humming that was about to come out of my mouth again, turned and ran. The high school student, half dragged along, started running on his own. And around the time, I was sure the disaster alerts were no longer ringing. Hyok. I finally stopped when I found a rack with a few public-use bicycles. Then I turned my head toward the high school student who was still following me. Are you all? And I froze. The uniform this high school student was wearing was one I recognized. Sekwang High. I reflexively raised my head. And stopped completely. Huyuke, yes, thank you. Ryu Yigwan. Agent Bronze, in the form of a high school student, was gasping for breath. CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. Sorry about the inconsistent uploads. I caught a cold and had a bad couple of weeks. But I can't give any promises that the upload schedule will improve since I have 2 upcoming tests that decide my grade in those subjects. Either way, I really appreciate each and every one of you for reading this translation. Chapter 337. Agent Bronze, why is he in a Sekwang High uniform looking so young? My mind almost went blank at the insane situation, but I immediately collected myself and started to assess what was happening. Agent Bronze looked slightly younger than his high school appearance I'd seen in the Dark Shadow ghost story. And it wasn't just the uniform that was different. His expression and aura clearly showed his youth. Excuse me. And he doesn't recognize me. Has he been assimilated into the Segwang Special City ghost story? Just like me, placed as a suitable civilian of Segwang Special City on May 4th. Wait a minute. If all my companions who fell in here are in this state, then how on earth am I supposed to get them out? How do I convince them? The relief of finding a companion was brief, and I was immediately faced with another urgent choice. I desperately racked my brain. Meanwhile, the high school student Ryu Yigwin, who had run after me, caught his breath and chose his words. "The bicycle from before, are you all right?" "I'm fine." I looked at his face, which was still so youthful. His expression was a mix of bewilderment and concern, but he was calm for someone his age who had just witnessed something straight out of a ghost story happen in reality. Agent Bronze did say he was first caught up in a ghost story and rescued by the Disaster Management Bureau when he was a student. Could he have been reverted to a point even before that? No, what's important right now is how to get him to come with me. I pretended to look at the uniform of the student, who had no name tag, and asked, "More importantly, are you a student?" "Yes." "Is your destination by any chance Sekwang High School? That looks like their uniform." "It is, but—" "That's great, I'm heading that way too." I then approached the public bike rack and started smashing the bike locks with a rock. It'll be difficult to rent a public bike with a smartphone now. This will be faster than trying in vain. On your way here, did you see anyone swelling up, or a disaster alert? Yes. From now on, only listen for the alarm and never check the disaster alert. If you see people walking in a crowd on the street, never approach them. In the meantime, one bike lock was completely broken, but I didn't stop and moved on to break the lock of the next bike. I pulled one out and offered it to the high school student. "Do you know how to ride a bike?" The high school student Ryu Yigwin looked at me with trembling eyes, then nodded his head firmly. I was leading the way, riding my bike. Behind me, the high school student Ryu Yigwin followed on the public bike I had given him. Seeing him follow with clenched teeth, it seemed Agent Bronze's cycling skills had been promising from the start. I skillfully dodged the sounds of disaster alerts and screams coming from all over, continuously taking detours as I rode toward Sekwang Technical High School. But those danger signals would soon disappear. Once no survivors are left in this area, the alerts will naturally stop sounding. I have to move fast. My mind was racing. As I was planning my route, I spotted something. A convenience store. Wait a moment. Yes. Making sure Ryu Yigwin's movements weren't wobbly, I stopped for a moment in front of the convenience store. Then I quickly opened the door, went inside, and swept up various items. Mainly food. But I didn't take too much. Mobility was essential. Instead, after some thought, I bought 2 of the sturdiest-looking large umbrellas and a tool set. Then I spoke to the part-timer at the counter, who had been glancing at a book with earphones in the whole time I was checking out. "You need to get out of here quickly." "Huh?" "There was a biochemical terror attack near City Hall, and it's spreading. Run to the subway station as fast as you can." Only then did the part-timer turn on his phone to check his messages. His face panicked as he began to stare frantically at his phone. As I left, I caught a glimpse of the part-timer grabbing items from the convenience store, just like I had. Then I looked at the high school student Ryu Yigwin, who was watching me awkwardly while holding his bike, and said, "Open your bag." "Huh?" I put 2 small bottles of water and a calorie bar into Ryu Yigwin's school bag. Then I handed him an umbrella and had him strap it to the side of his bike. We don't know what the situation will be like from now on, so it's best to be prepared. Use the umbrella to push things away in an emergency. Thank you. Ryu Yigwin took the bag, but hesitated before speaking. "I'll pay you for it. I'm not about to take money from a student in an emergency like this. Get on your bike. We're heading to Sekwang High quickly." "But yes." Ryu Yigwin looked like he had a lot to say and many questions, but knowing the gravity of the situation, he wiped his sweat and grabbed his bike again. But in the end, he asked, "How do you know all this so well?" "I'm used to it." "Huh?" I changed the subject. "More importantly, school hours have passed. Why are you heading to school now?" I had to go to the bank, so I was a little late." "Have you contacted your family?" "It's fine." From that euphemistic reply, I realized that Ryu Yigwin's backstory here was likely similar to reality. Because my parents divorced when I was young, and after my mother passed away, I grew up in an orphanage. "Let's not talk about it anymore." "I understand." I quietly started riding my bike again. Perhaps because of his good physique, Ryu Yigwin's bike followed me without any trouble. Good. Soon the wall of Sekwang Technical High School came into view. Who? The area around the school wasn't chaotic yet. However, from the opposite wall and the nearby apartment complex, the sound of disaster alerts could be heard, along with overlapping screams. Ryu Yiguan and I approached the school's main gate very cautiously. I could feel him watching me. Excuse me, why did you come to this school? There's someone I need to find. I answered without hesitation, quietly looking around as I entered the school grounds. When I parked the bike in an inconspicuous spot in a corner, Ryu Yiguan similarly followed my lead, parking his bike and following me. He was holding the umbrella just like me. I found that strangely commendable, but the tension only heightened. The security guard isn't coming out. It was strange. We walked toward the school entrance, careful even of the sound of our footsteps. Soon the high school student Ryu Yiguan grabbed the front door. He pulled it, but the door didn't open properly due to a strange resistance. As if something was stuck. Ryu Yiguan paused for a moment, then grabbed the door again and pulled harder. Wait. Yes. Come over here. Something felt off. I stopped Ryu Yiguan, and without opening the front door, carefully called him over to a window. A window through which one could see into the first-floor hallway. A soft-colored curtain was drawn there, but I could peek inside through a gap. Who? I looked through the gap first, then made way for Ryu Yiguan. The student, who had been looking at me with a questioning expression, turned his head to the gap, and his tense face soon became deathly pale. Why? Just as I thought. I saw the students lying asleep in the hallway. It was the peaceful end-credit scene I had seen after clearing the In the Dark Shadow ghost story. Seeing the talismans stuck in the cracks of every classroom door and window, I felt a strange sense of lingering emotion. So this is how the barrier team leader Hong's setup was manifested, making the children remain asleep through the repeating day of disaster. That comatose state was probably judged as a form of death, like the Bixial mountain apple I had eaten, keeping them isolated from the world-ending class disaster that was spreading through the disaster alerts. So I shouldn't open the school door. It probably wouldn't have opened easily anyway. But Ryu Yiguan, a student of this school, seemed to have gotten a gruesome impression from seeing the students lying collapsed in a row in the school hallway. What is this? What on earth? I quietly looked back at Ryu Yiguan. Do you remember anything? Remember? I mean, does seeing that remind you of anything, especially? I pointed a finger at a talisman, at the symbol Agent Bronze himself had drawn. That talisman. As Ryu Yiguan's eyes scanned the talisman's symbol, a strange light flickered in them for a moment. But it soon clouded over with worry and confusion, and the teenager's gaze returned. And in the eyes that looked back at me, there was a strange wariness and tension. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, it took me over 600 repetitions to get out, so it's unreasonable to expect Agent Bronze to suddenly snap out of it with just a few words. If anything, I, who was pointing at a talisman and saying something in this situation, would just seem suspicious. I can't get anxious. In that case, you don't need to worry. I smiled as I looked back at the high school student Ryu Yiguan. That's a protective talisman. As long as no one tears those talismans off, this school will be safe from what's happening now. The expression, "How on earth would you know that?" flashed across the high schooler's face, but his demeanor changed from wary to more inquisitive. So don't worry about your friends. It would be better to think about how to get out of here. Excuse me, sir, what are you going to do? You said the person you're meeting is at the school. Right, Ho Yuan. But a question bloomed in my mind. With the school doors locked and everyone asleep, how could the counselor come out? At that moment, my and Ryu Yiguan's disaster alerts went off at the same time. I reflexively turned my head. Near the school gate, in the shadow of a corner of the school building, a smiling security guard was watching us, a phone in one hand. And he stepped out of the shadow and slowly walked toward us. I watched frozen. I realized that it wasn't just one security guard. There was another torso connected to its spine, another lower body dangling like a tail. It had merged with another security guard. And it didn't end there. I could see people beyond the school gate. Residents of Segwang City, likely from the nearby apartments, wearing placid expressions. A wave of them, walking along the main road, was visible just outside the school gate. Damn it! The security guards were walking across the schoolyard. The disaster alert kept ringing, and the way out through the school gate was blocked. I slapped my own hand as it reached for my smartphone to check the disaster alert, then grabbed Ryu Yiguan's smartphone and pulled it down. Can't go out the main gate. Waiting for the counselor, I'll give up on that for now. Student. Carefully, as soon as you grab your bike, head for the back gate. Got it. You must not run into the crowd at the main gate. Ryu Yiguan slowly nodded. Cold sweat trickled down my chin. To do that, I guess I have to lure that thing first. I really didn't want to, but I had no choice. I focused on the security guard first, not the crowd. I can't let that thing get inside the school building. If that security guard or the crowd was lured here because of the anomaly of me entering the high school, it would be the absolute worst-case scenario. I suppressed a shudder and swallowed. I was about to run toward the school gate. But the moment I took a step, "Oh my, we have a prior guest, my friend." I saw the silhouette of a person heading toward the school gate before me. And that person's back was all too familiar. The counselor. The being I had been waiting for seemed slightly flustered, but he soon collected himself and started running. The counselor headed steadfastly toward the school gate despite the crowd outside, but he stopped upon seeing the security guards. In the moment, the security guards also spotted the counselor. The teacher strode toward the security guards. No. A chill ran down my spine. Is he crazy? In the end, I gritted my teeth, ran, and grabbed my bike. Go now, the back gate. Then I got on my bike and started riding like mad toward the school gate. The wheels hit the ground. Please. I believe in my disaster management, bureau-style cycling skills. But at that moment, the counselor plunged his hand into the security guard. It was as if he was rummaging for something, digging through the flesh of the mutated security guard's head. The guard swayed at the motion. I realize again something I knew, but hadn't truly grasped. The counselor is not human. A cooperative spirit beast. So that thing was also a ghost story. I reflexively stopped the bike. The being before me was exploring the guard's insides with a serious, academic air, as if trying to figure out what it was. But the counselor flinched. As if noticing something was wrong, he tried to pull his hand out. But his hand wouldn't come out. Instead, the counselor's arm was sucked into the guard's mutated torso. My disaster alert blared loudly. The area around the counselor distorted strangely, and a strange stimulus, a tile-roofed house, a strange blue forest, a high fever seemed to rush through my head. Hup! I came to my senses and looked up again. In that time, the counselor had almost pulled his arm out of the security guard's head, but the revealed arm was. It was melting, dissolving into a gooey mess. And the security guard was slowly reaching out, as if to grab the counselor. Damn it! I hesitated, then finally got the bike moving again, gritted my teeth, and charged forward. With an internal scream, I narrowly snatched the counselor from in front of the security guards. With the bike's momentum, the counselor's arm was barely pulled free from the security guard. A strange headache and pressure made my nose bleed. The counselor's weight almost made the bike topple over, but I used sheer strength to balance it and started riding again. My head was spinning. A feat worthy of being called acrobatics, Mr. Rodeer. The counselor, half dragged by the bike, was perched behind me like a piece of luggage. But it seemed he was making sure his own infected arm didn't brush against my back. I almost fell over about 3 times, but managed to shake off the security guards. My hands grew damp. As I recalled the movements of agents who were better cyclists than me, I couldn't have missed Agent Choi and Agent Bronze more. Please. Feeling cold sweat run down my spine, I pedaled like crazy. A seemingly flustered voice came from behind me. You are? Talk later. I cut across the schoolyard toward the back gate, joined up with Ryu Yiguan, who was coming out from there, and barely managed to get my bearings and ride on. Toward a direction where the disaster alert alarm was faintest. Since both my hands were occupied, I thankfully didn't have the chance to check the disaster alert inadvertently. All the while, the counselor I had snatched was carried behind me in silence. Huwuk. I came to a stop near the mountain behind the school after a full-on sprint. This place, quite far from City Hall and sparsely populated, showed no signs of the disaster's contamination yet. And, are you all right? I felt a warm hand on my shoulder. I turned my head. The counselor, who had been on the back of the bike, was holding me with his uninfected hand, looking at me with a worried expression. The face of Ho Yuwon, but a person with an unfamiliar, comfortable, and friendly air. Director Ho's true form. The target he had been so desperately searching for, trapped in Sekwang Special City, was looking at me. Cooperative Spirit Beastnim. You can just call me Counselor. Counselor. I swallowed hard. I really hate to say this, but... Give me your arm. Pardon. Give me your arm and clench your teeth. No matter how I looked at it, it had to be amputated. But he smiled and stopped me. The contamination only applies to civilians. I'm fine. But the counselor's expression clouded over as he looked at his own arm again, because its form was collapsing into a gooey mess. I'm starting. The teacher stopped trying to refuse. I took out a suitable tool from the tool set and began the procedure. Student. Turn around and face the other way. But Ryu Yigwin sat down next to me with a pale face. I'll help. No, you won't. Get back. But the high school student stubbornly handed me the saw from the tool set. His hand was trembling. Even though it must be difficult to understand what's happening, a stubborn will is visible in the two eyes set in his pale face. I held back a sigh and finally began the amputation. Squelch. But the counselor's expression is calm. It was as if he felt no pain, nothing at all to a strange degree. The part below his ruined elbow simply fell off. As if it had never been there. As if it were deleted. Thank you. Is it because he isn't human? Hiding the goosebumps rising on the hand that held the saw, I silently nodded. The counselor, who stared impassively at the spot where his hand had disappeared, had a complexion so calm it was bizarre for a human. But for a different reason, a slight urgency tinged his voice. Could I possibly ask for one more favor? There's a place I must go to end this disaster. There's something I need to find. If you could just give me a ride to the station on your bike, I'll try to end it with the Hyunmu team agents while you rescue the others. But I knew all the efforts of the counselor and the agents would fail miserably. Trapped in here, endlessly repeating the day of disaster. My spirits sank. But the counselor, seeing my expression, spoke jokingly as if on purpose. You're wearing my jacket, so I'd appreciate it if you could at least do this for me. You must have found it in the branch office's break room. I looked down at my clothes. Juror number 1's jacket. That is, Ho Yuwon's Disaster Management Bureau jacket was still draped over me. The counselor, Ho Yuwon, standing before me, had been looking at the fox patch on my jacket. He had realized it was his. In that case, I in turn gave an awkward smile. It must be your jacket, sir. I was on a break from work, so I grabbed it in a hurry. I apologize. A small smile spread across the counselor's anxious face. It's all right. Are you an agent from the Blue Dragon team? It was then. Did you say agent? Both the counselor and I turned to look at him. Ryu Yigwin. In his slightly trembling voice, there was a composure trying to suppress confusion and fear. But there was also a faint curiosity. What kind of agent are you? In that moment I realized. A way to accompany Ryu Yigwin. I slowly opened my mouth. You saw them earlier, right? The disaster alert, the monster, the strange phenomena. They're like ghost stories. The high school student, Ryu Yigwin, nodded. I calmly continued my explanation. This is a disaster called a supernatural phenomenon. I'm an agent belonging to the government agency that specializes in these phenomena, the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. I came here because there are people who must be rescued. I looked at Ryu Yigwin, whose eyes were shining unknowingly, and said, Do you know who one of them is? Is it the counselor? No. I smiled and looked at the high school student. It's you. Student Ryu Yigwin. Looking at the strange agent who called him by his name, which he had never told him. High school student Ryu Yiguan's eyes wavered. "I was relieved to find you quickly, so," I said, taking hold of him. "Until you safely escape this disaster, student Ryu Yiguan, I will accompany you." Chapter 338. A mountain path in Segweng Metropolitan City. Ryu Yiguan panted, watching the person racing ahead of him. The person on the bike, no, the agent, was making astonishingly fast and clear judgments, leading him onward. Huwuk. They were now straight up, trekking through the mountains. To be precise, they were taking a shortcut through a residential area, using a well-maintained mountain trail to avoid populated districts. Walking trail and rest area. The path was just maintained enough that a mountain bike wasn't strictly necessary. The counselor was perched on the back of the leading agent's bike, while Ryu Yiguan, on a bike he clearly wasn't used to, doggedly followed behind. The agent occasionally checked on his condition, but didn't slow down. He could sense the man's will to escape the danger as quickly as possible. He was calm and resolute, even in this surreally chilling and urgent situation straight out of a disaster movie. "But, Yiguan, be careful. How on earth does he know me? He was an orphan with no connections. Then why is he trying to rescue me?" Something, whether it was anticipation or fear, stirred in his chest. A strange thrill rose through the fear of this extraordinary, extreme situation where he could die at any moment. It was the admiration of a teenager. The excitement of being given a special role. But the situation was too dire for that feeling to come to the forefront. Beep. Turning. The moment the disaster alert sounded again, the bike in front swerved sharply. Ryu Yiguan hurriedly followed. But he felt a sudden chill at the fact that he had almost let go of the handlebars to grab his phone and check the message. This impulse was getting stronger and stronger. And after who knows how long of writing. "Let's take a short break over there." They stopped in front of a sign for a rest area. Ryu Yiguan reflexively scanned the interior. The rest area, located midway up the mountain path, was a cabin. A small, flat clearing had been made around it, enclosed by a fence. In a corner, through a crevice between rocks, he could see a water faucet shaped like a wooden sculpture and a small spring of collected water below it. Rest stop mineral spring, washing prohibited. Following the agent, Ryu Yiguan dismounted and walked his bike, trailing him toward the entrance of the rest area cabin. He heard the counselor whisper softly, "There are other people inside the cabin. They're watching us from the window. I don't think their intentions are very good, don't look." Ryu Yiguan almost turned to look at the window. A cold sweat trickled down his temple. He could almost feel a sinister gaze scanning the bicycles, his group's builds, their luggage. Just then a calm voice, catching its breath, spoke from beside him. "I wasn't planning on going in anyway. It's not good to be indoors if we need to move right away. Let's just sit outside the rest area for a moment. There's a mineral spring here." The agent's composed voice soothed the teenager's bristling tension. "Are you all right, Yiguan?" "Oh, yes." After checking on Ryu Yiguan with a faint smile, the adults began to converse with grim faces. It's only been an hour since the disaster began, and there are already people thinking extreme thoughts. No one's a hero in the face of death. They must have realized right away that this is no ordinary event, so it's to be expected. They must have been talking about the people with bad intentions inside the cabin. Ryu Yiguan swallowed. But the agent who looked back at him appeared unfazed, simply patting the spot next to him as if to reassure him. Amidst his black hair, his eyes were placid, as if he had been through this kind of thing countless times. Unaware of the internal screams this person called an agent was letting out, Ryu Yiguan simply felt a slight sense of relief and sat down beside him. And as they caught their breath, they began to talk about the situation. That alarm from earlier, it was probably for the area below the mountain, not the path itself. We should be safe here for a while. We don't know when we'll get another chance, so let's get some water and nutrition in us now. The agent took an empty plastic bottle from his backpack, filled it with water from the spring, and offered it to the counselor. The counselor refused, but eventually, at the agent's insistence, took a sip or two and popped a piece of candy into his mouth. Then the agent asked him, "You said you were going to the station." "Yes." "You said there's a way to end this disaster, so where exactly in the subway are you trying to go?" "I'm trying to get to Segweng Station." At that, a flicker of agitation showed on the agent's calm face. Why, Counselor, the origin of this disaster is Segweng City Hall. That's right near Segweng Station. You're saying you want to walk into a blazing inferno during a fire, with no manual, no basic equipment, in the middle of a newly occurred large-scale disaster. The agent then paused, swallowed, and spoke. Ryu Yigwen somehow thought it seemed a little intentional, as if to build a sense of crisis. And this is no ordinary disaster. I think this is at least a wave form, or in the worst-case scenario. I know. The counselor's slightly anxious voice was heard. That's why I have to be faster, and don't worry, I have my own methods. Then the counselor suddenly held out an empty candy wrapper to them, as if showing it off. And he clenched his hand shut so they couldn't see the contents, then opened it. And then, sparkle! Small, red, bead-like things poured from inside the candy wrapper onto his palm. Like magic, isn't it? They were small, ripened red berries. They're the fruit of a plant called the fox bead Yigwen. Speaking with a hint of affection, the counselor held the small berries and smiled, looking somewhat mischievous. If you eat this, you'll be fine for a while. You won't be mesmerized by the disaster alerts. I can't guarantee you'll be completely safe, though, so we should get out of here as fast as possible. As he said this, the counselor's eyes seemed to glaze over for a moment, as if looking at the empty space where his right hand, which had melted and been cut off, used to be. But he quickly smiled again and held out the berries. Go on. Ryu Yigwen glanced at the agent, and when he nodded, he took the berries. He'd thought it when the security guard turned into a monster, and he'd stuck his hand in, and when he'd cut that hand off. The counselor doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Wait a minute, did my school even have a counselor? Was he a person like that? A faint sense of unease arose, but his young, dynamic mind soon erased it. Because the counselor's next words followed. So you two should eat this and go somewhere safe. I'm so grateful just for you taking me to the station. As for you, agent, you should rescue those who want to be rescued. The agent's mouth fell shut. Ryu Yigwen studied his face. Just as he felt a fierce conflict of thoughts flash across that face. Thank you. A composed voice was heard. Yigwen. Yes. We'll just take this person to the station, and then we'll continue along the mountain path until we reach a stream. That area has few people, so it'll be relatively safe. The agent's voice was gentle as his eyes met his. We can use that path to get out of this city. I'll go with you until you're safely out of the disaster, so don't worry. In that moment, Ryu Yigwen realized. This agent just gave something up for me. Then are you also leaving with me, agent? That's the plan for now. Ryu Yigwen opened his mouth. That's a lie, isn't it? It looks like you'll help me escape and then come right back here. Didn't you say there were other people to rescue? I want to accompany you. What did you say? Ryu Yigwen said firmly. You don't need to send me out alone. Isn't that a huge waste of time? That was clearly something that weighed on the agent's mind. As the agent's expression changed, Ryu Yigwen felt a sense of relief. Willpower was overriding fear. Since every second counts, you don't need to look after me separately until you find others to rescue. I'm physically strong, and I can do whatever you ask without complaint. No. The agent's face hardened, then he let out a sigh. The high schooler's heart lurched at that, but the agent looked at him with an expression that somehow said, I knew this would happen. How? First of all. The moment the agent opened his mouth. Hey, you there? His gaze shifted to the unfamiliar voice. A pair of eyes appeared through the half-open door of the cabin. As Ryu Yigwen shot to his feet in alarm. You not coming in? The door opened further, revealing a middle-aged man in ordinary hiking clothes. The situation outside doesn't look normal, so come on in. It's better to be even a little safer. He was trying to help. The high schooler felt a moment of relief, but the two adults pushed the high schooler behind them, assuming a strange, guarded stance. It's all right, we were just about to leave. Leave, I heard there was a terror attack at City Hall. Are you going to a shelter? And then he glanced over. Riding those would be fast, but wouldn't it be better to eat something first? Take a cup of ramen with you. We have some inside. But as he spoke words of feigned concern, His eyes, which naturally fell upon the bicycles, held a look of greed. And so Ryu Yigwen realized it too. He's after the bikes. When the roads are blocked, there's no better means of transportation. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden sense of alarm rising in him. Agent! Agent! The middle-aged man's eyes in the cabin scanned the agent's jacket, and his expression changed as if he recognized it was a uniform. Hey, are you a public official? Oops. Police or military? He could hear other people getting up and murmuring inside the cabin. Ryu Yigwen gritted his teeth, but the agent smiled and said, Something like that, but we're not on official duty. We don't have any support from our organization either. And he patted Ryu Yigwen's back. I'm just with my little brother. We're not going to a shelter, we're trying to get out of the city. Hey, wait a minute. The situation isn't great, so it would be best for you all to get out of this city too, in a direction where there are no people. Well then, we'll be on our way. Me too. The two adults stealthily backed away, then climbed onto their bikes. Yigwen. Without delay, Ryu Yigwen grabbed his bike and started pedaling like mad. Hey. Glancing back, he saw people rushing out of the cabin door, holding hiking poles and what looked like wire cables. Chilled to the bone, he pedaled harder. Soon, the sound of the pursuer's footsteps faded into the distance. Yigwen, the berries. Ryu Yigwen hurriedly tossed the berries, which had been nearly crushed in his fist, into his mouth, his heart pounding. Somehow, amidst the faint fear and disgust, he felt a dim sense of pleasure. It was a sense of belonging. Whoa, that was a close call. I clicked my tongue and quickly pumped my legs harder. Those people looked like they were about to tie us up and steal our bikes. It seems a B-grade thriller movie scenario was about to be screened this afternoon. How about the title, The Cabin Murders? The trite and base nature of it would be a perfect fit. Hello? Who? From behind my head, I heard the counselor's voice. You're a flexible agent. Some of the agents I know might have tried to persuade those people to be rescued, no matter what. I've found that it's sometimes necessary to acknowledge the limits of what you can do. I've decided to rescue the people I can rescue within my reach. I see. Are you disappointed? No. The counselor's gaze was somewhat proud. I'm glad you seem to have found a good way to not harm your mental health. What on earth could have happened to make this person's buttons get mashed like crazy by the Disaster Management Bureau's selection process? This is driving me crazy. I wonder if taking him to the subway station like this is really the right thing to do. A feeling that went beyond bitterness, almost to despair, washed over me. I held back a sigh and pedaled again. The counselor clinging to my back was strangely light, and the bicycle zipped along, approaching the subway station. Juai Station. The station name was different from that of the mutated subway station I had experienced. But I could make a rough guess. A broadcasting station. A huge local broadcasting station building was visible near the station. Afternoon Station, Blood Broadcasting Station. The subway station that was connected to the Segwang Metropolitan City Local Broadcasting Station. In this station, a temporary stage was set up in the concourse in conjunction with the broadcasting station, where citizen choirs or orchestras would sometimes perform. I could clearly recall the contents of the wiki I had read back then. This station is in almost the exact opposite location from Segwang Station. Fortunately, since it was far away, the chaos hadn't reached the same level as the disaster's origin point. It was a location that the entities moving on foot from City Hall along the main road had not yet been able to reach. It was a good idea to take a shortcut through the mountains by bike. But the vicinity was already desolate, as if everyone had evacuated. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets to begin with, only a few people moving with quick steps, as if fleeing. I looked at Ryu Yigwen, who was stubbornly wearing a "there's no way I'm leaving alone" expression, and held back a sigh. This one's driving me crazy, too. Let's think while I escort the counselor inside the subway station. In truth, the inside of the subway was a space that the disaster breaking out outside couldn't reach, so there was a high probability that Segwang Station was also in a relatively intact state. It might even be safer than when I visited. Whether I could safely get out of this city was also an issue, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to check for more information before making a move. I suppressed my anxious heart. Who? I first stopped in front of the subway station entrance and collected the bicycles. Give it to me. I stuffed both bikes right into my tattoo. The SHH. The high schooler Bronze nodded vigorously. His eyes had doubled in size. After checking our surroundings, I started heading down through subway exit 3. The exit, thankfully, had not yet been sealed off. It felt strange to be entering the subway again. And the subway I entered was... What do we do? Mom's not answering her phone. Area. I found out where the people who had disappeared from the streets had gone. We're all going to die. They say this is a virus terror attack. All paramedics are dead. Is this for real? This video from just now, look at that, is that real? Is this really happening at City Hall? The concourse was swarming with civilians who had flocked to the subway station as a makeshift shelter. It was a pandemonium, filled with the panicked testimonies of people who had fled from other stations. The panic was intensifying with all sorts of rumors, that we were all already infected by biochemical terrorism, that a war had broken out and a nuke would be launched soon, and so on. In one corner, someone was fighting to the death, while others tried to stop them. Another person was wandering around barefoot, muttering something. Damn it. It was a chilling situation. We hurriedly tried to get away from the people in the concourse and head down to the platform. What's your plan? I was thinking of taking the outer circle line. But the platform for the outer circle line was already blocked. Just like when I had explored the subway stations. Oh, so it was already impossible from day one. It's not in service, go back. Station employees were blocking the way, controlling the crowd. Damn it. We hurriedly ran back to the opposite platform. It's a circle line anyway, so it's fine to take the opposite direction. It'll just be a little more troublesome. I realized something. In fact, taking the inner circle line would get us to Segwang Station a tiny bit faster. Because there were fewer stations to Segwang Station. But to insist on taking the opposite direction. My gaze fell on the machine room on the platform across the tracks, where passage was restricted. By any chance, is the place you're trying to go a facility on the opposite platform? A cheerful research institute facility. For a moment, a chilling and bizarre look appeared in the counselor's eyes as he stared at me. An observing gaze. Why do you think so? What kind of facility do you think is there? At that moment, the train is now approaching. A train began to pull into the platform. Beyond the platform screen doors, the train rushed in, stirring up a gust of wind before coming to a stop. And then, the platform screen doors are opening. Some of the people who had been packed inside the train spilled out as if they were being pushed. I could see people who, despite struggling not to get off, were near the door and were shoved over. Alig, help me. As soon as they got off the train, several people collapsed, covered in wounds. From those clinging to each other and crying, to those who could barely move their bodies. It was a scene of utter pandemonium. I'm supposed to get on the train in the middle of this. Counselor. Thankfully, the counselor, with all traces of his strange demeanor gone, was pushing through the crowd and approaching the subway train. I was gritting my teeth, debating whether or not to follow him. Should I just check out the cheerful research institute at this station instead? What on earth would it look like right now? As I glanced at the opposite track, then back at Ryu Yiguan. In that brief moment the doors were open, as I was fiercely and rapidly deliberating. I saw another group of people getting off the train. Among them, there was a familiar face. A cool, pale face with sharp features. It was Assistant Manager Yoon Hage. I stopped in my tracks reflexively. Agent. With her hair longer than I remembered, tied back tightly in a ponytail, Assistant Manager Yoon Hage was being carried off the train on someone's back, unconscious. Reporter. What do we do? The faces of the people who appeared to be her colleagues were stained with blood and sweat. And then I realized. Hoong. She wasn't unconscious. She was dead. Yoon Hage had already stopped breathing. CR8 thoughts I love Kim Solium. I appreciate all the love and support 3, but you're acting like I'm dying. It was a mild cold. Chapter 339. I watched the scene holding my breath. the sight of Assistant Manager Yoon Hage's companions attempting CPR. Ray reporter. Her shaking corpse. The sight of them, having finally decided it was hopeless, sobbing as they held the body, looking around before heading up to the waiting hall. Agent. Is she someone we need to rescue? I nodded unconsciously. Then I'll follow them. The high schooler Ryu Yigwen, who had been about to board the train, turned around and started moving away from the train, toward the waiting hall. Wait. The platform screen doors are closing. I turned my head. The train doors were closing behind me. Through the window, I saw Ho Yuwon's face flash by, his expression unreadable as he looked at me. The train is departing. Wu Wang. It was gone. I caught my breath, then followed Ryu Yigwen, who was already running up the stairs. Dodging the refugees who were sitting on the stairs, sobbing or muttering, I went up and saw the figures holding the body, at a loss for what to do. They were in such a state of panic that they hadn't even noticed Ryu Yigwen openly chasing after them. Excuse me. I spoke to them directly. They turned to look at me, startled. Yes. Seeing their eyes, a mixture of wariness and surprise, I chose my words carefully. The title, Reporter. The person you're holding, is that reporter Yoonhage by any chance? The tear-streaked faces of the group changed color. Are you an acquaintance of our reporter? Yes, and we were working together until recently. I trailed off. I heard the high schooler, Ryu Yigwen, who was standing beside me, take a small, sharp breath as he looked at reporter Yoonhage's condition. He noticed that she was a corpse. Without needing to feign it, I looked at Assistant Manager Yoonhage with a pale, stricken face and spoke. Why did this happen? What on earth is going on? At that, as if they could no longer hold it in, testimonies began to pour out of the group like a confession. We were on our way to City Hall. Right, they said a terror attack happened at City Hall, so we went right away to cover it. But on the way, the lane in front of us suddenly came to a stop. All the cars ahead had stopped on the road as if possessed. The sound of honking and people getting out to ask what was wrong. Something felt off, you know. They said it was terrorism. No, we were on our way thinking it was probably just a mistaken alert, but when that happened, it felt real. Reporter Yoon zoomed in with her camera and said we should just take one picture of the City Hall area, and if we couldn't see anything, we should make a U-turn. She said you only live once anyway. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So we got out of the car while filming with the camera. We got out of the car. Were people marching? That's right, you saw it. Fuck, really, like some kind of zombies. The group members spoke, their faces pale, hands trembling as if screaming. I took a deep breath. Then, as my eyes wandered, I saw a camera bag hanging from one of the group members' waists. You said you filmed a video. Would it happen to still be there? I think I should tell her bereaved family when I meet them. Yes. One of them turned on the camera and showed me the video. A shaky screen came into view. Hey, just run. Assistant Manager Yoonhage's voice. And the view of the road, captured as they moved away. The sound of disaster alerts ringing from all over, and the silhouettes of passing pedestrians. What's wrong with them? They're looking at the disaster alert right now. The disaster alert was going off, and we could see people who looked at it joining the march, like they were possessed by a ghost. Guys, let's all turn off our smartphones. Saying something felt strange, reporter Yoon told us all to turn off our phones. So you all turned them off. Yes, we just held the camera like this, facing backward, and tried to film what was happening behind us as we ran. But hic. The reporter's eyes crumpled, and tears began to stream down their face again. A person who was trying to escape in their car suddenly swerved right onto the sidewalk. I looked at the screen. Hug. Act. Go. A loud crash. The camera screen shook violently, and the body of someone being hit by the car, bent, and thrown to the ground flashed by. Reporter Yoon pushed us out of the way, then she was hit by the car. There was so much blood. I looked at Assistant Manager Yoonhage again. Her waist was tied with blue disaster prevention fabric, likely an attempt to staunch the bleeding, but the abdominal hemorrhage was a gruesome sight, difficult to look at. It seemed she had died of shock as her internal organs were crushed. Assistant manager. I tried to calm myself with a deep breath. You must have been close with reporter Yoon. I slowly nodded. Beside me, I could see one of the group members unconsciously rewatching the video they had filmed, as if wanting to forget the situation, and the high schooler Ryu Yigwen watching it as well. But then, what's that? What is O? A puzzled voice was heard. What's that on City Hall? I reflexively turned my gaze back to the camera. What? Let me see. No, here, what is this on the building? The paused frame of the shaky video was a blur of silhouettes, representing the urgent accident scene, but it was clearly visible. Segwang City Hall, in the upper left corner of the screen, caught as the camera moved around haphazardly. A balloon. The area next to the topmost window of the City Hall building had changed, as if it had swelled up into a round shape. A round white form. A strange rainbow-like color shimmered around it. Looks like it ate a ghost. No, aside from the color, what is this? Don't tell me that biochemical terror substance is inside this, in a balloon form. A plausible deduction followed. But it didn't look like a balloon to me. It was more like a cocoon, or an egg. It looked as if something was growing, using the building as its nest. What on earth is growing? For some reason, I couldn't take my eyes off the video as I watched it. Agent. A hand grabbed my shoulder, and I turned my head to see Ryu Yigwen's deathly pale face. And then I realized. Everyone watching the video was humming softly. Goosebumps erupted all over my body. Damn it. I've seen enough, thank you. I quickly moved as if to wipe the camera, covering the screen. The humming stopped. No, don't mention it. And the group of reporters, finally seeming to come to their senses, gave a perfunctory reply. It seemed they hadn't noticed the sense of wrongness. Do you know what's even scarier? When the high schooler Ryu Yigwen grabbed my shoulder, I had been humming too. And I even ate the fruit the counselor gave me. To still be affected. No matter how I think about it, the counselor probably won't even make it to an ending attempt. But the train had already left, and I had chosen assistant manager Yoon Hae's corpse. I felt like I was about to be bathed in a cold sweat. So that's how the reporter ended up like this. Yes. While the group was distracted by the body, I swallowed hard and quickly touched the camera screen, deleting the video. They might check later and curse me out, but being in a state where they could curse me out was a blessing in itself. Do you happen to know where the reporter's family lives, the body? The group couldn't bring themselves to finish the sentence. If it's all right with you all, I will take care of the reporter's body and send it to her family. Why? I spoke as calmly as possible, while looking down at the unfamiliar corpse of assistant manager Yoon Hae. Because I know where the reporter's family is. You all seem to be injured already. Please look after your own safety. The group's expressions changed. After showing the video to a stranger, crying their hearts out, and spilling everything that had happened, it seemed their reason had returned. Carrying a corpse around was incredibly difficult, yet it was also hard to resolve to just leave it behind. But then someone appeared, offering to take charge of it. I saw them glance at my attire again. Thinking that someone who worked with a social affairs reporter like Yoon Hae was probably in a related field. A hint of relief crossed their faces. Thank you. We'll be in your care. In the end, the group bowed several times, then took their camera and finally left on their own. I heard them say that the broadcasting station was a no-go, that they should probably just go home. And so, assistant manager Yoon Hae's body was left here. I looked at the high schooler Ryu Yigwen. I'm sorry. Pardon. I acted without thinking, gave up the train and ran over, interfering with your plan, agent. What is he talking about? And in the first place, time was lost because you were rescuing me, which led to this. No. I grabbed Ryu Yigwen's head. Absolutely not, so let's not think that way. Understood. I managed to add, as if joking. Then it would also be my fault for failing to save her. You don't think so, right? I think the same way about you, Yigwen, So let's not blame individuals who are trying their best in a disaster situation. Oh yes. Ryu Yigwen nodded, his expression lightening a little. But the high schooler's complexion turned pale again as he looked at the dead person. To be honest, I wanted to wail too. What if she's really dead? Not knowing the principles of how this situation worked made me anxious. What if she's really and truly dead? This is how it ends. It didn't feel real. In the noisy waiting hall, Ryu Yigwen and I stood frozen, looking down at the corpse. A way to save her. Even if I carry her around in a tattoo, a corpse is still a corpse. Maybe if I die now too, I'll wake up again on the morning of May 4th, the Segwang Special City Disaster Day. But what if I'm a foreign substance, appearing only this one time and disappearing on the next May 4th? Or what if my memory is completely wiped? Then I'm screwed. Cold sweat trickled down. Is there no other way? I kept looking at Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's body. On her chest, there was what looked like an ID card. A broadcasting station ID card. Broadcasting station. Blood Broadcasting Station. Twilight Station. Delusion Home Shopping. And in the place of that home shopping channel came the Flower Golden Resort pop-up. Brond. I swallowed. Can the Segwang Special City Subway ghost stories I experienced and this place be considered the same space? Some might say a calf and a Chateaubriand are the same being. Isn't everything a matter of environment and conditions? It was a chilling analogy, but I understood its ambiguity. In the end, it's based on the observer's perspective. And this kind of judgment criterion also forms important rules in ghost stories. If that's the case, it's worth a try. Yigwen. With Ryu Yigwen's help, I moved Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's body to a corner. And then I got to work. What are you doing? You could call it first aid. Contrary to my decisive hands, my mind was a mess. Isn't this wrong? Still, isn't this better than her actually dying, if the day really repeats anyway? Questions and fears swirled in my head, but my hands kept moving desperately. And a moment later, the dead reporter Yoon Hae opened her eyes. Who? The high schooler Ryu Yigwen stared blankly at the sight of her sitting up as if waking from a deep sleep. At the sight of reporter Yoon Hae, moving as if she were alive. She frowned, looking at me with a wary expression. And who in the world might you be? In a perfectly normal manner. I shoved the Flower Golden Resort employment contract I had hidden behind my back into my tattoo again. It was a success. So you're telling me I've been resurrected, not in 3 days, not in 3 hours, but in 30 minutes. You just regained consciousness from a state of suspended animation. Then why doesn't it hurt so much? It's because of the adrenaline. Well, that's a scientific explanation, I guess. Assistant Manager Yoon Hae, no, the reporter, looked back and forth between me and Ryu Yigwen with an expression that said she needed a cigarette. She looked so natural, so human. Which is why Ryu Yigwen was looking back and forth between me and Assistant Manager Yoon Hae with a confused expression, as if he had no idea what was going on. And I was thinking about the crude contract I had written. Daily worker contract. Right. I had added a phrase to the Delusion Home Shopping daily worker contract for Assistant Manager Yoon Hae that I possessed. Namely, her employment as a Pleasant Theme Park employee. This employee is transferred to the Flower Golden Resort. Just before I had thought of the Mr. Hee-wons who worked at the pop-up store. Especially the dead Jang Hee-won. When I summoned him into the Segwang Special City subway station, he suddenly came to his senses. As if his appearance in that contaminated ghost story, where only the resort employee's personality remained, had never happened. And this station is Twilight Station, where that pop-up store is located. The place where the Pleasant Theme Park space I leased is. I wondered if it would be possible this time too, so I tried to revive Assistant Manager Yoon Hae as my employee. And it actually worked. If it hadn't worked properly and only her resort employee personality had been revived, I was planning to erase the phrase immediately. Fortunately, it seemed there was no need for that. Thank goodness. But could I really call this a good thing? How is this even possible? I don't know the cause. And is it right to save her like this? Shouldn't I have let her die here so that she could be saved later? I have no way of knowing. No. What's important is that she's alive for now. What's important is that we can have a conversation like this. I first swallowed the welling anxiety and impatience, and while maintaining the most composed appearance possible, I stopped Assistant Manager Yoon Hage from moving too much. You shouldn't sit up so suddenly. It could be bad for your wound. Wound hem. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage's expression became peculiar as she looked down at her own abdomen. The evidence of the terrifying amount of blood loss remained intact. To divert her gaze from it, I changed the subject. I performed first aid, so the bleeding has stopped and your life is not in danger. Still, the situation is urgent, so let's move. You need to get out of this city. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage burst out laughing. Now, why would I trust you and follow you? And I'm curious as to where all my kids ran off to, and why some lanky guy and a kid were staring down at me. But before I could make any excuse, the next sharp question was at my chin. And do we know each other? You probably have not met me before, reporter. Then I guess you're the only one who knows me. Judging by your face, you're clearly looking at someone you know. Haha, I knew it. Well, I guess that's why you were looking after a collapsed person. Then she propped up her chin. So why should I accompany someone I don't know? Well, I can tell just by looking at your face that you don't have any ill intentions, but we're in the middle of a terrorist attack, and I even got hit by a car. Then she waved her hand. You're not supposed to accompany suspicious people. Well, be on your way. I realized. It seems like it'll be difficult to persuade her easily. She'd probably scoff if I told her I was an agent. The current reporter, Yoon Hage, was, strangely, less inclined to hide her sharpness than the assistant manager I knew, and she glinted with confidence and self-assurance. I saw two eyes that shone sharply, even in the chaotic and tragic waiting hall. In that case, what if I get you out of this mess, reporter? We'll see. Then what if I give you a scoop? The look in her eyes changed, as if we could finally communicate. What kind of scoop? It's related to the terrorism. I said quietly. Reporter, from this moment on, I'm going to find out the cause and identity of the terrorism. Reporter Yoon Hage's eyes lit up, and she held out her hand. Deal. Looks like we were in the same line of work. A pleasure to work with you. I shook her hand. She doesn't seem to believe me. Her gaze is purely that of an observer. Still, is it a relief that I've at least gotten her to accompany me? Just then, Ryu Yigwin whispered from the side. Excuse me, agent, so are we taking the subway to Segwang Station? But reporter Yoon Hage cut in. You're going to Segwang Station. Is the subway still running? It was only running in one direction. That's strange. Usually when there's a terror attack or something, all trains pass through without stopping or suspend service altogether. Didn't you get any word from control? There were some station staff on the other platform. Then they haven't completely given up on it. Tilting her head, reporter Yoon Hage grinned and fully straightened up. In any case, the fact that it's operating in such a strange way means there's something going on. Let's go get on. You said you're going to Segwang Station, didn't you? Or am I wrong? I was briefly conflicted. I had already been delayed quite a bit by this matter, so I could no longer guarantee that moving outside the subway would be safe. I need to recalculate. In that case, for now, moving within this subway, and then aiming to get out when the crowd passes by might not be a bad idea. The subway is relatively safe, after all. And if we visit Segwang Station to gather information, there are few people with skills comparable to Deputy Manager Yoon Hage in that area. All right, I will accompany you to Segwang Station. Okay. Watching my former boss speak so coolly, I smiled faintly. Even in this situation, she was still so dependable. And so, we belatedly boarded the subway and headed for Segwang Station. In search of the counselor's traces. Chapter 340. It was about 20 minutes later that we successfully boarded the train heading for Segwang Station. Goodness will be trampled to death at this rate. What a disgraceful sight. We had to let several trains pass. I almost got crushed to death trying to get on. It was because people who had been seriously injured while fleeing had started desperately trying to stay on the trains, refusing to get off. Everyone's realized they're only okay while on the train. It was a pandemonium of people trying to get on, and people pushing them away. In fact, I saw someone get crushed to death. Who? Watching the gruesome scene unfold, too fast to do anything, I gritted my teeth and looked after the two of them. This way, please. Without overdoing it, I moved to the very end of the platform where there were relatively fewer people, and calmly attempted to board the train. The doors are opening. Just as I thought. People in a panic tend to rush to board through the same route, like the lemming effect. But the last car which avoided that was relatively more rational. For now, I pushed the two of them in, and managed to stand gathered right in front of the door. The platform screen doors are closing. We made it. Who? My stomach was so unsettled with relief and tension that it was starting to hurt. But reporter Yoonhage looked at me and raised an eyebrow. You're quite capable, aren't you? So calm. Thank you. It's chaos outside, but the people in here are in a relatively better state. From what I overheard on the way, it sounded like some kind of zombie virus had broken out. I answered nonchalantly. The underground is relatively safe. Is that so? That's strange. In a biochemical terror attack, shouldn't the underground be more dangerous since the toxic substances sink? She was sharp. And how does that lanky guy over there know that kind of information? I checked our surroundings. It was so noisy that it didn't seem like anyone had the leisure to eavesdrop on our conversation. Everyone was lost in their own pain and desperation, trying to contact someone, trembling with an acquaintance, or looking outside. I opened my mouth. You can think of me as an official who is familiar with this kind of disaster situation. Is this related to the title agent, by any chance? So she did hear it. That's right. I briefly explained the Disaster Management Bureau to reporter Yoonhage. As she listened, the reporter's eyes gleamed. Even if it sounds absurd, it's an explanation that fits the situation. And as soon as I finished saying, there are people to be rescued and evacuated, and it's currently in progress, she laughed heartily and said, All right, agent, then you'll have to write a report, won't you? I might. Then you'll need someone to record what you've done, right? Then she pointed to herself and grinned. I'd be perfect for it. There are few people as good as me at grasping conspiracies and incidents. I'll write it down for you very objectively, with good analysis and interpretation. No matter how I look at it, you just seem full of desire to report on this. Well, whatever. I suppressed a sigh and nodded. I would be grateful if you did. Okay, good choice. Reporter Yoonhage winked. But this person wouldn't be able to write that article as a reporter anyway. Because the person here wasn't a real reporter, but just the form the assistant manager had taken, fixed in a state befitting the Segwang Special City Disaster Day after being subjected to contamination. Actually, that's why I had tried to use the resort contract to revert her to her original form through a command from the employer. It didn't work. All I had done was add a single line for the resort contract to the existing contract, and any power beyond that was impossible to exercise. If it had been possible, she would have transformed into her resort work uniform, and her wounds would have healed, which meant it wasn't working at all. My abilities as the resort manager, that is. As expected, the influence of other ghost stories is blocked in Segwang Metropolitan City. I had thought it was because it was sealed off, but maybe it was the nature of the disaster itself that started at City Hall. Wait a minute. The train is shaking. Huh? The car is tilting. Well. Huh? Oh my God. People grabbed onto the handrails, but those who couldn't or lost their grip slid and poured to one side. The side opposite to where we were standing. To the right. Aoyak. My blood ran cold. I immediately hooked my arm around a pole and reached out to grab the other two. Reporter Yoonhage, who had already grabbed another pole, and the student Ryu Yigwin, who had grabbed the same pole as me, reached out with crisscrossing hands and grabbed my arm and shoulder. We were left dangling precariously from the left door, almost floating in the air. What's going on? What is it? Hicksub. The train was still moving, but it was frighteningly precarious. Agent, there's a strange sound. It wasn't the screech of friction from going around a curve. It was the sound of something breaking. a train running with more passengers than its load capacity. The train, finally unable to bear the weight and derailing from the tracks, was overturning. Kayali. Jaya. Somebody help. Screams came from the front cars, and the train, without slowing down, continued to lurch forward unsteadily. It began to topple over completely with a heavy thud. Aoyak. The pole we were holding onto rose toward the ceiling. People tumbled down like cascading cargo, piling up below with the sound of breaking bones. A sight where the person at the very bottom would have already been crushed into a pulp. We're being buried. The train is still moving, its body bouncing. No. If I let go now, we'll be swept away. Calmly, shit. I gritted my teeth and prepared to land as carefully as possible. Before it completely flips over, I have to slide down to the floor. I just need to slide down the pole. The hands of the two people next to me were damp with tension and cold sweat. I sent them down first, and to slide down last myself, I took a breath and pulled on the arm holding the pole. And then I saw it. A blue light was flickering outside the window. The goblin. For a moment I was about to blank out, but I came to my senses, turned my body and looked at the device next to the door. Emergency release. I operated the manual device, making it possible to open the door. Quickly. I gritted my teeth again, and was about to climb the pole to open the door when... Agent, step on me. Using the high school student Ryu Yiguan's shoulder as a foothold as he offered me his back, I launched myself more easily and grabbed the door. And I opened it slightly. F-wish. An ethereal light streamed through the crack in the door. The blue traces of a goblin fire were hovering near the door. To anyone, it would look like an act of rescue. A trace. The goblin fire showed no expression or personality. A mass of energy that had lost its purpose. In that case, I let go of the hand clinging to the pole. Barely hanging onto the door on the ceiling with one hand's grip, I stuck my other hand through the gap in the door and snatched the trace of the goblin fire. And I threw it forcefully under the train. Hook, the sacred flame of the cooperative spirit beast, which recognized my identity as a former agent, traveled down my hand and connected to the subway wheels below. The next moment, after a flash of blue light, with a grinding sound, the train flipped back over. The train rotated 90 degrees in the opposite direction, not too abruptly. The door I was holding closed on its own. I heard the sound of the wheels spinning freely, and then... click. There was the sound of the wheels engaging with the tracks. The train is now departing. The scenery beyond the car window began to move smoothly. I let out a long sigh, holding onto the door. Are you all right? More or less. Yes. My companions were safe. The sound of my own heartbeat throbbed in my head with relief. That lanky fellow is flying around. I returned a weak smile to reporter Yunhae's admiration. But the inside of the train was already hell. Hu sob. Minjiang. The bodies of those crushed to death, and the cries of people with broken bones could be heard. Right next to us, close enough to brush against. The car, once packed with people, was now also filled with corpses. Damn it. I reflexively moved the high school student away from there, pushing him closer to the door. Reporter Yunhae, on the other hand, was observing the tragic scene quite intently. My hair stood on end, but I eventually got up on trembling legs and looked at the pile of people. It's so horrific, but maybe because I've seen so many people die today, I feel a strangely desolate and dry exhaustion. I staggered and began to pull the living from the pile, and once the inside of the train was somewhat organized, I pulled my hand away. Wow, thank you, unknown agent. We were saved thanks to you being here. I whipped my head around. Beyond the crowd, in the front car, I could see several new figures who had appeared inside the train at some point. Figures tending to the crushed and injured people. Those wearing blue jackets of a very similar design to mine. Arrest rope glass hand cannon. And the trace of a goblin fire. And we would have been in real trouble if we hadn't gotten this sorted out before the next train arrived. A person wearing a traditional lion mask, who had appeared next to me at some point, was muttering one. Beneath the mask, on the blue jacket, letters were visible. Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. They were Disaster Management Bureau agents. The Segwang Special City Disaster Day. The dispatched agents had appeared right before my eyes. Among them, the one wearing the lion mask was looking at me, who had helped them connect the train to the tracks. And with a voice that seemed a bit anxious yet cheerful, they asked, you've already organized this train car in the meantime. You handled that goblin fire pretty well earlier, so which branch are you from, agent? I'm not from the Segwang City branch. Oh, I see. The eyes inside the comical and fierce lion mask seemed to glow yellow, then looked at my jacket. But that jacket, it doesn't look like standard issue, looks like a knockoff. It is. I deliberately answered sheepishly. I was on a break and didn't have my clothes, so I had to quickly borrow a uniform from a local cooperative spirit beast. Wow, right. Making do with what you have when you're missing something, that's a real field agent's remark. Haha. The other person laughed heartily at my bitter smile. I quickly scanned the situation. Man, woman. I couldn't even tell that. Like the masks of Daydream, the being was obscuring its perception, making it difficult to grasp its appearance and characteristics. I couldn't even tell if the voice was high or low. It felt like all individuality was suppressed by the comical feeling of that lion mask. Or is it the power of a goblin? Sure enough, a slightly troubled voice brought up the topic of goblins. By any chance, do you have a goblin fire that accompanies you, agent? My partner goblin fire suddenly evaporated this morning, leaving only an afterimage. Of course it would. The sealing ritual would have been performed after all the real goblin fires were taken out. They wouldn't exist inside the May 4th of Segwang Metropolitan City, trapped in the day of disaster. But I answered without showing any of this. I'm on a break, so I have neither a goblin flame nor any equipment. But if what you're saying is true, this is no ordinary situation. That's true. That thing usually sticks to me like a rice cake. The lion mask scratched its own mask and said, The strange thing is, there's quite a bit of a trace left. It's like the consciousness of this cute little goblin fire has disappeared, but there's something like a portable battery left behind. Could it be that the power of the goblin fires used on the Segwang Special City Disaster Day is still trapped and remaining in here? Just like what happened at Segwang High School. Did you hear anything else when you borrowed that uniform from the cooperative spirit beast? Nothing in particular. Instead, I relayed what the counselor had said about going to Segwang Station to end this disaster. I see him. The lion mask agent turned their head. I swallowed hard as I watched the agents from the front car, calming people down as best they could, and separating the corpses. And my companions. So you're both from the same Disaster Management Bureau, but you don't know each other. It seems the departments are quite divided, and there are separate branches for each region. Yep, that's right. The lion mask agent smoothly brushed off reporter Yunhage's words, then randomly patted the high school student Ryu Yiguan's head and said with a laugh, You must be the ones who requested rescue, right? Are you from the Blue Dragon team? I smiled bitterly, and I answered without thinking. Actually, I was in the Hyunmu team, but I don't have any equipment, so I'm just trying to rescue people as I can. That's awesome, fellow agent. Then they rummaged through their pocket and took something out. A sparkling, jade-colored firearm made of glass. A glass hand cannon. I'll give you this, I brought a spare. Thank you. No, I'm the one who was saved thanks to you. Man, I almost died trying to get the train back on track with just a goblin fire's afterimage. I quickly tucked the glass hand cannon into my clothes. The lion mask agent, who was watching this, nodded and said, So you'll be getting off at Segwang Station. You're going to check the status of the cooperative spirit beast and then re-establish a rescue route. Yes. Then, the lion mask agent hesitated slightly, checking the tragic state of the train and the civilians. They had seemed cheerful throughout the conversation, but now, beneath that demeanor, anxiety and unease flickered and disappeared. And so my companions wouldn't hear. They lowered their voice and whispered in my ear. Hey, I've got a bad feeling. I smelled that vile Guangqiao one sent here. Guangqiao, you mean? The Daydream director, that pseudo-religion nut. Which director were they talking about? And Guangqiao, if it's that. In other words, Gangqiao. The fire-breathing evil Emugi monster, right. A folk tale popular in my friend's homeland. Should I call it classic or outdated? Of course, if one has been a celebrity since the 17th century, I suppose I could treat it as a classic. Right, but there's a director like that in Daydream. No, more importantly, you can smell something like that. I'm not wearing this hot and heavy mask for no reason. I wear it for this kind of spiritual efficacy. The lion mask rippled here and there, its yellow eyes rolling comically. This guy is especially amazing at sniffing out wicked and powerful beings or unfair contracts. It's got a nose like a bloodhound, doesn't it? I see. But another realization came first. The Cheerful Research Institute was ruined because of Daydream. If so, there's a high probability that Daydream was also involved in the Segweng Metropolitan City incident related to the Cheerful Research Institute. Perhaps even at this very moment. I asked urgently, do you think Daydream is deeply involved in this situation? It seems so, right? And there's something else that's bothering me. What is it? I moved closer at the beckoning lion mask agent and leaned in. A lower, smaller voice said, that smell is coming from you too. I froze. Agent, did you by any chance make some kind of contract with a Daydream director? Perhaps. You're pretending to be an agent, playing the role of a troublemaker. Guangqioli name for a trad KR monster. In some sources it &39 s just another name for a Mugi. In other sources it &39 s said that if an Imugi fails to become dragon, they become this. From Kirikarinki on Tumblr. Not exactly a lion, but it's the closest word I could find. CR8ORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. I changed Will-o'-the-Wisp to Goblin Fire. I know the correct term is Dakibai Flame Fire, but I haven't used that term before and it might get confusing. Ike. Let me know. Chapter 341. I swallowed hard. The lion mask's sacred and terrifying face was looking at me. Its yellow, spiky eyes moved within the mask as if they were alive. Did you know? The lion mask has various legends depending on the region. One of them is that it drives away miscellaneous ghosts. The lion mask's mane poured onto my shoulder. It felt like the mask would open its maw, full of sharp, jagged teeth at any moment. Isn't being bewitched by Guangqiao and harming civilians also the work of a miscellaneous ghost tilde? I watched as that chilling thing approached. I watched and then... No. I answered. I have no intention of impersonating an agent to stir up trouble in this large-scale disaster. Oh ho. And you must know of my innocence, agent. And why do you think that? The lion mask's head tilted, and its mane flowed down my back. It felt cold and strange. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the back of my neck. I have to sort this out properly. Suppressing my anxious heart as much as possible, I spoke calmly. You must have lent me the agent equipment because you thought I was innocent. If you were suspicious, you wouldn't have given me equipment that would help me escape. Am I wrong? I barely managed to turn just my eyes to check on my companions. I saw the two of them, who seemed to think we were having a conversation between agents, looking at the surrounding devastation instead of us, without any particular suspicion. If you can truly distinguish wicked things by scent, agent, then you must know that I have no malice or guilt. Perhaps he saw the people I was trying to rescue, and my attitude toward them, and judged me to be sincere. Please. I tried to relax the tension that made my hands curl up and continued speaking. It's true that I made a contract with a Daydream director, but that has no connection to what I'm about to do in this situation. The lion mask swayed, moving as if to peer into me. What is it you're going to do? As I said, I'm going to rescue those two people, because I have people I must save, and... I hesitated, then spoke. If possible, I want to end this disaster. The lion mask is silent. And then the mask shook. You're sincere. The mane was whipped away. I gasped for breath. In that moment, the lion mask, having regained its comical movements, grabbed my arm. In that case, I'm counting on you for the rescue, fellow agent. Yes. Phew. I let out a sigh of relief inwardly, looking at the lion mask who had suddenly returned to the guise of an affable agent. But the tension still clung to my body. The lion mask was not letting go of my arm. Strangely, it feels like I'm facing a being from a ghost story. Is it because of that lion mask? I could barely feel any humanity from that agent. The lion mask agent twisted his head quite affectionately. But he didn't move away from me, and he absolutely did not let go of my arm. As if he would drag me away if I made a wrong move. But how on earth did you let that vicious guangqiao coil itself up in your body, agent? First of all, I don't know who Mr. Guangqiao is. One of the Daydream directors. But if I were to say here, I have contracts with 2 directors from the development department, and one of them is the form of a local cooperative spirit beast who went mad after consuming a grudge. Oh, and I also signed an employment contract before that, so I might have a contract with another director from HR. An octopus with many legs, you could say. I couldn't say something like that. I swallowed my words and summarized it in a comprehensive, roundabout way. You're asking how I ended up with a contract with Daydream. That's right. In that case, there was a simple and clear answer. I was tricked. And I'm looking for a way to get out of it. The lion mask agent seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. Then the mask's white mane floated up. So you're on a leave of absence so as not to cause trouble for the Management Bureau. It's not just that, it's also for my own safety. Because I was a spy. But now I'm really not, so it's unfair. Of course, of course. Thankfully, he played along good-naturedly. Phew. Letting out a sigh of relief, I looked at the remaining time. About 8 minutes left, it seemed. Are we arriving at Segwang Station soon? If I get caught by agents at a time like this and get delayed further, I might not be able to find the counselor at Segwang Station. Then I'll lose everything. I need to lighten the mood quickly. But a suddenly cold voice reached my ear. That's strange, too. Pardon? If that's the case, how on earth did a fellow agent on leave know about the disaster and enter this city to rescue someone? It hasn't even been half a day, not even a few hours since the disaster broke out. And yet here you are, having even found a civilian to rescue. Even if news got out, this is, well, too short a time. How coincidental. It was a sharp question. And a precise point. The timeline doesn't add up. I was in this city from the moment the disaster alert arrived. And agents from other cities only started entering from outside Segwang City after quite some time had passed. So my claim that I entered because there was a rescue request wouldn't work. The timing doesn't make sense. I need to buy time to think of an answer. There's no time, damn it. I have to turn the tables on him. I racked my brain, then noticed something. Over there, the agent's visible in the front car. By that logic, you're suspicious too, agent. Oh, me? Yes. I said nonchalantly. You're not from the Segwang City branch either, are you? Why do you think that? Look over there. The lion mask agent's gaze followed mine. To the agents in the front car, who were managing the accident and explaining the supernatural disaster to the civilians. The jacket details of the agents over there and the lion mask-wearing agent before my eyes are a little different. The jacket pockets of the agents in the front car had a patch with the Segwang City logo. But the lion mask agent, after checking his own clean jacket pocket, raises his head. Fellow agent, you have very good eyes. Thank you. However, the lion mask is not fazed. But I'm just here on temporary assignment to support this branch, so of course I had to be dispatched with them. Phew. But your clothes, did you say a cooperative spirit beast lent them to you? Get a grip and choose my words carefully. Subtly, they do belong to a cooperative spirit beast, and that being is definitely aware that I am wearing these clothes. I didn't say he lent them to me, but that alone made the lion mask tilt his head. How bizarre, that cooperative spirit beast must have known, too, that you're suspicious. But to just give you the jacket, it's a devil of a mystery. Did you perhaps bewitch the fox in reverse? I shook my head. I don't know about that, but I have never lied. I see. The lion mask shakes as if turning upside down and then comes back. In that case, let's get back to the main point and figure out your intentions, agent. Damn it. The lion mask stares at me. Its bizarrely swaying mane once again spills over my shoulder. How on earth did you know a disaster would happen today? And how did you so quickly decide on someone to rescue and end up here? I thought this lion mask felt almost like an anomaly. He seems to lack humanity, huh? In other words, that might mean he can handle truths that are difficult for a human to handle. In that case, this might be the one move that could change the situation. There wasn't much time left until we arrived at Segwang Station. Agent, I lowered my voice even more. What if this whole thing has been repeating itself? What if in fact this day of disaster has been repeating itself tens, hundreds of times? I stared at him. And what if I became aware of it? What would you think then? The Lion Mask agent froze. I rapidly relayed to him what I knew about what happened on the Segwang Special City Disaster Day. So you're saying that we are endlessly repeating May 4th, is that it? Yes. That is quite something. The Lion Mask sways, looking troubled. To be honest, I don't know the details either. My memory is faint, I just know that it has repeated hundreds of times. In reality, since I had experienced a peaceful May 4th in Segwang City over 600 times, it was easier for me to speak more specifically, mentioning place names. He understood quickly. And the Lion Mask, sensing once again that my words were not lies, lets his yellow eyes fall darkly. A time loop, I've seen a few supernatural disasters like this. That thing that's popular these days, what do they call it, a root thingy? A loop. Right, that. The Lion Mask agent, who chuckled, saying he had a friend who liked that sort of thing, soon let out a deep sigh. But that doesn't make sense either. From what I can see, this mess isn't the kind of disaster where you're trapped in some haunted drama video. It seems he suspects I'm not in my right mind. But that was fine, better than being suspected of having ulterior motives. So I changed the subject. Were you originally from the main office? That's right. I'm from the main office's Blue Dragon team. The Lion Mask agent, his speech having become informal at some point, casually revealed his affiliation in a peculiar tone. A team that no longer existed. Actually, I'm usually in charge of other duties rather than rescue, but I come out for support duty like this from time to time. They say you can get tainted if you stay in the workshop for too long. Wait, workshop? I looked at the Lion Mask agent again. His way of speaking, his sense of smell, his attitude when summoning the goblin fire. By any chance, is your dedicated duty, blending into the goblin workshop and pretending to be a goblin? I recalled a memory from what felt like a long time ago, when I was a new employee at Daydream. The agent from the goblin workshop, who put adhesive on my pop socket. Kim Xiaobing, you seem to have something good. But I haven't seen him once since I joined the company. No, I hadn't even heard him mentioned. If he was an agent, he should have returned to his post, as he said, or at least I should have heard rumors about him. Perhaps that's because he lost his original self, not just his pretending to be a goblin self. Like team leader Hong, who left half of herself at a high school here, or the elder of Team Humu 1. Right here, an echo-like existence, trapped in a world-ending class disaster. How did you know? You may not remember, but we've met before. Whom? The Lion Mask lets out a sigh. And I understand now. The pressure from the Lion Mask lessened slightly. No wonder I couldn't take off the Lion Mask. It was because I was tainted by the disaster. The agent tapped the Lion Mask, speaking gravely about a grave matter, but hidden by the comical face. It looked like an exaggerated gesture. He seemed to be accepting it. The fact that he might be trapped on May 4th. Phew. I held back a sigh of relief. Instead of panicking, this agent seemed to be lost in deep thought. So, you were on your way to Segwang Station to properly check what on earth is going on. That's right. I'd like to go too, but I have a job to do. The Lion Mask agent looks behind him. At the panicking civilians on the train. Even if your story about the day repeating is true, and even if the disaster ends, it's meaningless if there are no living civilians when the day is over. Someone has to protect the civilians' safety and rescue them. I slowly nodded my head. You're right. This stop is Segwang Station. We've arrived. Yes. The Lion Mask listened quietly to the announcement, then finally extended a hand to me and said this. All right, then let's do our best in our respective positions. And he hastily added the next words in an exaggerated manner. Don't think that you belong under the daydream's guanciale. No, I said without thinking. Not all daydream employees are bad people. Why don't you name one? I barely managed to turn my eyes away from reporter Yoonhage. Instead, I remembered something. If these agents were the ones who entered the subway and managed the civilians, they might be connected to the train shelter. Do you happen to know a daydream employee by the name of Lee Kanghyun? Lee Kanghyun? Never heard the name in my life. If you happen to meet him, I hope you won't be hostile to him right off the bat. Do you know him? A little. I recalled the note he left, smiled faintly, and nodded. I'll keep that in mind. And only then does the lion mask pull his head away, lift it, and speak in a laughing tone. His way of speaking had returned to normal as well. Agent, when you get near Segwang Station, you'll surely meet the Hyunmu team agents from this branch. Please try to cooperate with them. I'm counting on you. It meant the conversation was over. Yes. I bowed my head inside the train that had begun to stop. Thank you. The lion mask's yellow eyes look at me with a strange expression. The doors will open on your left. And finally, before the doors opened, the agent extended his hand to me and said, Fellow agent, if you don't mind, shall we exchange names? Our agent names, that is. The lion mask is smiling comically. I am Agent Choggy. Agent. I barely managed to open my mouth. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to say. That can happen. The lion mask tilts. Then feel free to use my agent name if you're in a pinch from now on. Ha ha ha, a free pass for today only. Beep, 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 beep. The doors open with an alert sound. Thank you. Oh my, don't mention it. Let's both do our best. Yes. I gathered my companions and managed to get off safely at Segwang Station, avoiding the surging crowd. Beyond the closing platform, screen door, and train doors, I could see the lion mask agent waving at me while trying to control the noisy crowd. The train departs. Phew. You had a very long and detailed conversation. Did you get a good grasp of the situation? Yes, we had a very fruitful conversation. I wanted to give reporter Yoonhage, whose expression screamed, I'm going to grill you the moment we have time, at least a faint smile. But it was difficult. It was because of the environment. Agent. There were already countless people at Segwang Station. People wailing, people in a daze, people who had been crushed under the tracks while trying to board the train. It felt as if various kinds of chaos had already swept through once, leaving a desperate feeling of despair stuck to the place. I know that all these people will be trapped in the station, unrescued, and eventually all hang themselves. And that in the ghost story that results from it, I had been strangled to death by a noose. This way. We moved carefully. The high school student Ryu Yigwin kept trying to clear a path in front, but I did my best to stay ahead and prevent him from doing so. Reporter Yoonhage, unlike assistant manager Yoonhage, was also the type to charge ahead, so we ended up dashing through the gaps in the crowd of refugees, jostling for the lead. People have already blocked all the exits. I ran, looking at the exits with their shutters down, and objects piled in front of them with a rather chilling feeling. People who had left friends or acquaintances outside were wailing in front of them. We crossed the concourse and headed for the opposite platform. There are no station employees here either. The opposite platform was also crowded, but this side had more corpses. Since no trains were coming, it seemed they had placed the dead here for the time being, as if stacking goods. And this is the place you were looking for. The machine room. The entrance to the cheerful research institute. Yes, a place I had never entered before, and probably the place to go that the counselor from the day of disaster had mentioned. Right now, I had no idea what might be happening inside. Holding my breath, I grabbed the doorknob, and then realized I had to unlock it first. I hurriedly searched myself, trying to see if I had the ID card of a research institute employee disguised as a subway worker. But at that moment, I heard footsteps approaching from behind. The clear, quick sound of someone walking with purpose. Coming this way. Agent. I turned my head at Ryu Yigwin's urgent call. And froze. Someone in a white lab coat was striding toward us without hesitation through the bodies on the platform. But They had no face. The area where a face should be was empty, a void of blackness visible. Well now. Well now. Is that exclamation, appropriate? That thing has no face. What is that? I reflexively tried to step back before remembering the people I was in charge of and planting my feet firmly. Endure it. And then, what kind of person looks like that? My thoughts exactly. So handsome. Wait a minute. With trembling eyes, I looked again at the person's lab coat. They were wearing an employee ID card. Cheerful researcher. Lee Jae-hyun. Do you have access to the machine room? This is insane. Chapter 342. To be honest, I couldn't be sure. Could Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun have been caught up in this day of disaster as just another civilian like me? I had encountered the two people stored in my tattoos in their own different ways, but Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, he had definitely died before me. I remember the sight of Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's remaining upper body, the one that had pulled me from the pile of flesh, falling with a thud onto the concrete floor. That's why whenever I thought of him, an uncertain anxiety washed over me, and I desperately tried to assume he must be here. And he really was. Though I never imagined we would meet like this. I saw a tall man in a white lab coat standing among the corpses. Now that I looked, I thought I could recognize him by his build. That was true, yes, that was true, but why is Lee Jae-hyun a cheerful researcher? And why doesn't he have a face? My mind froze in shock for a moment, but I realized what I had to do. I needed a way to enter the Cheerful Research Institute hidden in the machine room. I had to persuade that man. Are you an employee of the Cheerful Research Institute? Yes. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's, no, Researcher Lee Jae-hyun's gaze fell upon me. Come to think of it, it looks like he has eyes. No, there's nothing there. Huh? I lowered my gaze to the vicinity of his Adam's apple. I calmed my ragged breathing. Then I managed to speak with gravity. My companion went inside. It seems they're planning to handle something because of this whole mess. Putting aside the fact that he was Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, this was ultimately a situation where I had encountered an affiliate in front of the secret passage to the Cheerful Research Institute. To enter the machine room without any trouble here. I have to take a gamble. I took it out from my tattoo. ID card. Named Hyo-un. Segwang Transit Corporation. It was Hyo-un's ID card, which I had found in the station office. I subtly covered the blood-caked name part with my thumb and showed it to him from a reasonable distance. He gave this to me saying it was his access card. Is this the right place to enter? I have an urgent message for researcher Hyo-un about this situation. It was a direct impersonation of an affiliate's acquaintance. And to prevent any interrogation, I deliberately changed the subject, speaking in a rush while looking at the other side of the tracks and the surroundings as if I found them fascinating. But is it okay for the path to the Research Institute to be in such an open place? Yes. Does that mean other people can't see it, even if it's here? Yes. You must be using some supernatural principle. I'm curious what it is. I see. Researcher Lee Jae-hyun approached. I completely covered the ID card with one hand, hiding how strangely worn it was, and took a slight step back. The researcher, standing before the door, spoke. This door is a type of darkness. A person who does not know the door's function cannot perceive a situation in which someone is interacting with the door. Is that so? I see. I guess that's why he just gave me the key card so openly. Researcher Lee Jae-hyun did not answer. I made the first move. Then do I just tap this card here? And before a reply could come, I tapped the key card on the machine room's panel. Beep boop. It opened with a short sound. A shiver, like a cool thrill, ran from my fingertips to the top of my head. I immediately tried to grab the machine room door, but... Thump. Researcher Lee Jae-hyun grabbed the handle first. Please step back for a moment. That was it. He didn't ask who I was, or what my relationship with researcher Hyo-un was. He's either suspicious, or he really thinks I'm an affiliate. I at least wanted to read how a Cheerful Research Institute researcher would react to seeing a Disaster Management Bureau agent. He gives nothing away. That was his original disposition, but it felt even more so now that I couldn't read his expression without a face. It seems like other people can see his face, though. I studied the expressions of student Ryu Yigwen and reporter Yoon Hage. One was simply observing the researcher in a state of tension and immersion, wondering what would happen, while the other's eyes were sparkling. It seemed she was starting to feel interest in the situation, rather than just admiration for his good looks. Who? In the meantime, researcher Lee Jae-hyun opened the door. Whoosh! The air of a managed office escaped through the door and hit my nose. It was strangely a little sweet. Follow me. I was about to step inside, following researcher Lee Jae-hyun into the machine room. You two stay here. Then I stopped. Their expressions said they would absolutely not be staying behind. And on second thought, it seemed better for me to keep them with me rather than leave them among the corpses and refugees. If worst comes to worst, I'll just put them in my tattoo. Let's go quietly. We shouldn't be a nuisance to the researcher. Yes. Of course, of course. Leaving the two who were nodding vigorously, I cautiously looked down the hallway again. And I was at a loss for words. The very same office hallway structure I had seen in the basement of the Daydream headquarters was spread out before my eyes. Not a burnt-out hallway, but a vivid office hallway. But it was a different world. Every hallway was filled with toys and decorations. Colorful fireworks burst from golden frames on the walls, and laughter could be heard. The multicolored confetti melted and disappeared as soon as it hit the floor, and elaborate clockwork dolls and a small toy train ran over it. Whoosh! Instead of steam, the toy train spewed out light pink and light blue galaxy-like things that popped and vanished into the air. So this is what it originally looked like. Red and blue velvet curtains were hung here and there, fluttering, and carpets were laid on the floor as well. The overwhelming sight was enough to stop my thoughts for a moment. And, on the wall in the middle of the hallway, hung a shiny, brass-colored nameplate. Cheerful Research Institute. For all the children of the world. We research safe fun. I naturally realized. This was the core floor of the Cheerful Research Institute. I looked below the nameplate. Beneath it, I could see the embossed figures of animal dolls. A rabbit, a fox, a dragon. I felt the urge to take a closer look, but researcher Lee Jae-hyun's steps continued onward without hesitation. Into the maze-like complex hallway. In the end, I turned my gaze and continued to follow researcher Lee Jae-hyun. The high school student Ryu Yigwen ducked to avoid a firework, then carefully followed, avoiding a clockwork soldier that was coming toward him. Reporter Yoon Hage was raising her eyebrows with every step, and had taken out a notepad from somewhere to scribble something down. Just as this literally, cheerful scene continued, to the point where I was starting to feel strangely good, a sharp voice cut through the sounds of children's joyful laughter. It was the voice of adults, angry. Confusion, anger, coarse emotions. Researcher Lee Jae-hyun does not stop walking. I briefly saw a vintage elevator at the far end, but I also saw an A4 sheet of paper taped to it with "Fire, out of order," scrawled on it. Researcher Lee Jae-hyun turns a corner. The deeper we go into the hallway following the researcher, the louder the voices become, and I can start to distinguish them. It was two people's voices. And one of them was, "What do you mean it's not there?" It was a familiar voice. That voice, speaking as if dumbfounded, was definitely Ho Yuwon. Click. Researcher Lee Jae-hyun, finally stopping at an office, pulled the door open. Room 1004. The door with the nameplate swung wide open, revealing the interior. The first thing that caught my eye was the dream incubator. In front of the machine, which was empty without any liquid, two figures stood arguing. Not there, what in the world does that mean? Then, as the door opened, they flinched in surprise and turned to look this way. I could recognize the pale face of the counselor among them. And researcher Lee Hyun. He says he came looking for you. Excuse me, what are you talking about when all the institute staff are evacuating? The researcher with long, reddish-brown hair tied in a ponytail, who had been standing in front of the counselor, met my eyes. I stared at the person as if struck by lightning. A person I had only encountered through traces, a person presumed to be already dead. Do we know each other, Agent? A researcher of the Cheerful Research Institute. A living Li Hian was right before my eyes. My God! I had hoped to meet a living researcher on the day of disaster, but now that it had happened like this, my hands were trembling. The clue is right in front of me. I've never met you before. How did you get into the institute? What on earth? The person's face turns deathly pale upon seeing the bloodstains near reporter Yoon Hae's body behind me. That entire manner of speaking, build, and behavior. My goodness, he looks like a doppelganger of my friend's resort employee. Was frighteningly similar to Jang Hee-won's. A chill ran down my spine for a moment, but I looked at the person calmly. There was puzzlement and wariness in the person's expression, but surprisingly, they didn't seem baffled or show any animosity. Even while calling me an agent, as if recognizing my attire at a glance. Is it because of the counselor? It was something I could have guessed from the fact that he was having a private meeting with a cooperative spirit beast in the first place. In that case, it'll be easier to shock him. I took out the glass hand cannon and aimed it at him. Li Hian's expression changed. That researcher? Yes. I came here after receiving a tip from an affiliate that the cause of this large-scale supernatural disaster is the Cheerful Research Institute. Li Hian's face turned white as a sheet. Who on earth? No, that's not it. Are you saying you're not involved? That can't be possible. I have to press him and extract information. I gestured toward the empty dream incubator, devoid of any liquid, and spoke. The children's paradise syrup you were researching, isn't that the cause of all this? An astronomical number of civilians are dying outside. Answer me honestly. Is the Cheerful Research Institute the cause of this disaster? It's not. The answer is spat out as if vomited. That's not what we're researching. Someone tampered with it. Then what were you researching? That is... Seeing the researcher's words trail off, I crossed my arms and said, how to create a world without ghost stories. The researcher's face froze. And slowly, he looked at me. If you know about the children's paradise syrup, then you must know about that too. He let his shoulders slump, as if resigning himself to something. Then he moved his feet and looked at a frame hanging in the office. There was a photo of an animal plush doll. Behind the dear doll, a huge black shadow with a strange silhouette was visible. Good friend, this world is too dangerous. Ghost stories, darkness, supernatural disasters, anomalous phenomena called by various names have become more frequent in modern times. Researcher Li Hian's hand traces the black shadow. His eyes shine with benevolence. Dangerous places, places that are not real, are being projected. This institute has been researching ways to digest those anomalous phenomena as safely and enjoyably as possible. Right. Toys. Board games. Children's stores. The countless inventions and products created by the Cheerful Research Institute all took the form of children's play. Even the syrup they made. Things for children are safer and more harmless than things for adults. Since ghost stories are influenced by concepts and rules, we tried to perceive everything as being for children. As if they were censoring content for a target age group. Like Shakespeare for children, or Romance of the Three Kingdoms for children. The Cheerful Research Institute has been trying to censor ghost stories. A thrilling jolt spreads through me as everything clicks into place in my head. Then Li Hian's gaze turns to my chest. Just like that doll of yours, Agent. It's a good friend, right? The form is a little different. It must be an improved version made by another department. This plush body is a limited edition item that my friend produced himself at the resort. A rare handmade piece, so to speak. Oh, friend. I reflexively stroked Braun and gently pushed him into my front pocket. Watching Li Hian, who was looking at the scene with somewhat warm eyes, I opened my mouth. It wouldn't have ended there, you people. I looked at the dream incubator machine. You started using dream essence liquid. That's right. Li Hian's voice lowered. We realized that this alone was not enough. No matter how much we tried to produce items for children, the inherent danger did not disappear. A ghost story is a ghost story, after all. So you started researching a way to make anomalous phenomena disappear altogether. That's right. Li Hian's voice quickened. But it was impossible. You can't use a mystical power to make a mystery disappear. It's like you can't cut off your left hand with your left hand. So we came up with a new idea. What if we created a new world altogether, one without ghost stories? His words get even faster. World creation. It's enormous, but if you think of it in children's terms, it's not impossible. It's common for children to imagine their own little worlds just as they create imaginary friends. But this also hit a wall. To create an actual world, you would have needed materials. That's right. My heart pounds ominously. Following the suggestion of a certain supernatural being, we collaborated with a company and began to extract the power source of anomalous phenomena. It was a power of imagination and the unknown, shining with a mysterious golden light. That. Li Hiaon placed a hand on the dream incubator. A slightly dreamy voice, as if imagining, is heard. We decided to call it Dream Essence Liquid. I looked at the emoticon buttons on the incubator. After a few trials and errors, we developed a syrup that could manipulate reality, and one of them was the Children's Paradise syrup. But there was no spot for a Children's Paradise syrup button on that machine. The bottom center was just smoothly finished, and an emoticon with a halo was just mixed in with the other emoticons on the top row. At first, it was just a potion that let you have wonderful daydreams. Researcher Li Hiaon touches the button with a hint of affection. But at the suggestion of a certain researcher, we used that potion as a base to develop another potion that would create a world without ghost stories. I remembered the note I saw in the burnt-out Cheerful Research Institute in the subway. Use Children's Paradise syrup. For this invitation research. My opinion. Wait a minute. Then why is it called invitation research? Pardon? I'm asking why it was a method of inviting someone. At my question, Li Hiaon hesitated as if trying to make an excuse, but in the end, he speaks as if he's given up on everything. Because we realized a way to create a world very naturally. It's by inserting it as a premise. A premise? It's like this. If we invite Cinderella, it means there is a world with a fairy godmother and magical glass slippers. Wait. If we invite the wicked gray wolf, it means there is a world where Red Riding Hood's grandmother is eaten by the wolf. So if... Wait a minute. We invite a person who lives in a place without ghost stories. Then a place without ghost stories must also exist. I froze. We've been researching that until now, and today we attempted the invitation. I realized the one they invited was me. The supernatural disaster in Segweng Metropolitan City occurred during the ritual to invite Kim Solium from a world without ghost stories. Chapter 343. In the first place, why did I keep exploring this dangerous Segweng Metropolitan City? It was because of a vague sense of anticipation. A hope that if I kept digging into this massive and secretive ghost story, I might reach the fundamental truth of this world of ghost stories. And a hope that if I did, I might find out why I was going through all this. A hope that I might discover the cause or reason for being suddenly thrown into the world of the darkness exploration record, and suffering through this incomprehensible ordeal. I realized that those hopes had just been answered. In a way I had never expected. They were trying to summon me here. The Cheerful Research Institute had tried to summon me, a person from that other place, for the purpose of proving the existence of a safe world without ghost stories. And because of that, the disaster in Segweng Metropolitan City occurred. My heart sank. Then, the deaths of hundreds of thousands in Segweng Metropolitan City and the city's lockdown are, in the end, related to me. No, let's not get the wrong idea. Did I ask them to summon me? Absolutely not. I was just caught up in this like any other citizen of Segweng City, caught up in the insane attempts of the institutions of this damn ghost story world. Caught up, and of all people, it had to be me. For a moment, something like a sharp pang of pain shot up from my chest to my head. It was rage. I barely managed to let out a shallow breath and looked at the researcher from the Cheerful Research Institute. My words came out strangely dry. The words of an agent. So in the end, you're saying the absurd story that you tried to summon a person from a world without anomalous phenomena is true, and you failed. An entire metropolis has turned into a ghost story. Why on earth would you attempt something like this without the ability to take responsibility? What gave you the confidence? We didn't cause it, it wasn't supposed to fail. this attempt. It wasn't supposed to fail. What kind of thoughtless talk is that? A research institute should have assumed the possibility of failure and prepared for it. That would be normal. Researcher Li Hyun's expression grew even paler. Good. How are you going to clean this up? Where are all the other researchers right now? Due to the fire, they evacuated, and there was definitely a contingency plan. But it's not working now. We were deceived too, What kind of irresponsible nonsense is that? I agree. I snapped my head around. A member of the group I had forgotten was present, was speaking quietly. The counselor, his expression gone. I think so too. How could they be so irresponsible? I certainly received such a promise from them. The air twists bizarrely. That on the day their efforts succeeded, this city would become safer for people than any other place on Earth. There was no reply from Li Hyun. No, he couldn't reply. I saw the researcher clutching his own throat. In the fantastical space filled with colorful toys, he rolled on the floor with a choking sound. But the counselor smiles at me, explaining as if kindly giving pre-counseling instructions. I have lived in Segwang Metropolitan City, a region once called Gwangjin, for a very long time. I once harmed people here and there, but after growing fond of them and gaining wisdom, I have been looking after and protecting them. So those words sounded quite delightful to me. His calm and intellectual tone gradually became softer and more gentle, as if he were returning to his true self. The people from the government office who accompanied them also gave their assurances, so I gave them the underground of this land and listened to their requests. Then one day, I received an earnest plea. What kind of plea? A request to borrow a mystical bead for just a moment. At the gesture of the counselor, no, the supernatural being, the image of a bright, round orb appears, floating above his finger. Its five-colored brilliance is resplendent. I recalled a day when Deputy Manager Yoon Hage had used a similar bead to infiltrate the nameless, brilliant cult disguised as an old man. However, that one was the size of a finger, and it didn't look nearly as miraculous as this. Have you ever heard the folklore about the fox bead? Not the fruit, but the bead possessed by a fox spirit. It sparkles. There's a theory that it originated from the dragon's wish-fulfilling orb, but it's probably a saying that arose because a similar story was passed down, that it grants wishes. Soon the fantastical image vanished, but I realized that it resembled the shape of the egg that had been in the center of the dream incubator's tank. A wish? No way. Was the thing you lent them used in this experiment? It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? I hear a laugh. Unaware of that, I was about to quickly retrieve my bead and take action. The Management Bureau had already earnestly requested my services many times, holding rights, to protect my territory and push back other wicked things. But his voice becomes stern. They say the bead has disappeared. Now there's no way. There's no way to protect this city from the corrupt infiltration from the outside and the infection spreading like a plague. The researcher's face turns blue. His hands tremble faintly as if he's about to lose consciousness. Letting Li Hyun go like this is meaningless. Not only is this not his individual responsibility, but will also lose information. I finally spoke up quickly. Can't we at least try to track how the bead disappeared? And if that's not possible, we should find out if there's another way to save the city, by interrogating the researcher. That's true. Gasp. Li Hyun yanked his hands away from his throat, as if he'd been electrocuted. He gasped on the floor a few times, then with his eyes still focused, he speaks. Sorry, I'm sorry. Forget the apology. We need to find a way to fix this first. Please explain how the experiment was conducted from the beginning. Yes, so we. But at that moment, researcher Li Hyun's right ear fell off his face and dropped to the floor with a thud. The researcher fumbled on the floor and picked up his ear. The thing that had fallen to the floor had, at some point, taken on the complete appearance of a plastic toy. I turned my head to look at the hallway. The splendid hallway visible beyond Lee Jae-hyun, and the other two somehow felt more static than before. Some of the colorful toys had stopped working and were standing still, or had lost their vitality. A sight that had lost its mystery. Please run away quickly. This office won't hold out for long either. You have to get out. Researcher Li Hyun says in a hurry. Right now it's protected from the fire and the disaster outside, but the flames will soon reach here too. There's not much time left. Wait, are you saying that the power of the supernatural phenomenon that's stopping the fire from spreading to this floor is disappearing? That's right. I remembered. The moment the counselor's hand, which he had put inside the monster, was severed, it had dissolved away as if disappearing. If that's the case, could it be our supernatural phenomena completely disappearing from Segweng Metropolitan City right now? A faint smile appears on the researcher's face. That's correct. So, strictly speaking, the goal of our experiment has been achieved. The summoning must have been a success. A faint thrill could even be felt in the researcher's voice. Someone has come. My head grows cold with an emotion I can't identify as anger or fear. But my reason catches a sense of wrongness. That's strange. If supernatural phenomena have disappeared, it should have become safer, so why is the outside in such a state? That's why I'm saying it wasn't our intention. This is an impossible outcome according to our objective. An impossible outcome. Yes, today, we simply intended to establish and prove the existence of a place without ghost stories. His tired voice lowers. Someone interfered and subtly changed the ritual. That's not what we're researching. Someone tampered with it. And they must have set the fire so we couldn't respond. Usually, the person who benefits the most is the culprit. Everyone's gaze turns to the door. Reporter Yoonhage was scratching her head. Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about, but the context is definitely my specialty. That's usually how the world works. Who benefits the most from this mess? The researcher's eyes sink. She was right, but it seemed difficult for his disposition to make such a guess. In that case, I just have to make it more specific. An excellent point, civilian. I asked, adding on. It seems you have a few people in mind. Among them, was there anyone who suddenly disappeared from the scene right after the experiment? The researcher, with a dazed expression, turns back to me, then says, startled. There is. Well, I hear reporter Yoonhage's exclamation. An excellent interrogation, my friend. Who is it? A sponsor who insisted on observing this experiment. They are also a supernatural being from the company that was developing the Dream Essence liquid in cooperation with us. That is. Can you give me a description or a name? The researcher stumbles backward, gets up, and rummages through what appears to be his desk. Then from the bottom drawer, he pulls out a teal hardcover book with, published in commemoration of the Cheerful Research Institute's founding, written on it, and starts flipping through it rapidly. He stops at one page. A group photo with several people was titled Corporate Cooperation. The researcher pointed to one person in it. It's this person. It was Director Chung. The director, whose exterior was no different from when I saw her in the annex basement last time, was captured in the photo wearing a lab coat. A numbing shock spreads through my head. It's a being from within an anomalous phenomenon, identified as a type of dragon. She was definitely there on the City Hall rooftop while we were proceeding with the work for today's experiment, but at some point, she disappeared without a word. I hear reporter Yoonhage's hesitant voice. This seems like a really obvious situation. Wasn't the partner company trying to backstab you and snatch the development results? Or maybe they screwed up while subtly manipulating the environment to get the results they wanted. Shock and denial appeared on Lee Hyeon's face, then quickly changed to resignation and bitterness. That might be what happened, we've already. The next moment, researcher Lee Hyeon's thumb fell to the floor. It too was plastic. Now there's really not much time left. Anxiety crept onto Lee Hyeon's face. Hurry and escape to the subway. This experiment's range was limited to above ground, so the subway, which isn't the source, will be relatively safe. At least you all should get to safety. Then he turned to the counselor and bowed his head deeply. I'm sorry. Given the situation, it's highly probable that your treasure, supernatural being Nim, was used in this experiment and lost. So it might still be on that rooftop, but I'm not certain, and this research institute no longer has any mystical toys with enough power to get there. The counselor didn't answer. Lee Hyeon couldn't raise his head, and the movements of the splendid toys in the hallway and office began to stop intermittently. And Lee Hyeon's foot fell off with a thud. A toy that looked like a nutcracker soldier's boot rolled on the floor. The researcher staggered. The high school student, Ryu Yigwen, who was by the door, approached and asked cautiously, I can support you. Thank you, but... A bitter smile spreads across Li Hyun's face. I can only stay alive inside this research institute. I've already lost most of my body. But that researcher, he'll be able to live even if he leaves. He pointed to researcher Lee Jae-hyun by the door. He's from a different department. He barely participated in this research. He has no responsibility, so I'd appreciate it if you could escape with him. Lee Jae-hyun just stared at him, seemingly feeling no emotion at those considerate words. You should evacuate too. Don't just rely on that strange button item. Hurry and get out of the office and escape. Quickly. Button item. I couldn't see researcher Lee Jae-hyun's face, but I did see him step out into the hallway instead of nodding. I will guide you to the subway entrance. Researcher Lee Hyun seemed relieved at that sight. I'll look for another way, so it would be best for everyone to leave. Phew. Starting with reporter Yoonhage, everyone left the office. And when even the counselor had stepped out into the hallway. Agent Nim. I stood silently in front of Lee Hyun. Researcher Nim, are you almost certain that a person from a world without ghost stories has come here? That yes. Are you happy with that result? Beyond the disappointment and despair, a researcher's sense of accomplishment briefly flashes across Lee Hyun's face. That alone, yes, I am. I see. I lowered my head and whispered in his ear. Then are you saying you don't care what happens to the being you summoned? Pardon? What you summoned was not a supernatural being, but a person, just a person. My voice speaks slowly, deliberately. Have you ever imagined what kind of life a person who has lived an ordinary life, never encountering an anomalous phenomenon, would lead after being suddenly dragged into an unfamiliar environment? What is that supposed to? Lee Hyun's puzzled gaze changes the moment his eyes meet mine. Wait a minute. Lee Hyun's eyes tremble. Could it be? I look down at the researcher without a word. Lee Hyun's eyes hastily scan my appearance. Then they stop on my clothes and his pupils shake. As if realizing that it wasn't an official agent uniform, but the attire of a cooperative spirit beast, the counselor. Agent, what is your name? Who knows? Are you a citizen of Segwang Metropolitan City? Who knows? Researcher Lee Hyun is scanning me from head to toe, as if desperate to find any clue or perhaps to remember something. Instead of being flustered, I leaned in slightly and whispered. But there is one thing I'd like to tell you. Yes, what is? In my opinion, even if your summoning had succeeded, the being that was brought here would never cooperate with you. Never. Lee Hyun froze. B.P. The fire alarm began to blare in the hallway. Leaving the dazed researcher of the Cheerful Research Institute sitting there, I walked out into the hallway. Of course, there was no way to save researcher Lee Hyun. But I felt a slight sense of misery at the fact that I couldn't guarantee I would have used that method even if there was one. Let's go. There was something I had to do. I have to get those 3 people out of here. It was as I took a step into the hallway. Agent Nim. The counselor spoke to me. Did you know, according to what that researcher just said, this place is the basement of Segwang City Hall? What? I heard Lee Jae-hyun's dumbfounded voice. He said this is the basement of Segwang City Hall. I heard that, then is this place right below where the incident occurred? Yes. It was the moment I felt a chill that went beyond unease. A soft voice is heard. Then if we just go up, we'll reach the rooftop, right? Yes. Damn it. However, the probability of it being extremely dangerous is exceedingly high. I know, but sometimes you have to do things even if they're dangerous. I can feel the counselor's gaze looking into me. Agent Nim. Would you like to go with me to the City Hall rooftop? We can use the emergency stairs. I'll provide you with plenty of fruit. The moment I was about to turn my stiff head to look at him. That is not a recommended course of action, Mr. Roe dear. Wait a minute. Manager. Yes. I whipped my head around to look at researcher Lee Jae-hyun. No, Lee Jae-hyun. My heart is pounding. He has no face, but instead of the same unsettling and bizarre feeling as before, I'm filled with shock. No way. Do you have your memories? No, this was too broad of a question. After some thought, I chose one. A question that was trivial, yet essential. Do you remember what team we were on at the company? Yes. And for some reason, I knew. Team D. If I could have seen his face, the lizard's snout would have been curved into a smile right now. Chapter 344. I looked at researcher Lee Jae-hyun, no, manager Lee Jae-hyun. He no longer looked like a lizard, but I still naturally imagined the vertical pupils of that reptile. Since when did you remember? I've always remembered. In that moment, a tremendous sense of relief washed over me, and at the same time, a hollow laugh almost escaped my lips. I see. The tension left my shoulders. Phew. It seemed I had been under more immense pressure than I'd realized. Being dropped into an unfamiliar timeline with no one I knew, trying to save acquaintances who had no memory of me, all by myself. It must have been hard. Mr. Rowe, dear. Strictly speaking, however, you were not alone. Your friend was always with you, comforting and guiding you with his witty words. That's true. Thanks. Oh, don't mention it. Let's not say something like, what I meant was an acquaintance with a physical form, only to have the MC pop out with an O I understand perfectly. I decided to just savor the relief of this situation, however briefly. The fact that I didn't have to rescue him, but now had someone who would cooperate with me to rescue others. And what's more, come to think of it, it's only natural that manager Lee Jae-hyun would have his memories, just like me. After all, he fell into this place under conditions not so different from mine. Both of us, well, we died after escaping the loop. Did I really have to put on that show with the researcher ID at the door earlier? Feeling a little embarrassed, I was about to quickly go over that part again when he spoke. Then I will state it again. Yes, I do not recommend attempting to go to the ground floor here, including the rooftop of Segwang City Hall. As if doused with cold water, my mind snapped back to the situation. The counselor had suggested we go to the rooftop. Manager cut him off. When I looked back, the supernatural being was smiling at researcher Lee Jae-hyun. Are you qualified to say that? A recommendation does not require qualifications. But the counselor didn't even ask a perfunctory question like, by the way, did you two know each other? He simply ignored Lee Jae-hyun's words, focused on me, then approached and took both my hands in his remaining one like a friendly older relative. And he said quietly, Agent, while looking at his own agent's jacket that I was wearing. Actually, my jacket wasn't at the Management Bureau branch, but in my counseling office. I know you lied. That was the only possible meaning of his statement. But there was no hostility in the counselor's eyes. Instead, there was an unreadable sense of goodwill. But I can feel my consciousness from you. Have you received counseling from me before? I slowly nodded. The other man smiled faintly. I thought so, but I remember every client I've ever counseled, yet strangely, I can't seem to remember you. You've been helping me from the very beginning, so perhaps, I even thought you might be a being arranged by a future version of myself for my own sake. If that's the case, would you be willing to help me? I lifted my head and looked at the counselor. At Ho Yuan's face. Are you going to the City Hall rooftop to try and find your fox bead, betting on the chance it was used in an experiment there? Yes. There's no telling what state that place is in right now. Yes. I took a deep breath. If the surface of Segwang Metropolitan City is now a place where anomalous phenomena cannot exist, you might not be able to exist either. The counselor was silent for a moment before speaking. Still, I don't want to turn back when there's a method I can try. While someone out there is struggling to rescue civilians and end this disaster, I have to at least try. Really? I pressed my eyes and said, I'll accompany you. A smile spread across the counselor's face. Thank you, Mr. Rowe, dear. Hold on. Manager. I grabbed him as if trying to calm a researcher from the Cheerful Research Institute, and spoke ambiguously to manager Lee Jae-hyun. I think I need to find out how he became director, Ho. That means... Yes, it means what you think it means. Please don't make speculative statements in front of the counselor, where he can guess the whole meaning. Instead, I spoke ambiguously once more. Perhaps we might be able to prevent the tragedies that will happen later, don't you think? If we really succeeded in retrieving the bead, we might be able to stop this day of disaster and end the ghost story. Even if not, we might get some information or a hint. And I have a favor to ask of you, manager. I couldn't see Lee Jae-hyun's face, but I swallowed hard. I'd like you to get the other 2 members of our exploration team out of here. Beep, 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 beep. The fire alarm blared intermittently again. I hurriedly looked back at my 2 companions. Agent, Student Yigwin, listen carefully. I grabbed his shoulders and said, once you get out, you must take the train to the station farthest from here. Go out through the exit there and leave with that researcher. Got it? Yes. He's a trustworthy person. He will definitely protect you both. All sorts of questions seemed to be rising in the high school student's eyes, but in the end, he asked quietly, does that mean you're not coming with us, Agent? It's fine, I'll follow later. How on earth are you planning to escape later? That's not for a student to worry about. You need to focus more on your own safety than an adult's. Understood? But instead of answering, the high school student Ryu Yigwin just stared at me like a block of wood. I was getting anxious. Yigwin, is there really a need for that? Reporter Yoonhage cut in. And she spoke in a tone that seemed to side with Ryu Yigwin. From what that researcher said earlier, it sounds like the subway station is safe, so we can just wait there. Well, after a quick look to see if there's anything else to find here, we'll head right out. I want to get some interviews with the people at the station, too. After some thought, I nodded. The people who had evacuated to Segwang Station were, at the very least, alive until they despaired that no rescue was coming. Most of the crowded places in Segwang City are probably contaminated by now anyway. The area around any station would be a chaotic mess, so it might be safer for me to join them on the way out. Even more so if the counselor was with us. I have to go and come back before this hallway is engulfed in flames. I felt a sense of urgency. Understood, but if I don't come back by the time this place is completely on fire, you must move on first. I'll find another way to the subway. Reporter Yoonhage seemed to have already seen through my face-saving remark, but she just nodded. She didn't miss this, though. By the way, how do you know that handsome fellow? You didn't seem to recognize him earlier. He looked different when I met him. Hey. I mumbled something noncommittal to the curious reporter Yoonhage and went over to the approaching manager Lee Jae-hyun. And I said again firmly, I'm going up. I see. Manager Lee Jae-hyun was silent for a moment as if in thought, then took something out of his pocket and held it out. Take this. It was a button-shaped item. No, wait a minute. This is We Help, isn't it? Why does he have this? Wait a minute. Why is manager Lee Jae-hyun here as a cheerful researcher in the first place? I woke up in Segwang Metropolitan City as a person from a profession I once held in the past. That means. Lowering my voice so those around us couldn't hear, I asked. Manager, by any chance, were you ever a researcher at the Cheerful Research Institute in the past? Yes. I'll correct myself. It wasn't manager Lee Jae-hyun, but we have been. What does that mean? But seeing the We Help button in his hand, a memory suddenly flashed in my mind. Is the reason for your purchase to escape from your current coordinates to a safe location? We do not recommend it. There is a record of a failed escape attempt. Did someone from the Cheerful Research Institute try to escape using this button and fail? Yes. Are you manager currently performing that role? Yes. I see. Looking at the faceless manager Lee Jae-hyun, I made a casual guess. Could it be that the entity that came out in response to the researcher's call back then was also manager Lee Jae-hyun? At that time, the rescue request was activated 3 days after the disaster occurred. Considering the difference in environmental conditions, its use in the current situation is recommended. Right, it's the day of the incident, so the situation could be different. Thank you. I bowed my head and accepted the item. Manager Lee Jae-hyun nodded. I asked without thinking, so what does we think about this situation? It is unknown. Beep, 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 beep. The fire alarm blared again. If you've decided, you must move quickly. There is a high probability that there are less than 40 minutes before the fire spreads to this floor. I swallowed and nodded. Let's go. I looked at the counselor, who was holding out his hand. In his palm, I saw a small red berry. I took it and swallowed one. If you feel dizzy or have any strange urges, take another one immediately. Yes. And so our party split in two. Lee Jae-hyun, Yoon Hae, and Ryu Yigwon headed for the subway entrance. And we. I see the elevator. Headed for the emergency stairs. The elevator still looked intact. It was sparkling with a magically brilliant appearance, but riding it would only lead to a fiery hell. Thus, we opened the emergency stairwell door next to the elevator. Kriyak. As if rarely used, the door opened with a strained sound, revealing the staircase. It looked like an ordinary, old emergency staircase. And in the center of the landing, it was written, B3. I know that the emergency stairs of this research institute's core floor lead directly to the city hall, just in case. So from here on, it's a space of reality, without the spectacular supernatural phenomena like in the research institute. In other words, it also meant we had already set foot on the third basement floor of Segwang City Hall. I took a deep breath. Understood. I had turned off my smartphone. Indoors, the radius is too narrow anyway, so trying to evade using disaster alerts is meaningless. In a place like this, it's best to see with your own eyes, listen for presences, and avoid them. If we're heading straight for the rooftop via the emergency stairs anyway, there's a chance we won't encounter any entities at all. I see you're very skilled. Thank you. I took the lead and started climbing the stairs. At a slightly fast, brisk pace. Step, step. There was no sign of anything until we left the basement floors. Only the sound of the counselor and me walking. 1F. Soon we entered the ground floor. Step, step. The emergency staircase was still strangely quiet, and now it was even bright with the sunlight pouring in from outside. It almost felt like we had come in together to walk off our lunch. Step, step. Splat. I stopped in my tracks. Just now. I'm fine. From behind me. There was the sound of something melting and falling to the floor. A sound I'd heard before. When I cut off Ho Yuwon's hand. As that hand went limp and fell to the floor, it had made a similar squelching sound. Right now you're... Don't look back. I froze. As long as I didn't turn around, all I could confirm from behind me was the counselor's calm voice. It continued. If it's all right with you, could you keep talking to me as we walk? Yes. I took a deep breath and started walking again. Step, step. Were there any questions you had for me? I swallowed. If I had to find a topic. What exactly is the nine-tailed fox sickness? You know about that too? That's one of the methods I use to treat my clients. The voice from behind me brightened somewhat. Do you happen to know about the role reversal technique used in counseling? You mean the one where people in group counseling take on the roles of others to talk, leading to a deeper understanding of each other? The counselor's voice chuckled gently. You know it well, that's correct. It helps facilitate that technique. I see. Of course, it used to be a real disease, more of a ploy to steal people's livers. Splat. The sound of a large lump falling. I grabbed the handrail, barely managing not to look back. The sound of something spilling, the sound and vibration of stumbling feet echoed through the stair rail. Don't look back. Keep walking. This can't go on. It seems he's disappearing because it's a supernatural phenomenon. If so. I slowly started walking again and said in the most casual tone I could manage. Cold sweat dripped from my chin. You have a variety of counseling techniques. You truly are a great counselor. What about the opposite? I started talking only about his realistic identity, not the supernatural one. You were popular when you counseled at school too, weren't you? Haha. It's hard to find a good counselor. If you open an office later, please give me a business card. Counselor. Step. That's right, I'm a counselor, counselor. Splat. Again, there was the sound of something falling, Tension shot to the top of my head, but this time that was it. Quickly. Next. Something more about his realistic identity is. That's right, you are a counselor. A very competent counselor. Your name is. Right. Your name is Ho Yuan. Was it? Yes, it is. That's nice. Could it be Ho for guardian, U for clear, and one for aid? To guard the heart, reflect it clearly like a mirror and aid people. It's a name truly befitting a counselor. Yes. Step. It really is. Mr. Ho Yuan, a young counselor living in Segwang Metropolitan City, has such a fine name. Ha, thank you. I kept walking. Now I no longer heard the splatting sound of something melting and falling from behind. Only the sound of our footsteps. I let out a small but deep sigh of relief. And 12F. It's the top floor. The end was in sight. I climbed one more flight of the bright emergency stairs and headed for the landing with no floor number on it. Rooftop access. And I grabbed the door. Let's go. I opened the door to the rooftop. Chapter 345. Missing part of Chapter 345. Whoosh, the musty air of the subway stings my nose. The smell of corpses be damned. For now, it's a relief that we escaped the fiery pit together. Something rained down from above. I rolled to the side with the person I was carrying, and we collapsed. Steel frames and concrete poured down over my head. The platform's ceiling and wall structures, completely destroyed by something that had flown in and crashed from the concourse, came down like weapons. Agent! I hear someone shout from outside. Thwack! My head struck by a sharp chunk of concrete, rings blurring the sound. But a thought suddenly surfaces. It's all collapsed. When I first opened my eyes in Segwang Station, that this platform had been completely destroyed. So that was the first day. The brief thought vanishes, and pieces of steel and concrete rain down on my body as well. I was buried under the concrete. Blood, a sticky sensation, pain, and a faint sound. So someone's trapped underneath. Agent. Didn't they just say agent over there? I think so. Check the roster for Team 2 that entered the station. Sounds I understand from context. Is anyone missing? No, sir. Then it's not one of our agents. The voices of the Sequang City's Disaster Management Bureau agents. CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. Thank you to the person who pointed out that part was missing. Thumbs up. I decided to make a new chapter instead of editing the previous one so that the people who have already read that chapter don't get confused. Can't use emojis, sob. Chapter 346. I lie crushed beneath the collapsed concrete, listening to the voices from outside. I try to move my mouth, but no sound comes out. The words just flow into my hazy, dull head. The voices of the Suang City Disaster Management Bureau staff, riddled with deep fatigue and bewilderment. For now, we've prevented further collapse. By radio, we'll also be focusing on rescue rather than termination from now on. There are civilians in the main hall. Like this, so many have died. What do we do, team leader? The selection criteria. The voices grow more distant. There won't be time to rescue the person crushed here. I understood the situation very slowly. The sound of the agent's footsteps moving away, leaving the pile of collapsed concrete, spreads as vibrations through the cold steel rebar touching my cheek. Agents. Then a familiar voice rang out. The counselor's voice. Hoarse and cracked, his voice sounded low and muffled, as if he, like me, were trapped inside the concrete. There's an agent in here. He's down here. A brief commotion seemed to stir among the agents, and then they sounded like they were approaching. Who are you? I am a counselor from Segwang High School. As if they realized his identity from those words, I heard the hurried footsteps of them approaching. Then, the noise of them clearing away concrete and rebar debris rings out. With that movement, the structural fragment lodged in my back collapses further to the side. I dully registered the pain spreading through my body. I couldn't move. Wait. A calm voice is heard. How did someone like you end up crushed under there? Pardon, I'm just a counselor. A heavy silence fell, Through it, the sound of clearing debris continued, but something strange back away. Just a moment, if I just move this hup. The W8. I hear the sound of a heavy piece of debris, finally lifted, being dropped, and the sound of someone sucking in a breath. As if they had witnessed something completely unexpected. His form is... It must be contamination. Get back. The sound of footsteps, the clash of equipment, a scraping noise rings out. No, cough, it's not contamination. The counselor's voice was no longer muffled, as if he had been exposed to the outside. Don't worry. But it was weak, hoarse, and sunken. Counselor, are you aware of your own condition? Yes, I'm fine, but over there below. He sounded desperate. The agent who carried me on his back is there. He has a special ability. He'll surely be of help, so. Silence flowed. None of the agents answered. Agents? What is that agent's code name? I haven't heard it yet. Then what about his affiliation? You should be able to tell by looking at his jacket. Slowly, the reply comes. The jacket is here. He gave it to me. He's not wearing it. Isn't this your jacket? It may look that way, but in reality it is not. I understand. Agent. I hear the agents backing away. The sound of them talking to each other in low voices also travels through the collapsed concrete to my ears. We can't spend any more time. Move out. But the circumstances don't add up. That supernatural being is already not normal. Even if we rescue him, it's unlikely we'll get any help. He's already. Still, even if he's not an agent, there must be a person under there. He's going to die soon. Agent. The sound of a hand grabbing a shoulder. Right now, there are probably hundreds of thousands of people dying in this city. And you want to spend more time for one person whose survival is uncertain. If we make an exception to the rules, what happens to the other civilians we couldn't save? Go before the other civilians get here. However, those words, the slow voice of the counselor is heard. They sound so familiar. I feel like I've heard them before. I held my breath. Pardon. Don't answer. So yesterday. No, the day before yesterday, too, and before that, and before that, and before that. W8. Back away. Even amidst the growing commotion outside, even in my already dazed mind, I heard the counselor's voice as if I was captivated by it. That's because I realized it was frighteningly similar to how I was just a short while ago. He's become self-aware. That sensation I felt when I came to my senses within the 613th May 4th. The counselor was spitting it out with his own mouth. But the situation is different, so, right? I burned to death. Get back. I think I burned while holding the doorknob, right? I burned to death. I was burning inside that machine room, asking the agents for help. I said I couldn't get out because collapsed concrete was blocking the door. And you all just left. I thought it couldn't be helped. I held no resentment. Saving the civilians was the priority, but... Just how many times are you saving civilians? Why does the same thing keep happening? What is he talking about? Don't listen. Why does it keep repeating this? This is strange, cough, I'm trapped. Damn it. Footsteps ring out urgently. Get back, seal the platform, seal Huey the talisman. That's... Seal. In a flash. The atmosphere sinks into a bizarre, chilling stillness. Right, that was it, a seal. I hear him murmuring as if possessed. After I burned to death in there, I passed through the door and remained on the platform, because that's the kind of being I am. And for 4 days I was trapped, listening to the sounds of civilians committing suicide, trying with all my might to scan the surface, the outside. I was planning to beg anyone in any way to help this city, but... They started performing a strange ritual. My heart tightens. Looking closely, it was a sacrificial ritual. I was on pins and needles, wondering what kind of sacrifice they were offering to stop this disaster, what kind of sacrifice and price they were paying to save my clients. Yet I was also filled with elation, eagerly awaiting its completion. The sacrifices were my clients. They put the countless people living in this city on the ritual altar and offered them up. No, not just people, but every single living thing, down to a single blade of grass on the surface, was scraped up. And May 4th started all over again. I noticed a flash of realization piercing through my dull mind. The day repeating wasn't part of the extinction-class supernatural disaster. It was part of the sealing ritual. If so, there were probably two reasons why the day was repeating: to prevent the contagion from spreading, and to continuously revive and supply the living sacrifices needed to maintain the seal. Sequang's special city, like a self-powering facility, was offering itself as a sacrifice every day to maintain the city's seal. Trapped on May 4th, a terrifying chill settles in my body. It probably wasn't because I had lost so much blood. And so, my clients again, everyone living in this Guangjin. The counselor's voice echoes emptily across the platform. Now the agents' voices were gone. It was as if they had already blocked off the collapsed platform with talismans. The screams, noises, and voices I had been hearing since a moment ago were all gone, as if a switch had been flipped. It became quiet, but a bizarre boiling energy descends. No, I struggled to lift my head. They will die miserably every day. I will keep watching them and burn to death. You've thrown these hundreds of thousands, millions of lives as bait instead of rescuing them. You deceived me with your lip service, with your sweet words, and you. Thud. I slammed my head. Thud, thud. Agent. I abruptly let my head, which had been hitting the concrete, fall. I had no more energy to move, no strength, nothing at all. Wait just a moment. Soon I felt a staggering, solitary vibration. A hand clearing the debris above me. It was a very arduous and lengthy process. The presence, as if barely moving something heavy, the movement, as if about to lose its grip, continued without stopping, and then... whoosh! At last, the chunk of cement that had been heavily pressing on my head disappeared. Light poured in, but I couldn't see what was in front of me. Was it because I had injured my head badly? However, on top of my hazy consciousness, I felt someone moving their hand as if to pat my head. It's okay, it's going to be okay. With his one remaining hand, he pats my head as if stroking the head of a sick person. Drip, drip, the sensation of drops of liquid, hot as blood, falling onto my forehead echoes in my head. Did you come from the outside to help me? I barely managed to twitch a finger. Thank you. This city has been abandoned. I, far from protecting this place, am just a fox being offered up as a sacrifice along with everyone else. I hear a whisper, trembling with rage and despair. Squelch. There's a sound of something collapsing. No. I have to speak as the counselor. I barely lifted my arm and tapped him. Don't worry. He struggles to slightly prop up my upper body and place it on his lap. Still, you will get out. What did he say? There's a way for someone from the outside to return. It's okay if you can't move. I will push you by attaching a small fox to you, just like helping someone slip out through the back door of the counseling room. Squelch. A counselor, after all, can see a client out after the session is over. The sound of laughter. Of course, an ordinary counselor couldn't do it, right? Ha-ha. Squelch. The touch of the hand on my head disappears. The sensation of something melting, flowing down my cheek and disappearing onto the floor below. Now only a voice is heard from the empty air. The faint voice of the counselor. Before your breath is cut short and you are placed on the sacrificial altar, before you are trapped in this May 4th, I will send you back to where you originally were, to your workplace. Click. I hear the sound of a doorknob being pulled. And immediately after, the sensation of the floor supporting my back vanished, as if a door had opened behind it. My body falls into it. To the other side of the door, the counselor opened. Goodbye. I felt the touch of a small, furry animal's paws wrapping around my waist, and we fell into the void together. Return in peace, my client. That was the last thing. I slowly regained consciousness. The pain throughout my body was gone as if it had been a lie, but a strangely sunken feeling was there in its place. So that's what happened. The new facts I had learned filled my head. Cheerful Research Institute, the true nature of the disaster, the sealing ritual. Ho Yuan. At the last moment, Ho Yuan seemed to have almost lost his form and collapsed. Was it because he tried to use some divine or corrupt power in his original form, not his safe identity as a counselor, to send me out? I thought of the touch of the small fox that might still be clinging to my waist, but that sensation was already gone. I need to get up. This was no time to be lost in thought. I got out, but I didn't know what happened to the other three, right? Manager Lee Jahian, the assistant manager, and the agent. I really hope the manager led the other two and got out safely. And that we all woke up outside together. First, I need to hurry and open my eyes. Then the fake sunlight of the Fox counseling room pouring down would greet me. I exhaled and looked straight ahead. Ah, you've perceived it. I looked straight ahead. I saw a concrete wall. It was the wall of Daydream's underground security isolation chamber. And using that wall as a backdrop, I saw a director looking here, smiling cheerfully. 130,666. It's Director Chung Dowry. What is this? What is this? I will send you back to your workplace. Wait a minute. No. You've finally returned. You've been absent for quite a while. In a shock that felt like all the blood was draining from my body, I backed away. No. And you're in a very weak state. You've even lost your body. The director waves her hand. In her hand is my contract. Wait. It would be best to return to the form you had when we made our contract. For work, that is. My form is melting. No. It's not melting. I am human. I have to endure. You shouldn't endure. Wouldn't it be easier to inhabit the security team's suit if you return to your original form? Since you have no body, you can just use the suit as your vessel to operate. I don't want to. I don't. Now. I have to find the security team suit and get up. No, refuse. Refuse? That's a bit different from the terms of the contract. 130,666 is working on Director Ho's project. Since I'm working on the project, I must prioritize the work there. Oh dear, there's no place for you in that project anymore. What? It was last year that Director Ho started selecting and operating other team members for his project. Last year? Then just how much time has passed? He said that you and a few other team members were deployed on a long-term mission and would not be operating on the project for the time being. Director Chung Dowry looks at me. The one who readily killed hundreds of thousands, burned down the research institute, and brought the dream incubator, a clearly dangerous, overwhelming violence. A being that thinks only of its own benefit. A terrifying malice, understandable and therefore frightening, peers at me with amusement. It seems there were other circumstances, weren't there? I can feel your fear. A cheerful voice is heard. How was it? Did you find something interesting in the special city, about me? If so, you must have learned that I don't do things that would put me at a disadvantage. That includes matters concerning you. Now get up and put on the security suit. I got up. No, I realized I had no body. I was the disembodied consciousness of something that had infiltrated Sequang Special City as a dream, and then escaped. I'll have to get it out myself. I moved forward. I was heading toward the cabinet in the concrete wall when I tried to shoot through the wall and into the hallway. Oh dear, it seems you thought you could do that without a body. The walls of a security zone also conceptually separate the class of what's inside from the outside. How else could we isolate a supernatural phenomenon? Unless someone lets you out, there's no other way. I looked back at the director. A clever but pitiful attempt. I'll have to give you disciplinary action as soon as you're in the security suit. How about killing a child? Please. Unable to do anything, I approach the cabinet. The hand opening the cabinet door trembles. The bizarre security team, employee 130,666, who had exerted physical force without a body, stuck his head inside that cabinet end. I heard the sound of a bell. Found you. I was pulled into the cabinet. An immense pressure enveloped and pulled me as if yanking me upward, and soon it tore me from Daydream's security zone. An alarm blares behind me. But in an instant, I was snatched by the scruff of my neck like prey by something huge and transported. Somewhere. Grapes. I opened my eyes. I turned my head to look at my arm. It's there. I looked at my hand. It's there. It moves. I'm in a human body. But just now. Hiok. It's okay. I gasped for breath, trying to calm myself in time with the sensation of a hand patting my back. Breathe. It's all over, you're safe. I compose myself. Grapes I lifted my head. Agent Choi. The agent from Team Huma 1, his face pale, smiles faintly and places the ritual bell in his hand to the side. Blood splattered from the bell. A trembling voice was heard. Welcome back. It's been 293 days. CR8TRS thoughts I love Kim Solium. This is probably the most gut-wrenching chapter in this whole book. Chapter 347. I held my breath. Agent Choi didn't look well, even though his smiling face clearly showed the hope and joy of a team member's return. A deep exhaustion was visible underneath it all. How's your body? Getting up after lying down for so long is brutal, right? Your muscles feel like they're gone. Phew, this Sionbi has been through it all too. Just relax, get comfortable. Following his bantering words, I carefully pushed myself up. My limbs trembled, but it wasn't bad for someone who had been asleep for 293 days. Perhaps because let's stop thinking about that. The important thing was that, for now, I had escaped both Segweng Metropolitan City and the clutches of Director Chung. Probably thanks to this man. Hiding my still trembling hands, I turned my head to thank him first, but I froze at the sight of my surroundings. Where on earth is this? A place with good air and good water. It looked like the inside of a natural cave. A small space between jagged, cliff-like rocks, a hideout that seemed to have been prepared within. In one corner of the rock face, 5-direction colors cloths were draped around something, as if it were a ritual site. And next to me, I saw the sleeping body of Agent Bronze. I looked back and forth between Agent Bronze's body, lying on a well-made bed, and my own spot, then turned my head to Agent Choi. I'm certain we entered Segweng Metropolitan City from the Fox Counseling Center. I smuggled you out. That place was going to... No, never mind that. Agent Choi suddenly spoke brightly again. Anyway, that was some nice timing, wasn't it? This is what the top ace agent of Team Huma 1 is like, Grapes I. See, I told you I'd rescue you, didn't I? An ominous premonition washed over me like a rising tide. I looked to the side. Agent Choi was trying to casually cover it as if clearing it away, but the ritual bell was still there. And the blood stains that had splattered from it. Why is there blood splattered from the bell? It's nothing. Did you ask the Tiger General of Dichingbong Peak on Mount Seorak to save me? Something like that? By what means? Good means. Then why is there blood on the bell? You said General Tiger was a vegan. Agent Choi. I said in a trembling voice. Just what did you offer and to whom? Agent Choi stared at me silently, then burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Hey, look. He then rolled up his sleeves to show me his scar-covered arms. He also rolled up his pant leg to show me and pressed on his body. He looked fine. I'm perfectly okay, see. And then he shrugged. Let's not say things that could make people misunderstand, tilde they might think a cool agent like me, who only thinks of the civilians day and night, is some kind of addict who gambles his own body away at a casino. Then what on earth? For now, just get some rest, eat something, and then let's talk. In Agent Choi's pale, smiling face, I saw a desperate look. I thought of Agent Bronze, who was still asleep. And I thought about how this man must have been all alone for the past 293 days. In the end, I slowly nodded my head. Agent Choi beamed. Here, eat up. The food laid out was egg porridge and some side dishes. The side dishes seemed to be frozen or store-bought, but the egg porridge tasted freshly made, as if it had been cooked somewhere. This looks like a spread he struggled to put together with what little he had. I ate as much as I could. Agent Choi's face grew a little brighter and calmer. So I was able to ask, Agent Choi, while I was asleep, what happened? Agent Choi's mouth opened. There's one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear first? No, never mind, I'll just tell you. Waving his hand, Agent Choi looked at me. A calm warmth settled in his eyes. Grapesai, do you remember the train shelter? Of course I remember. Because I fell from it. As I was falling, and while I was suffering a terrible fate, I remembered the train that cut through the distant sky, heading out of the city. It was probably a relief that it was in the sky. Perhaps because the train happened to be running through the sky instead of on the ground. It was able to safely use the supernatural phenomenon as fuel instead of crashing or stopping. Much like how the subway, being separate from the surface, had remained relatively intact. But the fuel, both agents disappeared from the train. Me and Agent Bronze. Feeling my blood run cold, I snapped my head up. No way. The people on that train, Yeonjun who was on board. Grapesai. The train made it out, and everyone inside survived. I stared at him as if I'd been struck by lightning. You guys saved them. Really? Really? All of them made it out safely. Agent Choi nodded. Yeah. Congratulations, Agent Grapes of Team Humu 1. You safely rescued 104 civilians from an extinction-class supernatural disaster. An indescribable, surging emotion I hadn't felt in a very long time struck my chest. A sense of accomplishment. Thank God. I was so relieved. Congratulations, my friend. A deep sense of relief made it hard to breathe. How on earth did it happen? How did they manage to run the train safely with that engine that used agents as fuel? Was there anyone in the engineer's compartment? Oh, that's a pretty specific question. But Agent Choi answered readily. According to the situation report, there were 2 people, a middle-aged man with bruises all over his body, the engineer, and a young woman standing next to him, watching over the train's controls. Don't tell me. I'm talking about Agent Peppermint. It was Ms. Go Young-yoon. If I could be judged as an agent, then so could Ms. Go Young-yoon. Yes. Thankfully, since there wasn't much distance left to escape the city, it seemed she had been safely in the engineer's compartment. Is Ms. Go Young-yoon healthy? She was hospitalized for a bit, but she was discharged in good health. That was a relief. Yeonjun got out of Segweng Metropolitan City. It didn't feel real. I wanted to see her in person. And even if the conditions were met like this, I had to find out how the train was able to escape the seal safely. Then it hit me again like a thunderbolt. Because it's the subway. The people on the subway weren't offered as sacrifices. They weren't included in the May 4th count. They were an exception to the elements that made up the seal. Is that why they were able to get out? Everything clicked into place in my head, and a sense of relief like a thrill washed over me again. Then, the rescued civilians were taken good care of by the Management Bureau, thanks to Agent Peppermint's report. Grapesai. Were the civilians confirmed to be safe after that? I mean, did the Management Bureau, without any other problems, return them to society? Of course. Anyone rescued from a supernatural disaster gets a simple memory wipe and then returns to their life. The process is no different just because they came out of a cognitive seal. Phew. They did a contamination check, confirmed there was nothing contagious, restored their identities, and they all got out. I see. Agent Choi was answering without any hesitation. He didn't seem to have noticed what I was worried about. That's what made it chilling. What if someone who planned the sealing ritual had pulled some strings? But Agent Choi's tone became slightly cheerful. There was one thing that got the procedures passed faster than anyone expected. Faster than anyone expected. Agent Choi looked at me. To be precise, at the good friend doll I had placed neatly beside my bed. Well, the rescued civilians showed a cult-like tendency to fervently worship a pink rabbit plush doll, you see. After a few more tests, it turned out to be a supernatural phenomenon, right? So that's how they concluded it. Agent Choi lightly slapped his knee. The civilians in question are deemed to have been contaminated by a cult-like supernatural phenomenon related to a plush doll, and are believed to have bypassed the seal by entering said phenomenon. That seems to be the official ruling. It was processed as a special case. Good grief. Haha, a gift-like surprise always follows for the viewers who believe in and wait for this brawn. Well, they said the memories related to the supernatural phenomenon were cleared up before they returned to society, but their fondness for rabbit dolls remained. Alorg. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But since it was an insane relief, I just nodded my head. But a bitter smile appeared on Agent Choi's face. The problem is, a few of those civilians went missing again as soon as they returned. Excuse me. To a certain counseling center. That's right, it was the work of that being you call Director Ho. He must have heard that someone got out of the special city. After that, those civilians never returned to society. And that Director Ho's project started making more and more extreme and strange choices, is how I'd sum it up. Agent Choi's bright blue eyes settled into a calm stillness. That's why I smuggled you out. Who knows what he'd do with you too if I left you there. His voice trembled for a moment before he quickly composed himself. To be honest, I wanted to smuggle out your other, sleeping colleagues too, but they had them separated in completely different rooms. Grapesai, I'm sorry. No, not at all. How could I possibly question him here, asking, why did you make that choice? And this agent probably already knew that I wouldn't be able to. Right, it's better not to see that dangerous director again, isn't it? If you ever need to go into the special city's underground again, you can just use the well. I couldn't give a positive answer, because I already knew too much. Though he must have noticed my expression, Agent Choi deliberately opened his mouth in a bright tone again. Ah, and there's this. I think Agent Peppermint is trying to get reinstated. Really? Yeah. A soft, low voice continued from behind me. And you'll be able to see her soon. You can hear the detailed explanation of the train incident from her. I shot up, turning my head. My head spun for a moment, but more than that, I saw the face of a familiar person emerging from behind the rocks. Agent Heejium. Agent Grapes. Agent Heejium's face, which had been shining with relief and joy at seeing me, crumpled the moment she saw Agent Choi grinning beside me. You? Ha hey sis, it all worked out. This Choi pulled off another one. Agent Heejium, who had been striding over to smack Agent Choi, sighed and lowered her hand. I came as soon as I got the call. Agent Grapes, I'm glad you woke up safely. Thank you. Watching them, I felt a momentary question. Are you both on leave? No, more than that. Isn't Agent Choi the only one left in Team Huma 1? Did he work alone? As if sensing my gaze, Agent Choi averted his eyes slightly and chuckled. Team Huma 1 is being processed as on full leave of absence. This is the first time in my life I've taken a leave that wasn't for medical reasons, but it was about time for a break anyway. Hey now, what's with that face? Smiling faintly, Agent Choi shook his head. There are no problems. The members who were on leave have returned as Team Huma 5. They've taken over our schedule and are on duty now. My heart felt heavy as I watched Agent Choi banter, saying things like, they said 4 sounded unlucky, so they insisted on taking 5, choosing a number that stood apart. Only then did I realize that this space wasn't just a place to keep us while we slept, but a base where Agent Choi had been staying for the past several months. Did he take a leave of absence and spend all this time searching for a way to wake me and Agent Bronze? If not, there was no way he could have pulled me from Director Cheng's clutches with such perfect timing. And thinking this far, my resolve was set. I took a deep breath. Aren't you going to ask what I went through? Are you ready to talk? I think I was. About the truth I experienced in Segweng Metropolitan City. I was about to open my mouth when I realized the 2 agents were unusually tense. And I sensed something else was wrong. Something I had actually felt from the moment I opened my eyes, but hadn't dared to bring to the surface, a strangeness. Why aren't they asking about the whereabouts of the others? They didn't ask why the others besides me hadn't woken up. No matter how much they knew I would speak up first if it were an emergency, wouldn't it be different for them, who had been waiting on the outside for nearly a year? They must be anxious. At the very least, they could have desperately asked if Agent Bronze was okay, if he was alive, if he was safe, or even if I had seen him, but they were avoiding the topic. As if they wanted to be considerate of me, even just a little more. Considerate of what? There's one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Just now, the news of the train survivors' rescue was, by any measure, good news. If that's the case, Agent Choi. The bad news, what was it? Agent Choi. A pained look seemed to flash across Agent Choi's face before it was skillfully masked, replaced by the expression of a calm, proficient agent. Calm down. Agent Heejium's mouth opened. Agent Grapes, good and bad often come attached like two sides of the same coin. What does that mean? Agent Heejium looked into my eyes. Don't be too shocked, listen slowly. The seal on the special city is breaking. The information poured into my blank mind. It seems the train was the trigger. The moment over 100 people escaped from inside the special city, something went wrong with the conditions of the sealing ritual. It's starting to crack. Wait a minute. They're keeping it quiet internally, but that damn Choi guy dug up the information by hook or by crook, even if it was dangerous. Ha. Agent Heejium gestured with her eyes toward the ritual site covered by the five-direction colors cloths. That guy has been here, constantly monitoring that seal, how it's twisting and when that seal will lose its effect. How much time is left? 300 days. Huh? So we have to find a way somehow within that time. The urgent time limit made my mouth go dry. Then I realized Agent Heejium was still talking. The collapse began on the day the train escaped, with a 300-day grace period. Wait. Today, 293 of those days have passed. Then the number of days left is 7 days. I stopped breathing. In 1 week, the special city's sealing ritual will collapse. I stared blankly at Agent Heejium. And then an extinction-class disaster will be unleashed upon this land. CRETORS thoughts I love Kim Solium. I thought I fried my brain with my studying for the test, but this chapter unfried it. Chapter 348. What do you mean? I wanted to ask, but my mind had, in fact, already understood Agent Heejium's words. It felt like a part of my brain had burst from the shock. The sealing ritual is collapsing. So the disaster in Segwang Metropolitan City will be completely unleashed. And that's in 1 week. An immense sense of fear began to wash over me reflexively. Having just experienced the reality of that disaster firsthand, a panic so tangible it was almost electric rose from my mind like goosebumps. Then, it's over. What's going to happen? Even though I knew the horrific truth of the seal, even though I had seen the suffering of Segwang Metropolitan City's citizens with my own eyes, my face must have been deathly pale. Because in a few days, that scene would befall the entire country. Helplessly, no, wait a minute. I looked back at Agent Heejium. There was no way I was the only one feeling this terror. Does the Management Bureau not know? If they knew, they wouldn't have just wasted the last 300 days. They would have surely come up with some kind of countermeasure on their own. The problem was, if they had a countermeasure, there was no way these two agents would be speaking in such a tone about an extinction-class disaster breaking out in a week. Are they keeping it a secret? Agent Heejium frowned slightly. You know how it is. There are hardly any agents or personnel in the Management Bureau who know about that special city. Right, because they had erased all the agents' memories and made the city cognitively inaccessible. In that process, the Blue Dragon team's very existence had been erased, and the organization had even been restructured as if that was how it had always been. But surely someone who knows must know. Looking into Agent Heejium's eyes, I realized who she was talking about. Someone who led the sealing ritual. Someone who pushed forward the ghastly idea of maintaining the sealing ritual by using the people who died endlessly as fuel, making May 4th, the day of disaster, repeat infinitely. That person in the higher echelons must know. But from what Choi and I have gathered, there have been no particular movements within the Management Bureau for the past few months. If they were taking any measures, it should have affected the sealing ritual, but that means even that hasn't happened. Wait. A horrifying assumption flashed through my mind. If they aren't moving now, could it be that? Are they waiting for the seal to disappear completely? Do you think they'll perform the sealing ritual again, right after it disappears? Yes. If they have to seal it anyway, they'll go with a method that's already been proven. I believe there's a high probability they'll choose that over an uncertain reinforcement. Huh? The only problem is where they're going to get the sacrifices. Agent Hejiam seemed to feel tension only from that unknown question itself. But I already knew the answer. They could just offer up the freed citizens of Segweng Metropolitan City all over again. This is insane. The hair on my head stood on end. I opened my mouth urgently. I have to talk about this. Agent Hejiam, have you discussed the sealing ritual with the other agents? About the human sacrifices, I mean. I tried to refer to it vaguely, but the next moment I met Agent Choi's eyes and knew. Why beat around the bush, Grape's Eye? I already heard. A dry voice, seemingly weary, came from his bitterly smiling face. But there was almost no anger or confusion. He was calm, as if he had already mulled it over a lot. Are you worried about being tracked? It's fine to talk here. We're right under the Tiger General's sanctuary, so they can't follow us. And he added, it's a place the Management Bureau doesn't even know about in the first place. We tried to somehow get the living citizens out and maintain the existing sealing ritual itself, but we just couldn't interfere with the ritual at all. Blue pupils looked at me. Right up to this point, with 7 days left until the seal ends. His head must have been about to explode. His direct Hubie and a former spy hadn't woken up since they went missing in an extinction-class disaster. Someone in the agency he'd dedicated his life to was hiding a ghastly secret, and there was no telling what impulsive thing Ho Yuan might do. Seeing his gaunt eyes, which had clearly got no rest during his leave of absence, a chill ran down my own spine. A crisis right at our doorstep. I'm going crazy. All sorts of things to deal with swirled in my head. The well-being of Director Ho and the security team, the state of the researchers at Twilight Station, the rent for the Blood Broadcasting Station, the lizard body that was being stored at manager Lee Jahian's company residence. The suffocating gaps of 293 days. But all these worries would become pointless if we couldn't stop the extinction-class disaster that would strike in a week. But sealing Segweng Metropolitan City again, I couldn't bring myself to think of that act positively. If it ends up one way, it's hell for some people. If it ends up another way, it's hell for others. At this point, how much does Director Ho know? No, get a grip. If I couldn't change the fact that the situation was upon us, I had to move faster. I had to resolve this situation somehow. Agent Grapes, be careful. I'm fine. I stood up from my seat without support. My legs were trembling. My head cleared. The first thing I needed was, I'd like to see Yeonjun, Agent Peppermint. The incident where the seal began to unravel. Let's get the details from the person who was the focal point during the train shelter escape. Quickly. It was less than half a day later that Ms. Go Young-yoon arrived at Agent Choi's hideout, guided by Agent Hejiam. Solium. Yeonjun looked perfectly fine. Instead of the haggard, padded jacket from the Segwang Special City subway, she was in the same neat and tidy appearance as when I first saw her at the company, wearing casual clothes without any alterations. Which also meant that all her visible body parts were there. The body parts that Yeonjun lost at the body casino. She got them back from the body casino after the escape. Oh, that's right. You really woke up. I'm so glad. Less than a fortnight after the escape, she called for Choi and asked him to tell her how to enter Segweng Metropolitan City again, the way to escape by dying. In the end, she went right back in as soon as she recovered, and she went to the reopened body casino and found every single part she had lost. All that's left is her ring finger. She said someone else had already taken it from the pawn shop. I saw Ms. Go Young-yoon's left hand, missing its ring finger, sweep over her face, hiding a sigh of relief. Then I spoke with difficulty. Yeonjun, I should have come to see you, but given the current situation, it was difficult, so I asked the agents to invite you here. Of course, it's fine. No, you must be exhausted, having just woken up with all your strength gone and everything. But a flicker of curiosity passed through Ms. Go Young-yoon's eyes when she realized I was in better shape than she expected. Instead of asking about it outright, however, she just quietly closed her mouth. Even in that, I felt a strange passage of time. Yeonjun, are you doing well? I heard you've been entering the Special City subway. Me, I'm better than before. I'm living with my aunt. My aunt has forgotten about what happened, though. Ms. Go Young-yoon's voice seemed to darken for a moment, but then it returned. Actually, part of the reason I'm trying to get reinstated as an agent is so I don't have my memory erased. You might say it's calculating, but losing my memories feels like losing myself. She added that she had implicitly postponed the memory wipe by expressing her desire to be reinstated right after her rescue. Afterward, I just fudged it and said I got my body parts back thanks to an item. It feels a bit excessive, doesn't it? This is the Disaster Management Bureau, not Daydream. No, I completely understand. Especially from the perspective of Ms. Go Young-yoon, who had tried to get a wish ticket while having lost her memories of her family in Segwang Metropolitan City, without even knowing why she'd forgotten. And, thinking that far, I couldn't bring myself to speak further. I couldn't bear to say it again so nonchalantly after telling the two agents, so I had planned to say it when all three of them were together. Damn it. But time was short, and ruin was approaching. Yeonjun. Yes. There's good news and bad news. A bitter smile appeared on Agent Choi's lips and then vanished. But as he listened to my next words, even that bitter smile disappeared without a trace. To start with the good news, there's a possibility that the others will also wake up safely. That's really good news. A spark of joy lit up Ms. Go Young-yoon's voice before she quickly composed herself. Agent Choi's eyes were also on me. Our assistant manager Hage and Ryu Yigwin and manager Lee Jae-hyun alive. The three of them also disappeared from the train. I figured they fell together. I nodded slowly. A flash of cold anger crossed Ms. Go Young-yoon's face. That chief conductor pushed them, didn't he? I knew it, so that's what happened, that crazy bastard. Saying she didn't regret hitting him at all, Ms. Go Young-yoon took a breath to regain her composure and spoke. Still, I'm glad they're alive. We couldn't find any trace of the four of you in the subway, no matter how hard we looked. Then you were on the surface, right? Yes, it was completely unexpected, but people were living on the surface of Segwang Metropolitan City, too. I met Ms. Go Young-yoon's eyes. And they were dying every day. Excuse me. The atmosphere grew chillingly cold. What does that mean? I told her. Of the tragedy of Segwang Metropolitan City, where May 4th repeated itself. And that's the way to seal the disaster. By repeating the day over and over so that no matter how much time passes, the disaster never leaves the city's radius. People are just dying every day. Emotion slowly began to boil in Ms. Go Young-yoon's dazed words. Then what about my mom and dad? Yeonjun. It's been years, Anne. There was a sharp intake of breath. I hurriedly went to her side to pat her back, but Ms. Go Young-yoon pushed my hand away. For a while, there was no answer from her bowed head. Then a slow mumble could be heard. Is this real? This is reality. It really happened like that. It could just be my speculation. But you were always right. Your deductions were always right. What's the point of saying that now? She caught her breath again. A piercing silence settled in the cave. I saw Ms. Go Young-yoon's tightly clenched fists. They were trembling, pale as a sheet. I saw Agent Choi slowly rise and silently approach Ms. Go Young-yoon's side. He and Agent Hee-jeum too were deathly pale, but they didn't show their shock in front of the person whose family was involved. After barely catching my breath, I asked him a suggestive question in a small voice. Do you know that Ms. Go Young-yoon? If I know that the special city seal will break in 7 days. I know the ability to hear rumors related to the special city didn't disappear even after I came out. In fact, those rumors were part of the reason I kept trying to go into the subway. Ms. Go Young-yoon's voice was cracked. I was thinking, yes, if we just let that seal break, couldn't it maybe break while my mom and dad are still alive? It's May 4th repeating over and over. So if the timing is just right, if it breaks at a time when a lot of people are still alive, wouldn't they be fixed in a living state? Oh, an interesting speculation. I, on the contrary, felt my blood run cold. It seemed unlikely that things would turn out so conveniently and well, but I couldn't bring myself to refute it. Yeonjun, in that situation, this entire country will in a matter of days. We can just run away somewhere far. If we go to the other side of the world, we might be safe, and... Ms. Go Young-yoon's voice was breathless, yet cold. Why should I have to care about that? Whether it goes to ruin or not, They can figure it out themselves. I don't care, I'm sorry. Ms. Go Young-yoon gritted her teeth. No, I'm not sorry at all. I only want to apologize for getting angry at you, Agent Choi. Agent Hee-jeum set down her sword and slowly patted Ms. Go Young-yoon's back. Actually, you don't have to apologize for that either. I feel much the same. I could see that Ms. Go Young-yoon was gritting her teeth and crying silent tears. They seemed to be tears not of sadness, but of agony and rage. A suppressed indignation, similar to the counselor's. I also suppressed a surge of emotion. Is there really no way? Was Ms. Go Young-yoon's idea just a personal plan or wishful thinking? Or... Wait a minute. What if we end it before then? Excuse me. Before the seal breaks, if we end the disaster, it might be possible. Agent Grapes. Wait. But Agent Choi looked at me instantly. A strange light flickered in his eyes. So you're saying that if the disaster ends right before the seal breaks, the citizens could end up alive? Yes. It felt like a spark was igniting in my head. I now know how to get out of the subway. I just have to walk along the maintenance tracks. If I set foot on the surface of Segwang Metropolitan City in the morning when the day resets. At some point in the very beginning, before the city itself becomes completely contaminated. The attempt to end it, I can try it. And I already had a method I had been preparing after getting a hint. Then somehow smuggle out the dream incubator, that Daydream Inc. Cop it and try installing it in the remaining Cheerful Research Institute facility, the Daydream Potion maker that I smuggled out. And the ones I entrusted it to. The researchers. In my mind, the experience of May 4th, the day of disaster, and the content of that note clicked together. I almost had it, but not quite, but... Even if the chances are slim, we can at least try, can't we? I raised my head. Ms. Go Young-yoon was catching her breath. In her eyes, the conflict of not wanting to hope, and a fierce calculation flashed like electricity. Yeonjun, have you ever visited Twilight Station in the Special Cities Underground? There's a resort pop-up store there and there. You're talking about Mr. Hee-won, right? Yes, and the Daydream researchers should have been there. But looking at Ms. Go Young-yoon's expression, I knew the answer. They weren't there, were they? No. Wait a moment. Just before my blood ran cold, Ms. Go Young-yoon's calm voice was heard. I've heard a rumor that Director Ho has secured the Daydream employees who went missing in the subway. I think the current project team probably has them secured somewhere in a subway station. Are those people necessary for the attempt to end it? I nodded. Then let's go meet them. Before it's too late, let's go see Director Ho. D6 until the day of disaster. Chapter 349. I took a breath. Getting to Director Ho wasn't difficult, methodologically speaking. I was part of Director Ho's project team, and since I often acted alone, the director had given me free access to his domain. Unlike the agents who had spirited away Director Ho's sleeping project members, I still had that authority. In a material form. Fox Counseling Room. I took the warmly colored nameplate out from my tattoo. Are you going? Yes. The two agents decided to stay behind so as not to provoke Ho Yuwon, though the process of persuading them had been a bit intense. He was a truly persistent fellow, few. Walking the rough path out of Agent Choi's hideout, I felt a faint smile touch my lips as I recalled Braun's criticism disguised as a joke. Some of my tension eased. Still, my hands were stiff at the thought of what was to come. A rural street in Gangwon Province. I hung the nameplate on the front door of one of the sparsely scattered empty houses and pulled the old door open. Kriak, sunlight poured in. A peaceful, soft, and well-prepared interior revealed itself. The Fox Counseling Room. The warm space of the counseling waiting room, neatly prepared to receive clients. When I first set foot in here, I had viewed even this comfortable atmosphere with suspicion, seeing it as just another component of the ghost story's gimmick. Even after that, every time I entered, the cozy atmosphere put me on guard. But not now. That was, perhaps because I had come to feel how sincerely this being devoted himself to counseling, to his clients. even if only for the single, eternally repeating day of May 4th. There's no sign of anyone. Shall we go in? Yes. I stepped cautiously inside. Ho Yuan. There was no answer, but I continued deeper inside. Past the table set with tea and refreshments, I headed for the inner door. Long-term inpatient room. The door bore a plaque that read, "A resting space for inpatients." It was the very place from which we had entered the Segwang Special City subway. I carefully grasped the doorknob. At that moment, Chief Badger. When I turned around, a large man with a warm expression was standing there. It was Supervisor Park Min-seong, whom I hadn't seen in a very long time. The familiar face, his eyes trembling, looked at me and then hurried over. "You're awake, you're safe, I'm so glad." Had he recovered from the contamination to some extent? I felt a sense of relief seeing Supervisor Min-seong with his limbs intact, able to converse normally. In this moment, the gap of the last 293 days didn't feel entirely like a bad thing. "This is, Ms. Goral, did you come together?" "Yes, hello, Supervisor." Ms. Go Young-yoon greeted him softly, but I saw a strangely complex expression flicker across her face. "Why?" I had a vague sense of foreboding, but Ms. Go Young-joon quickly composed herself and wore a polite smile. Instead, the look of pleasure on Supervisor Park Min-seong's face soon faded, replaced by tension. "This place, no, it's better if you both leave for now, while Director Ho is away." "It's fine, I have something to say to him." That's not a good idea either. If you just woke up, you might not have heard the news. Director Ho, his condition seems to be getting stranger and stranger. Supervisor Min-seong lowered his voice. "Almost half the people who went in for counseling have gone missing. A while ago, someone important from the company's HR team came, but they were transferred to a secure area and never came out. It's getting harder to have a real conversation, and now, he barely feels human. I still have to talk to him." Supervisor Park Min-seong's face seemed to harden, then it melted into a strangely affectionate expression. "Why are you so stubborn? You should listen to what the teacher says. No. Supervisor Park Min-seong, who had been gasping for breath with his face in his hands, suddenly lifted his head and spoke. In a slightly dazed tone. "Hey, I'm going to go in." "Pardon?" "Into the Segwang City subway." The project, yeah, I've been doing some exploring too. In the subway station, I'm off duty right now. I was just staying here for a bit, but it felt like someone inside woke up. He's coming out. The door to the long-term inpatient room opened. The person who emerged was a gaunt man with faded, shaggy hair. A man still wearing a worn-out security guard jacket. "J3. Mr. J. I'm going." And Supervisor Park Min-seong, as if fleeing, went through the door the security chief had just come out of, entered the long-term inpatient room, and shut the door behind him. Thud. The security chief, who had been staring blankly at the scene, turned his head toward me and opened his mouth. "Hey, want some tea?" "Pardon?" He tried to take out the refreshments on the desk with somewhat clumsy hands, so I hastily stopped him. "It's all right. I think it would be good if you had some, Mr. J. It looks like you just finished work." "Yeah." He then glanced at me a few times, before quietly pushing a few of the snacks in my direction. So that was his way of showing he was glad to see me. Still, it was strange how he accepted the fact that I was awake, as a matter of course. But that, in turn, made the words tumble out of my mouth. Just now, Supervisor Badger's behavior. I heard the security chief's slow reply. "Badger, he wants to stay in the subway all the time." "As I thought." I heard Ms. Go Young-yoon mutter. When I turned my head, our eyes met. Actually, I've secretly observed Director Ho's project team inside the subway, and at that time, I saw him trying to stay behind by himself when everyone else was trying to leave. Suddenly, I recalled what happened when Supervisor Park Min-seong and I were exploring Hanbit Library. "Hey, should I just stay here?" That anxious voice. Now I thought I understood why the contaminated people in the subway were relatively sane. Could it be that those who were sane and free of contamination on that day of May 4th were influenced by the distortion on the surface, causing them to revert to their mental state from that time? It might have been further strengthened by the influence of a world without ghost stories. The important thing was that Supervisor Park Min-seong had become obsessed with that effect. Yeah, in the subway, you're not swayed by the contamination. It must be nice because it's quiet. Still, leaving him like that. Well, in the end, it's something he has to bear himself. He has to control and accept it himself. That coolly detached observation seemed to evoke a faint image of his old self. Although this man had been contaminated long before, that May 4th, and remained the same even in the subway, I could see a glimpse of the wolf leader I had seen in Hanbit Library. You've been working on the project all this time. Yeah. Is the work and your condition okay? The security chief adjusted his hat. I guess, for me, it can't get any worse so. Somehow it felt a little bitter. Still, it was a relief that he hadn't been under Director Chung. I hid my bitterness and asked my main question. I heard that this project team is meeting with researchers in the subway and, protecting them. Could you tell me who they are? That's me. Why you're the one protecting them, Mr. J? Less protecting, more like finding and capturing. I was watching them. So that's how it was. That's actually a relief. At least the security chief wouldn't have deliberately harmed them or sought revenge on the researchers. If anything, Quack Jegang would have been the one to pick a fight. But no, with a disposition like his, he would have just ignored him, so it should be fine. In any case, some of my tension subsided. Are those people doing well? I guess, but I'm on shift change now. Dolphin, that person is probably watching them. So Seong-hee was still involved. I was about to ask about the daydream potion maker that the researchers must have been fixing. But the security chief was staring intently at me. Is this why he told me to come out? Pardon? He made me come out. I guess he must have known that you woke up. Who? But before I could come up with the answer myself, I heard a sound. Click. I reflexively turned my head. In the back, the door to the counseling room had opened on its own. Next client, please come in. Client Kim Solium, please come in. Mr. Roe, dear. Ms. Go Young-yoon, breaking out in a cold sweat, grabbed my back as if to stop my impulsive action. I gently removed her hand. I'll be back after my counseling. Mr. J, Ms. Goral's safety. The security chief's yellow pupils looked down at Ms. Go Young-yoon. It's fine, I'm here. I slowly nodded. And cautiously, but without hesitation, I took a step forward. Into the counseling room. A warm space. A counseling room expertly designed for psychological effect. But beyond the large window, where the counselor used to appear in the client's exact likeness, there was only black darkness. The simple, beautiful green backyard was no longer there. A pitch-black night. I walked forward and sat on the sofa in front of the window. I heard someone walking up behind me, then two hands grasped my shoulders as he spoke. Solium Nim. You've awakened, very good. Now it's time to tell me what you saw and heard. Before that, raise your hand. Hello, teacher. My counterpart stopped. Have you been well? You must have had a very difficult time, waiting without any news for nearly 300 days. The hands fell from my shoulders. What is the meaning of this? I also heard that you've been protecting the citizens of Segwang Metropolitan City you recently counseled. When you faced them directly, you must have felt both relief and anger at seeing your clients with all their memories gone. Did the Management Bureau tell you to say that? No. I spoke slowly. I haven't met anyone from the Disaster Management Bureau on my way here, except for those who were part of the project. Those agents who spirited away the sleeping project members. But I found it strange. What did? This Fox counseling room isn't just a space, it's yourself, isn't it? The presence behind me froze. You're maintaining this space out of a strong compulsion to preserve your identity as a counselor, right? That is. But spiriting something away from here would be difficult without your tacit permission, teacher. At that moment, you must have been surprised by your own impulse to turn a blind eye to the agent. But you couldn't do anything, and you let them go in that instant, didn't you? I wonder. Weren't you confused about where that impulse came from? Have you ever thought about why you feel so much sympathy for your clients? Why that feeling deepens with regular counseling, and why you then want to protect that person by hiding them from the outside world. Right now, a low, eerie voice sounded. Are you trying to counsel me in return? Perhaps. I managed a difficult smile. I am imitating you, teacher. Pardon? Yes, I am imitating the you that I experienced. A counselor who stayed in one region for a very long time, grew fond of the people there and tried to protect those clients. What you're describing now is, do you happen to remember the time you first counseled me? I looked at the large window. I was contaminated by the hungry hangman darkness, and I entered this counseling room carrying the manual. You counseled me from beyond the window in my own form. And when the counseling ended, I saw a small fox run into the garden. Is that also a form of yours? The darkness has many facets, but I don't see what meaning this conversation has. Is this a ploy to buy time? No, it's because there's something I want to tell you, teacher. Solium Nim. Why did Ho Yuan, and only Ho Yuan, use such high honorifics for me? That was... As the puzzle pieces fell into place, I felt a surge of emotion and opened my mouth. By any chance, teacher, when you came to your senses outside Segweng Metropolitan City, weren't you in the form of a small fox? And when you came out, didn't you feel like you came out with someone? You came out pushing someone larger than you, teacher, but when you came to your senses, weren't you alone? It couldn't be helped. Because we each went to our own timelines. You came to your senses a few years ago on the afternoon of May 4th, the day of disaster, and I came to my senses yesterday. I turned my head, and I met the eyes of Ho Yuan, his expression gone. I'll give you a push, with the little fox attached, as if I'm letting you slip out through the back door of the counseling room. The counselor, the being I had met in Segweng Metropolitan City, the small avatar he had sent with me to see me off, was right before my eyes. Thank you, teacher. I held out my hand. Thanks to you, I made it out safely. The counselor of the Fox counseling room looked at my hand with trembling eyes. And slowly he shook it. Ciaritiores thoughts I love Kim Solium. For those wondering, my test went fine, probably won't fail, got another one on Wednesday on Of Mice and Men. But I heard a spoiler and really don't want to finish the book. Chapter 350. I told Ho Yuan everything I had experienced on the surface of Segweng Metropolitan City, honestly and without omission. About the repeating May 4th. About what had happened and what kind of being the counselor I met was. About what that man had gone through. Midst the pouring story, Ho Yuan sat silently on the sofa, listening to it all. At first, he seemed confused, as if he didn't quite understand why he had accepted my handshake, or why he was even sitting on the sofa. But as the story progressed, that confusion was pushed away and vanished. As if swept away completely, overwhelmed by the flood of truth he had so desperately longed for. But will that plague truly trust my friend's words so readily? Perhaps suspicion will grow, leading to a cunning judgment. Or what about the possibility that it might instead interfere with Mr. Roe Deer's plan? I didn't know, but this felt right. Ho Yuan was responsible for the things he had committed as an executive of Daydream, but by the same token, he deserved to hear about what had happened in Segweng Metropolitan City. He deserved to know properly about everything he had done, and everything that had been done to him. And so I came out to the world with you. A thick silence flowed into the space where the truth had been spilled. Sir, I see. Ho Yuan's lips slowly parted. So it was Director Cheng. So all this time, I've been living with the main culprit who put me in this state. Sir, it must have been quite amusing, don't you think, watching the one who was deceived be deceived once again. But his voice was not boiling with anger. Rather, it sounded hollow and dry. But I'm not angry. Unlike when I think of the Disaster Management Bureau, there is no surging resentment. Why is that? A numb voice is heard. Perhaps I'm not the counselor you met, seeing as I can't feel the emotions that man should rightfully feel. All that's left in me is an overwhelming resentment and sorrow toward the Disaster Management Bureau. His voice echoes emptily through the counseling room. Why? Perhaps I am something that cannot even be called his alter ego, a small remnant he cast off to see you on your way. Ho Yuan's voice slowly continues. But because of the traces of the intense emotions that counselor felt at the time, I was mistaken. That I was that counselor. The counseling room trembles. But I was nothing. The space grew faint, and the being before my eyes began to distort. In the shock that flickered and dizzied, as if the sleep I had held back would pour out at any moment, and all of this would disappear into the darkness. I looked at him. But you're the one who saved me. And you use the same name. I can hear his breath. Ho Yuan, the character Ho for guardian, Yu for clear, and one for aid. I realized something. That is the name I told the counselor on May 4th. I see. The order was reversed. I gave your name to the counselor. So you are not a small remnant, you clearly exist here. You gave yourself a name. And you are here, having inherited that name. The things that were disappearing stopped. Ho Yuan lifted his head. I saw on his face an indescribable smile. I couldn't tell if he was crying or laughing. Then my name was, in fact, given to me by you in the first place, Solium. Are you okay? Of course, it's a wonderful name. That was a relief. Looking at the counseling room and the counselor, who had regained their sense of reality, I began to speak again. And for your emotions not to change on a dime just because you suddenly learned the truth seems, on the contrary, quite normal. You said it yourself, didn't you, that emotions have no logic. It would have been stranger if, with no memory, you had just listened to my words, and suddenly, without a second thought, felt a surge of anger toward Director Cheng. So, from now on, isn't it your own task to decide which direction to steer them in? Ho Yuan stared at me blankly. I spoke with emphasis. Sir, I want to end the Segweng metropolitan city disaster and free the people of May 4th, the civilians. After some thought, I added, and so, based on the dream essence liquid obtained from there, I want to find a way to return home. These are the reasons I'm acting. Wouldn't it be similar for you, sir? What do you? Before, you admitted that what you were looking for in Segweng metropolitan city was yourself. I did. Yes, you said that was the reason you were so persistently trying to enter the sealed Segweng metropolitan city. But I think there might have been another, more fundamental reason from the very beginning. Not something pieced together from his own deductions, but a root motive. Something he couldn't remember, but that definitely existed. The reason he so frantically searched for Segweng metropolitan city. The lingering emotion. There's a place I must go to end this disaster. There's something I need to find. Perhaps what Ho Yuan was looking for hadn't changed since then. Weren't you trying to find a way to end the disaster in Segweng metropolitan city? And so, wasn't he trying to figure out a way to rescue the civilians there? All this long time. And sir, either way, the goal hasn't changed. I spoke with emphasis. Whether as the Ho Yuan who is searching for himself, or as the counselor of Segweng metropolitan city, won't you cooperate in ending this disaster, starting now? Just as you wanted. Ho Yuan's eyes tremble. I waited. Soon he lifted his head very slowly, looked at me and nodded. And he says, "Thank you. Yes. That was enough. So you're saying you gained Director Ho's full cooperation last night?" That's what happened. Agent He Jiam, you look like you have a great deal to say, and find this utterly unbelievable. I looked at Agent He Jiam, whom I had contacted again in an empty house in the countryside of Gangwon province. She sighs and looks at me as if she's about to lose her mind. Seeing as he let you go safely, I suppose that's a relief, but did you believe him? Choi is about to come rushing over, foaming at the mouth, as soon as his tracking ritual is over. Hey, that's why I got a written pledge. A written pledge? Yes. I took out the Fox counseling room door plate and showed her the back. I Ho Yuan, pledged to fully cooperate with Kim Solium in ending the supernatural disaster. And at the bottom was a Fox's paw print stamp. I also have a separate, mutually binding work contract with him, so the effect should be certain. As you know, a pledge made by a supernatural being on its name has meaning in and of itself. What in the world kind of reckless thing did you do? Alec. I didn't dodge Agent He Jiam's hand and took a few hits. My back hurt. But since I didn't earn more of a beating by making an Agent Choi-style comment like, "But it turned out well, didn't it?" Agent Hee-jeom soon stopped her hand and asked with a sigh, "What happened to Young Yoon?" She re-entered the subway station through a safe method from there. "I'll take care of this." She meant she would check the status of the potion maker I had entrusted to the researchers. Even though Ho Yuan pledged his full cooperation, it's honestly difficult to completely trust the project's new members. Having Ms. Go Young Yoon do it was something to be grateful for, purely from a work efficiency standpoint. Of course, to be precise, my own attempt to enter with her was also cut short by Yeonjun. "Mr. Roe dear, you just went missing there and woke up yesterday. We don't know what will happen if you go back in. It would be best if you went in after it's been verified that you won't go missing again, at the very least." But there was no time for verification. Besides, I wanted to emphasize that I had to go in within a week to attempt the resolution anyway, but my rebuttal was not accepted. And so, Yeonjun entered the long-term inpatient room, along with the security chief. "Well then, let's go." "All right." Although she accepted the snacks, which the security chief seemed to have packed for her with a very awkward posture, the atmosphere wasn't all that bad. Rather, it had the nuance of her having received some advice. And I had come back to Gangwon province to inform the agents of our progress. I can't afford to waste time. Things with Ho Yuan had gone well, giving me a little breathing room, but this was not a situation where I could afford to relax. The countdown to Hell's arrival had begun. "I can't forget." Stealing my anxious heart, I said. "So as soon as the potion maker's status is checked, I plan to try the resolution method we found." "About that?" I heard Agent Hee-jeom sigh. "That resolution method you're planning to try is overly vague and suspicious to begin with. Do you even understand the principle behind it? Then somehow smuggle out the dream incubator, that Daydream Inc. Cop it and try installing it in the remaining Cheerful Research Institute facility." "I see you don't." "That was true. But I have an idea where." "The repeating May 4th. I can analyze this hint based on what I experienced on that day of disaster." Director Chung placed a small music box inside the incubator tank. This disaster happened in the first place because the dream incubator to be used in the experiment was tampered with. And that tampering was Director Chung's doing. If that's the case, wouldn't Director Chung have considered a similar possibility? That someday someone might pull a stunt similar to hers? Indeed. So it was highly probable that the smuggled dream incubator, the Daydream version, had some kind of special safety device prepared for that. Since she had turned an incubator into a bomb once, a countermeasure to prevent others from doing the same. Or a resolution method for after it had already blown. An interesting line of reasoning. And there is, in fact, only one remaining facility of the Cheerful Research Institute, one place that didn't burn down. The rooftop. Then everything falls into place. Install the Daydream Potion Maker in the place of the Dream Incubator on the rooftop. This sentence is completed. And I think this is worth a try. If it doesn't work, it's the end anyway. So I told Agent Hee-jeom honestly. And even if we don't try, isn't it hell anyway? At that moment, a tired, dry voice was heard. "I agree with that. Agent Choi." I saw the agent who had appeared behind me. He was smiling out of habit, but his eyes were dark and sunken. Still, when our eyes met, they sparkled slightly with pleasure. "Like before." And he gives a bitter smile. "It's a bit better when Grapes causes trouble while he's awake." "Agent Choi, were there any other changes to the lockdown?" "No, it's the same. The countdown has started, and there are no other movements from the Management Bureau's side." Agent Choi, who had skillfully gathered his executioner's sword and bell, said nonchalantly as he sat on the old linoleum floor. "Bronzy still shows no signs of waking up either." "But he's definitely alive in there, right? In the form of a high school student." "Yes." I spoke with emphasis once more, as if making a promise to myself. Manager Lee Jae-hyun definitely had his memories. He's the most competent member of the field investigation team I've seen, and in terms of character, he's a good person. Since he's protecting him, he'll be safe even if he can't get out. "Right." Agent Choi, who had been silent, soon brightened his voice and said energetically, "All right, then we'll have to give it our all until the resolution. For real." "Yes." Agent Hejiam seemed lost in thought as she looked at the two of us, but in the end, she remained quietly silent. Agent Choi fills the void with a grin. "For now, eat and get some more rest. Grape Sai, resolution comes from stamina, you know." "I understand." While eating with the agents, I recalled the conversation I had with Ho Yuwon about the other thing that had been bothering me, the whereabouts of Ho Yuwon's fox bead. Recalling the counselor's assertion that it will be helpful for the resolution, I couldn't not look for it. Given the flow of events, it's highly likely that Director Chung took your fox bead, sir. Have you ever felt anything strange around Director Chung? A sense of familiarity, for instance? But, never. Ho Yuwon's answer was firm. Even if there were, I can't guarantee I'd be able to notice it keenly. I don't even remember what that fox bead is. However, as you said, I might feel a sense of familiarity. Hugh, I'm on edge. I want to search Director Chung's residence. But just the thought of it makes my survival instinct cause the hair on my head to stand on end. The ingrained fear overrides my aversion and anger, leaping out first. It's scary. Like a ghost story. If it's something you must look into, it would be best to leave it to me. You must be careful. Director Chung already knew I had escaped from Segwang Metropolitan City. She would guess that what she had done had already been relayed to Director Ho through me. She's definitely preparing something. A situation that makes me break out in a cold sweat just to touch. But I can't not investigate. Of course, I have to be careful. I need to find another way, too. For now, while waiting for contact from Ms. Go Young-yoon and the security chief, I began to look into Director Chung's background. A few hours later, "Mr. Roe dear, I've confirmed it." I meet a pale-faced Ms. Go Young-yoon again, inside the Fox counseling room. "Are all the researchers okay?" "They're living about as well as the people in the train shelter. The machine is fine, too. They really did repair it, but..." I hadn't expected these words. The researchers said they found something strange inside the machine while repairing it. "Pardon?" I took a picture just in case. One moment. Tensely, I watched as Yeonjun took a smartphone from her pocket and showed me an image. The object photographed against the backdrop of an old, enormous machine was a black music box. Wait a minute. It's strange, right? The symbol that was on the tape in the body casino is here too, the conch shell. A cold sweat runs down my temple. On the surface of the music box, unfamiliar golden letters are engraved. Characters unknown to man. "Mr. Roe dear." I stared at the image, frozen. Although I couldn't read them, they were familiar letters. Letters I had read once before with Braun's help. "Oh, it's Angel Sai." That was... Director Chung placed a small music box inside the incubator tank. The cause of the Segwang Special City Disaster Day. Mr. Roe dear. Ms. Gorel. I'm going to meet the researchers right now. D5 until the day of disaster.